That means that if these people are then convicted, 96%
Truth Talks.
of people who are convicted,
Breaking
Palestinians who are
news.
convicted in Israel, are now facing this death sentence. This is, how can this be justifiable?
It cannot be justified. It's illegal, immoral, discriminatory, and racist law. Let's put it to numbers. As we're speaking right now, there's approximately 10,000 Palestinians in Israel custody. About half of them, as you just said, are in some kind of conditions of administrative law, as you put it, held without any charges. We are very worried that they might be applied to this Israeli military occupation court. And we know that the conviction rate at this court is more than 96%. A lot of them based on the statement by these prisoners being extracted with torture and abuse. And we are very worried about what's going to be here. This law cannot, and I repeat, cannot be justified under any circumstances. And as B'Tselem, we're not only objecting this law, we're objecting as any other human rights organization under international humanitarian law for a death penalty in general.
Shai, B'Tselem has a lot of experience with the Israeli Supreme Court. This law has to go to the Supreme Court, it has to pass the Supreme Court, and then it has to be published in the Law Gazette for it to actually take effect. Have you got any confidence that the Supreme Court might strike this down?
I have to say, as B'Tselem, our stance is that the Israeli court is just the judicial branch of the apartheid regime. It's a part of it. It's legalized the occupation and these apartheid laws for many, many years, and we are not at all have any confidence that it will have any effect. But even though it might, just as the previous commentator said, just the fact that it was passed in the Israeli parliament with a fine majority, and you can see in the Israeli Jewish public by the polls that vast majority of the Israeli Jewish public are in favor of this law. It's already very concerning.
Now, Shai, one of the things that Israel certainly used to listen to, perhaps is a bit more resistant to it now, is international opinion, particularly American international opinion. There's been no condemnation here from America. There has been from the UK, Italy, and Germany and some others, but the US has been conspicuously silent. Why do you think that is?
Well, I have to say that's pretty much the case for decades, and even though through the genocide in Gaza and the continuous ethnic cleansing in the West Bank. So from time to time, those EU and Western world countries and leaders pay the lip service, but they don't take any action whatsoever. And that's exactly, as you just said it, is the case now. This time, some EU countries said that they will do something or impose sanctions. So I guess we'll just have to see if they will keep up the words.
Shai Parnes, live for us there from Tel Aviv. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Now, 8 Palestinian children returned to the Gaza Strip after being rescued by Israeli strikes 2.5 years ago. The babies were evacuated to Egypt for medical treatment at the start of Israel's genocide in Gaza. Now, toddlers, they've met their families in Gaza for the first time. Hind Khodri reports from Gaza.
Thrust into the arms of her parents, this Palestinian toddler is back with her family. A rare reason to smile, to laugh, and cry with happiness. Crowds gathered in Khan Yunis for the reunion of families torn apart by Israel's genocide on Gaza. They were weeks-old babies when they were taken away.
Our feelings are indescribable. This is the most important moment in our lives, especially since she is my first daughter. But our feelings are mixed with pain because of the reality we live in, a difficult reality, a reality with an uncertain future, We hope that the future of our children will not be filled with the tragedy or suffering they faced at the beginning of their lives. We want a safe future for our children.
It was November 2023, weeks after the war started, that dozens of babies born prematurely were rescued from Israel's assault on Al-Shifa hospital. They were moved to southern Gaza before being evacuated to Egypt for life-saving treatment. Their fragile lives beginning in a time of war, needing ventilators and specialist medical care just to stay alive.
There were severe shortages in medicine like antibiotics, solutions, and food, which was banned by Israel from reaching Al-Shifa medical complex.
Parents under Israeli bombardment and forced displacement went weeks and months waiting to know if their babies survived.
I gave birth to him on October 31st. I was 8 months pregnant and the pain started. I went to Al-Hilu hospital where his condition was critical. I had to deliver him in the 8th month via cesarean section. I didn't see him. They took him from the hospital to the neonatal intensive care unit at Al-Shifa, and I haven't seen him since.
The return of the first aid gives these parents the chance to see their children grow up after being separated for the first years of their young lives. Hind al-Khudari, Al Jazeera, Gaza, Palestine.
Now, Syria's president is on his first official visit to the UK, a day after meeting Germany's Chancellor. Ahmed al-Shara has been meeting the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. Shara is due to make a speech later and is expected to address his country's efforts to rebuild following the ousting of former President Bashar al-Assad in December 2024. Al Jazeera's Charlie Angela is live for us in London. Now, Charlie, this is a significant meeting for Shara, and it comes off the back of his meeting in Germany with the Chancellor on Monday. What do you think they've been talking about?
Well, the meeting is actually just wrapped up. Al-Shara has left. But like in Germany, no doubt the focus will have been on refugees and their return. In Germany, the talk was about potentially returning a number of Syrian refugees over the next few years. But similarly to what he said there, Al-Shara will no doubt have said to Starmer that that will only happen if Syria sees some serious investment, not just in their economy, but in their infrastructure and schools. And he'll also probably make it clear that he'll only welcome Syrian refugees who want to return home, like he said in Germany. Now, the same message that will carry here into London. For the UK, this is obviously about helping Syria shape its future, but also about the migration pressure at home, because that remains a very politically sensitive issue here. They will also probably have discussed the Iran conflict. Like Starmer, Al-Shara has said that Syria is going to remain stable and neutral, but he has also offered some strategic solutions, including opening an overland route that could bypass the Straits of Hormuz. And as we know, Keir Starmer is open to listening to all solutions that could ease that blockage in the Straits of Hormuz. So lots to discuss, both strategically, diplomatically, and domestically here.
But as you say, Charlie, it's about immigration. It's a hot-button issue in the UK. It takes up so much of the oxygen in any political debate. But, you know, this is what they're going to be talking about. But the economic impact of this refugee crisis, what would be the effect if actually Syrian refugees were to actually leave en masse?
Well, I think it will be a real mix, and no doubt that is what Al-Shara will be discussing when he speaks in front of Western policymakers later at Chatham House. He'll have a big audience there because, on the one hand, Syrian refugees have contributed economically across Europe in highly skilled areas in healthcare, but obviously there have been pressures on housing and schooling and public services for them. But they have, filled some critical labour shortages. It's politically, though, that the impact has been felt, particularly here in the UK, where Keir Starmer has the anti-immigration party Reform snapping at his heels. He wants to see some movement. He wants to give some good news to those people who are looking to drifting towards those parties. And so he'll be looking for some forward movement on that. I mean, the UK has only taken 20,000 refugees from Syria between 2014 and 2021. So compared to Germany, the numbers are very small. But he will be wanting to be delivering something, especially before the next election, on this issue.
Charlie Angela, live for us there from London. Now, as we discussed, Al-Shara was in Germany to discuss refugees there. The Chancellor is pushing for more than 700,000 Syrian refugees to return to their homeland in the next 3 years. Al Jazeera's Steph Varson reports from the German capital.
They came to greet the president, who they hope will rebuild their homeland. More than 1 million Syrian refugees are living in Germany after former Chancellor Angela Merkel spoke the historic words, "We can do this," during the civil war a decade ago. Now it's time to leave, says the current Chancellor.
Looking ahead over the next 3 years, as President Shara has expressed his hope, around 80% of Syrians currently residing in Germany are expected to return to their home country.
Germany granted citizenship to 83,000 Syrians in 2024, up from 76,000 in the previous year. 940,000 don't hold German citizenship. Most of them are under temporary permits the government can decide not to renew if Syria is considered safe.
Having traveled from all over Germany, they hope to catch a glimpse of their president. Many have lived here for nearly a decade, and they hope to return to their homeland one day, but only when the time is right, they say.
Hundreds of thousands of Syrians returning in 3 years, they say, is unrealistic.
Where should the people go? Sure, in a few years, when German, European, American investments have come in, and new companies and new schools have been built. But there are no schools. Where should the children go?
President Shara says he hopes skilled refugees return to rebuild Syria, but they should be able to remain in Germany if they wish to do so.
We have held extensive discussions with German companies as well as with the Chancellor regarding the increase in German investment and making use of Syrians currently in Germany so that they can work on the ground in Syria on behalf of German companies.
Syrian doctors filling labor shortages in German clinics have already been traveling to Syria to help.
We build a life with our children, with our families, so it's not really realistic just to leave everything and go back. It's not a question of are you going to go back, it's a question of what are you going to be able to do to support the work now in Syria and going on.
Chancellor Merz did not explain how he envisions hundreds of thousands of Syrians to return in the short run. Under pressure from the rising popularity of the far-right Alternative for Germany party, his statement is seen as very much meant for domestic consumption. Steph Varson, Al Jazeera, Berlin.
Now, the outgoing head of the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees has issued a warning on the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Philip Lazzarini said life in the Strip had become unbearable. The Israeli government has banned the UN agency from operating in Israel and the occupied East Jerusalem, effectively shutting down its ability to serve Palestinians. Millions of people rely on its services. A Russian tanker carrying 100,000 metric tons of crude oil has arrived in Cuba. It's the first oil shipment to reach Havana since January, when Washington effectively imposed a blockade on the island nation. Our Latin America editor, Lucia Newman, reports from the capital, Havana.
After 3 months of acute blackouts, power and petrol rationing, the news of relief from Russia is spreading like wildfire throughout Cuba.
Thank God. Now maybe our transportation will flow again. Thank God.
But Russian fuel won't reach the pumps right away. Russian rather than Cuban authorities announced the arrival of the Anatoly Kolodkin, a tanker that's carrying 750,000 barrels of crude to the port of Matanzas here in Cuba. It's enough, according to experts, for 15 days of badly needed fuel. But it first needs to be refined, and that could take up to 20 days. Cuba has been under a fuel blockade since early January, with President Donald Trump threatening to punish any country that violated it.
Russia, of course, believes it is our duty not to stand aside and to provide the necessary assistance to our Cuban friends. We are pleased that the shipment of petroleum products has already arrived.
There'd been speculation of a confrontation if the U.S. used force to stop the tanker. But as it approached Cuba, President Donald Trump made a surprise announcement of his own.
If a country wants to send some oil into Cuba right now, I have no problem with it. If other countries want to do it, it doesn't bother me much. It's not going to have an impact. Cuba's finished. They have a bad regime.
It's uncertain whether this means that Trump will ease or end his campaign to choke off fuel to Cuba. But what he has made clear is that he hasn't changed his mind about taking over the island after he's finished with Iran.
For now, the next good news could be the arrival of the Seahorse, another smaller Russian tanker that's bringing diesel to Cuba. For a country that's struggling to live day to day without fuel, every little drop helps. Hussein at Al Jazeera, Havana.
Now, the US has officially reopened its embassy in Caracas, calling it a new chapter in diplomacy with Venezuela. The diplomatic facility shut down its operations 7 years ago. That's after Donald Trump's administration, in his first term, rejected the re-election of President Nicolas Maduro in 2018, calling it illegitimate. Maduro was then captured in January during a US military raid. He remains in US custody on charges of narco-terrorism, which he denies. An oil spill off the coast of Mexico is having a major impact on the local fishing industry in Veracruz. Fishermen are clearing tar from beaches instead of bringing their catch. They want the government to determine the source and contain the spill, which stretches for hundreds of kilometers. Al Jazeera's Julia Galliano has more from Veracruz.
Unable to go out to sea, fishermen here in the state of Veracruz have instead come out with their families in some cases to clean the beaches from the tar that has been pulled in by the sea from this oil spill, which has been going on now for nearly a month. Authorities here have said that 700 tons of tar have already been recovered in more than 400 kilometers of coastline. Now, the Mexican government has said that there are two reasons for why this oil spill happened. The first, they said, they attribute it rather to an oil tanker which has been leaking. They haven't yet been able to identify that tanker, but they have said it doesn't belong to Pemex, the state oil company. And the second reason they gave is natural seepage from the seabed. Now, those reasons for this community of fishermen that depend on this industry has come too little, too late. They say that from the very beginning, the government has been trying to belittle the importance of this oil spill and minimize the effect that it has had on this industry. And specifically during this time of year, the busiest time of the year for these fishermen, they make enough money during these 2 weeks to cover their expenses for the rest of the year. So you can imagine how important it is for them to be able to have a good season in April. This year, they haven't been able to go out. No one's buying the fish because the community is obviously nervous about it. And also restaurant owners, this structure that we see here is a restaurant, and there's this entire beach is covered in them. They're all empty, where they normally would be filled with people enjoying their spring break. And residents here say that the government has shown very little, if any, concern for this issue. They say that no local member of government, the governor or the mayor, has come by here to assess the damage or to offer any help. Julia Galliano, Al Jazeera, Veracruz, Mexico.
A debate's intensifying in Zimbabwe over changes that could reshape the country's electoral system. A proposed amendment seeks to extend President Emerson Mnangagwa's term, which ends in 2028. Harry Matassa reports from Chitungwiza, about 30 kilometers south of the capital, Harare.
Politically, things are tense in Zimbabwe. In recent weeks, some people have been beaten and arrested for challenging proposed changes to the constitution. Some of those contentious issues include doing away with the one-man, one-vote system, so parliament elects the president. Another one is that the president's term will go from 5 years to 7 years.
It is very clear that the changes that are being proposed by the ruling party are not meant to serve the interests of the common man, but are meant to entrench dictatorship. The changes are meant to entrench the rule of one man.
President Emerson Mnangagwa's second term in office ends in 2028. If the majority of people agree with changing the constitution, that means he could potentially stay in power until 2030. Some of his supporters in the governing UNIFIL party say They have no problem with that.
If you go to America, they set laws according to what they want to achieve. If you go to South Africa, they set laws according to what they want to achieve. As a country, we want to achieve an upper medium income economy by 2030. So we are now giving incumbent president 2 years on top of the 5 years that he currently has.
Look at these people here. They are leaving the hall. They say they are frustrated. People have concerns about this process. They're saying, for example, why are there so few venues across the country? They are saying, why are these hearings held when most people are at work? And why is it only happening over 4 days? Why is it ending on Thursday? Now, when this process is over, it'll go to Parliament, where the governing UNIFIL party has a majority. So if there are no last-minute surprises, this will likely pass. So people who are unhappy with the process are saying this should go to a referendum. People should be allowed to vote for what they want. Those who support ZANU-PF are saying there's no need to hold a referendum. Al Jazeera, Zimbabwe.
Now, I want to bring you latest pictures from here in southern Lebanon. Now, these are Israeli strikes that have been taking place as that invasion and potential occupation of southern Lebanon continues. Now, my colleague Folly Batibo is...
Americans, they don't have any clear image and plan of what to do.
The logic behind this is to eliminate the nuclear weapons program, to eliminate Iran's support for terrorism.
The Israelis do not want to have opening of political talks between Tehran and Trump.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
Hard-hitting interviews.
Aren't you afraid that you might be one of the targets?
Anyone could become a target. We have seen that they have no hesitation about targeting any place.
Facing realities.
Does Qatar still trust Iran enough to mediate?
Let's say that this aggression brings a benefit for no one.
Thought-provoking answers.
How many have been displaced inside Iran?
I've heard 3 million. It could be more.
Hear their story on Talk to Al Jazeera.
My name is Darine Abougaida. I'm a presenter at Al Jazeera English. I joined Al Jazeera in 2010, just as the Arab Spring was beginning to unfold in the region. And being of Palestinian and Lebanese descent, I really understood the challenges and the demands of the people who were fighting for freedom, justice, dignity, and economic opportunities. The human story, it's the heartbeat of the channel. That's what makes Al Jazeera so unique.
It's 10 GMT, 1 p.m. in Doha. Hello, I'm Folly Batibo. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. Coming up, fires in central Israel after Iranian missiles target Tel Aviv. At least 9 people have been injured. That's as Israel intensifies its attacks on Iran. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says combat missions are now beyond their halfway points.
That's a matter of weeks. I'm not going to tell you exactly how many weeks, but a matter of weeks, not months.
In an exclusive interview with Al Jazeera, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says President Trump prefers diplomacy to end the war. Also ahead, Israel's parliament passes a controversial law allowing the use of the death penalty only for Palestinians convicted of certain crimes. The United States has said it's ready to reach a deal with Iran, but there are no signs of de-escalation. Attacks across the region are continuing. Tehran has denied any talks are taking place. In the last few hours, it's fired several missiles at central Israel. Missile debris around Tel Aviv has caused fires and injured at least 9 people. Several interceptions have been seen in the sky. Iran has kept up its attacks across the Gulf as well. Explosions have been reported in Dubai as the UAE says it's dealing with incoming attacks from Iran. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has told U.S. media that military operations in Iran are, quote, beyond the halfway point, but refused to give a clear timeline. Meanwhile, in an exclusive interview with Al Jazeera, the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said the war will take weeks, not months.
We've destroyed their Navy. We've destroyed their Air Force. We are well on our way to destroying the majority of their arms factories. And we're well on our way to significantly degrading their missile launchers. When those objectives are achieved, we will have achieved the purpose of this operation. And that's something that's not going to take months. That's a matter of weeks. I'm not going to tell you exactly how many weeks, but a matter of weeks, not months.
Well, we have a team of correspondents covering the latest developments in Baghdad, Dubai, Beirut, and Tehran. But we start with Nida Ibrahim, who's in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Nida, Rubio said there that the objectives will be achieved in a matter of weeks. What is the Israeli timeline for ending the war?
Well, according to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, he did not give a clear timeline on how much Israel needs to finish its war objectives. And that is on purpose, because in public and on record, the Israeli premier does not want to seem to be challenging the U.S. president, who, according to the Israeli estimates, is indeed interested in striking a deal with Iran and head towards de-escalation. This issue related to the goals of the war has been also something that Israel had changed throughout the course of the war. In the beginning, they said that the goal is to eliminate the regime, change it, topple it, if you may. But that has been changed throughout the course of the war, with Israel focusing more on diminishing the threats of ballistic missiles, as well as diminishing the Iranian nuclear capabilities. At the same time, the Israelis are interested now in saying that they've accomplished half of the goals. Let's listen in to what more Netanyahu had to say about that.
How many weeks do you think it would be to accomplish that 100% mark?
I don't put a schedule on it. I think we've achieved a lot of things, We really degraded this regime, really hit them very hard. So it's definitely beyond the halfway point. But I don't want to put a schedule on it.
But is it a problem that you think
but beyond halfway in terms of missions, not necessarily in terms of time. I don't want to get into schedules.
Right.
Nida, meanwhile, Iran's attacks on Israel continue, including on Tel Aviv. We saw this Tuesday morning. What's been the impact?
Well, according to the Israeli ambulance service, 13 people have been injured as a result of shrapnel from the Iranian-fired missile. This time we are also talking about a cluster munition, a fragmenting warhead that we've been seeing Iran use more of in the last few weeks, in an attempt to overwhelm the Israeli aerial defense systems and also to incur and cause more damage. Usually when we talk about the central Israeli areas of Tel Aviv and the surrounding cities, when we talk about Jerusalem as well, these are sites that are strategic, that also have military sites, and they could disrupt the lives of millions of Israelis who are mostly centered around these areas in the center. And also we talk about the Israeli airport that has also seen its share of hits, with certain aircrafts, at least 3, being damaged as a result of these intercepting missiles or debris. So we are talking about a way that Iran is continuing to put pressure on Israel, as well as Hezbollah. And as we've been reporting since earlier today, 4 soldiers have been announced dead in battles with Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. All of that is adding pressure on the Israeli government, adding questions about the validity of this invasion of southern Lebanon, as well as the goals of the war. But at the same time, we continue to see a very solid support of this war amongst Israelis. As we always say, this is a highly militarized society and has been showing support for striking Iran, that the Israelis have been advocating for, and saying that Iran is indeed an existential threat against Israelis.
Nida, thank you for the update. That's Al Jazeera's Nida Ibrahim reporting live from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. And explosions have been seen in Tehran and the western city of Isfahan in Iran as the US and Israel continue to carry out strikes there. President Trump posted online the footage of strikes on Isfahan. US media report that a weapons depot was hit there. Let's get the latest from Iran with Tawhid Asadi, who's in Tehran for us. Tell us more about what's been targeted in Isfahan and Tehran and what's been the impact of attacks there.
Well, first of all, the domain of air strikes is not limited to Tehran and Isfahan. We know that across the country, in different cities, different infrastructure, including water and other facilities have been targeted. Starting from Tehran, we know that over the past 24 hours, the capital witnessed the continued nature of these airstrikes, targeting the areas near the Mehrabad airport, as well as overnight we received a report about the electricity blackout across the capital, specifically in the eastern parts of the capital, as a result of the attacks on the power infrastructure here in the capital. Also, we know that the capital witnessed the gatherings overnight of people who were out to protest against the continued nature of these airstrikes. Speaking of other cities, we know that in the areas near Karaj, located in the western capital, attacks are reported. In Isfahan, as you mentioned, the province Isfahan, which is known for a industrial center of the Iranian, let's say the Iran, actually, we have reports about heavy bombardment targeting different facilities and infrastructures. US President Donald Trump says these were military, but we know that according to the footages coming out, some of residential areas also have been targeted, and obviously that does not stop there. We know that in the city of Mahalat, 11, in the city of Zanjan, 4, and in the island of Qesh, 4 people, in the island of Qesh, 8 people have been killed as a result of these airstrikes, including women and children. Also, city of Bandar Abbas has been witnessing the sustained airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis. And this is on the one hand, while on the other, Iran is talking about its retaliatory strikes. IRGC came out with this statement about their 88th wave of strikes, in which they say 4 successful operations have been conducted.
What about on the diplomatic front, Tawhid? We've heard the U.S. Secretary of State say that the U.S. prefers diplomacy, that talks are underway. From Iran's perspective, how is the diplomacy going?
Well, indeed, fully, it's extremely hard, if not totally impossible, for Iranians to get engaged in diplomatic interaction with the United States in a direct way. And that comes obviously from the cloud of mistrust that exists in Tehran pertaining to any potentiality for diplomatic settlement. And Iran is saying, specifically the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ismail Baghai, recently said that we were already involved in negotiation with the United States, not once, but twice over the past 9-10 months, as while the country all of a sudden faced a campaign of airstrikes by Americans and Israelis, disrupting the trajectory of diplomatic engagement. Meanwhile, the country is saying it's engaged in diplomatic interaction, not with the United States, but with other countries across the region and beyond. Also, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is saying that right now there are mediated communications between the two sides, which is something natural, seeing the very intricate nature of the situation. And also, speaking of the Iran's vantage point about the U.S. proposal, we know that previously Americans sent a 15-point proposal via Islamabad. And on that, Tehran says it is extremely maximalist and unreasonable, showing the very fact that the two sides are poles apart when it comes to possibility of engagement. And added to that is the very condition that Iran is putting, and they're saying as long as these airstrikes continue, it's not relevant to talk about any negotiation with the United States.
Tawhid Asadi in Tehran, thank you very much for the update. Meanwhile, Israeli forces are expanding their attacks in Lebanese territory. On Monday evening, the Israeli army issued forced evacuation orders for several villages in the west of the Bekaa region. Israel says it's targeting Iran's ally, Hezbollah. And Israel's defense minister has said he is determined to have a security presence in Lebanon.
At the end of the operation, the IDF will position itself in a security zone inside Lebanon on the defense line against anti-tank missiles, and will have security control over the entire area up to the Litani River, including the remaining Litani bridges.
Well, let's bring in Zaina Khadr, who's in Beirut for us there. Zaina, the Israelis say, the defense minister is saying there they want security control, and Israel has been targeting roads in the Bekaa region. Why? What's the strategic importance of that, and what's the scale of the damages there?
Well, as part of its operations in southern Lebanon, this invasion, the Israeli military is now trying to cut off South Lebanon from the West Bekaa. Two areas, the West Bekaa, of course, is in the east, two areas where Hezbollah has a strong presence. What they're trying to do is cut the supply lines so that Hezbollah cannot send reinforcements, it cannot send weapons and supplies to its fighters, which are battling Israeli troops on multiple fronts across southern Lebanon. Late last night, the Israeli military struck roads. It targeted roads between villages where Hezbollah really is strong, Yohmor, Sohmor, and, trying to isolate these towns from each other and then trying to isolate this whole region from southern Lebanon. What the Israeli military has been trying to do is really empty the region south of the country. Last week, we saw them target bridges along the Litani River, destroy them so that they can cut off South Lebanon from the rest of the country. They've targeted civilian infrastructure. They've targeted fuel stations, ambulances, health clinics. They've told people to leave. They've carried out intense strikes so that the population will leave. And we heard the Israeli defense minister say again that the population will not return to southern Lebanon until security is guaranteed for northern Israel. So this is all part of this military strategy to set up this, what the Israeli military is calling a buffer zone.
Right.
But in Lebanon, it is being seen as an occupation of territory.
Indeed, and that invasion pushing deeper into southern Lebanon, as you say, what has the resistance been like towards it from Hezbollah? What sort of resistance has Hezbollah been putting up in the south?
Hezbollah has been fighting back, putting up resistance. The Israeli army has been sustaining casualties, taking losses. And this is why the Israeli defense minister's statement is important at this point in time. It's the timing. We've heard him say this time and time again. We will set up the zone, residents cannot return, reiterating a threat that they're going to destroy all homes in villages along the border. This is showing that Israel will not be fazed by the rising number of casualties. The Israeli army today acknowledged that 4 of its soldiers were killed, bringing the death toll to 10. Hospitals in northern Israel are also reporting 4 new casualties. Among them, one of the soldiers is in a critical condition. So Hezbollah is fighting back. Hezbollah knows it cannot stop the Israelis from advancing deep inside Lebanon. But what it is trying to do is prevent it from consolidating control. The Israeli military has expanded its operations and advanced deeper inside southern Lebanon, with the stated aim of creating what it calls a buffer zone to protect Israel's northern communities. The Israeli defense minister has also ordered troops to destroy homes along the way in a scorched earth policy, apparently designed not to leave buildings intact for Hezbollah to use for counterattacks. Israeli troops are making their way to the Litani River from more than one area along the border. At its deepest point, the river is 30 kilometers north of Israel. That is north of Tyre. Israel's troops are now closing in from the south of that city. Airstrikes and artillery shelling have been relentless. The Israeli army has been moving under heavy air and artillery cover for the first time since the conflict began, targeting a position belonging to the Lebanese army, which is not a party to the conflict, near Tyre, killing a soldier. Israel's military is trying to avoid a war of attrition, and that is why it is trying to encircle Hezbollah's strongholds and cut off the group's supply lines. Hezbollah, however, is trying to wear down the enemy in a war of attrition, similar to what happened during Israel's 18-year occupation of southern Lebanon that ended in 2000. Hezbollah is fighting back in multiple fronts. They're engaging in direct combat with advancing troops, and newly established positions by the Israeli military are coming under fire. It also continues to launch rockets and multiple drone attacks on positions inside Israel. Hezbollah, which says it will never surrender and disarm, says its goal is not to stop the Israeli army's advance, but prevent it from consolidating control of territory.
Hezbollah is going to be able to inflict some heavy casualties because it's going back to its guerrilla warfare roots. But I think basically the Israelis have no other choice. So I think that they do anticipate large losses, but I think they're willing to tolerate these losses at the same time for the lack of other options.
Israeli troops are being killed and injured in southern Lebanon, so are Hezbollah fighters. Even if the Israeli army reaches the Litani River, which it is expected to do because of its superior firepower, it won't signal an end to what is shaping up to be a prolonged war. Zena Khuder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
France has requested an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council in response to the killing of 3 UN peacekeepers in Lebanon in 24 hours. 2 were killed when their vehicle was destroyed by an explosion near Bani Hayyan on Monday. On Sunday, another UN peacekeeper was killed when a projectile exploded at one of their positions in a southern Lebanese village. All of the peacekeepers killed were Indonesian. The Indonesian government has called for all parties in the conflict to respect international humanitarian law. Elsewhere, several Gulf states have faced another day of missile and drone attacks from Iran. 5 explosions have been heard in Dubai. That's after a fire broke out at Dubai's port, where Kuwait state-owned oil company said a Kuwaiti-flagged oil tanker was hit. No one was injured. Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar all reported intercepting attacks overnight. Let's find out the latest with Zain Basravi, who's in Dubai for us. So some loud explosions, several of them across Dubai this morning. Zain, tell us about what's happened.
That is correct. The morning began with that unmistakable sound of military aircraft, jets flying low over the city. No doubt a patrol. They've become relatively routine in the skies over Dubai in recent weeks, of course. And then at just before noon local time, we heard multiple loud explosions across the city. Witnesses reporting seeing the smoke of that interception when Iranian projectiles are hit by defensive fire in the skies over their homes. 5 loud explosions consecutively over a short period of time. The Ministry of Defense and the National Emergency Services confirming that they were activating air defenses, that those interceptions were taking place. They say they were all successful, but in the last few hours, the Dubai media office has confirmed that debris fall, shrapnel from one of those interceptions did fall on homes in the southern part of this city, and that did cause minor injuries to 4 people and some damage, some property damage to residential homes. A reminder that this war is playing out in the skies over these countries, but over heavily populated civilian areas in Dubai, in Doha, elsewhere. Mm-hmm. And what we are seeing is that this continues to carry on day after day. Saudi Arabia, multiple drone and missile interceptions overnight into this morning. Qatar also saying that they also were targeted by multiple attacks from Iran yesterday.
Yeah, playing out in the sky, the war, you say, Zain, but also playing out at sea. There was a tanker, Kuwaiti oil tanker, on fire earlier at Dubai port, and there's also been new activity in the Strait of Hormuz.
That is correct. This oil tanker, a Kuwaiti oil tanker, was full, and there was an attack that followed the same sort of MO we've seen in recent weeks, where an unknown projectile of some kind hits a cargo ship, hits an oil vessel, hits a container ship, hits one of these large vessels in and around the waters of the Arabian Peninsula, in and around the area of the Strait of Hormuz. Multiple attacks that Iran has carried out have been to try to stop these vessels from either bypassing the Strait of Hormuz and using alternative routes, or to stop them from entering. And this incident also a dangerous one. There were serious concerns that it could spark a fire, some kind of oil spill, but authorities in Dubai have confirmed that marine firefighting units did respond to the incident quickly. They spent late last night into early this morning trying to put that fire out, and they say they have done so. It has been brought under control earlier this morning. No injuries reported, but it does raise concerns as these things continue to carry on. The Iranian IRGC has said that it attacked another oil tanker, or another ship, related to Israel. An Israeli-flagged vessel came under attack. The IRGC confirming a spate of other attacks today, saying its naval forces struck an Israeli container ship with a ballistic missile in the Gulf. And Iranian drones targeted a group of U.S. Marines on the UAE coast outside of a military base where they say they were seeking covert shelter, and they were able to target them and carry out this attack. That's what the Iranians are claiming. Iranian drones destroyed an anti-drone system of the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain near the Manama airport. And drones also destroyed, the Iranians say, 2 advanced early warning air defense radars at a U.S. base in Kuwait. It's the third or fourth incident where they've targeted radar detection systems designed to be early warning systems for missiles and drones. And we're also seeing an incident that illustrates what Iran wants to put out as messaging. The United States continues to say the Strait of Hormuz needs to be open. We need to remind people that it was open before the U.S. and Israel launched a war against Iran. But as part of Iran's retaliation, they say they cannot allow Iran to maintain a control and closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's latest messaging clearly illustrating that the strait remains open as far as they're concerned. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China confirming that 3 ships that have been stuck since the war began, 3 large cargo ships, Chinese flagged cargo ships, have passed through the Strait of Hormuz. A clear message from Iran. The Strait of Hormuz remains open, just not to the United States or Israel or other countries that Iran determines as a threat to them.
Zain Basravi in Dubai, thank you very much for bringing us the latest there. Now, there have been several missile and drone interceptions across northern Iraq. Erbil continues to be targeted after drones aimed at U.S. military bases were intercepted on Sunday. In the past hour, an airstrike has also hit an Iraqi army checkpoint southeast of Mosul in northern Iraq. Let's find out the latest with Tony Cheng, who's in Baghdad for us. Tony, what more are we hearing about what's happening in the north?
Well, as you mentioned, that drone was intercepted over Erbil in the Kurdish autonomous region. The debris fell on the city center. Then about 2 hours ago, we heard that first there was a drone strike on the 30th PMF Brigade just on the outskirts of Mosul. And that was followed by an American A-10 strike that hit a security checkpoint and local shops. And that follows a busy night of attacks, drone attacks, missiles hitting a Peshmerga base in Suleimania, another PMF base in western Anbar province was attacked by drones. And here in Baghdad, drone attacks focused on Baghdad's international airport. Those were also intercepted, several civilians injured as the debris fell to earth.
Thank you very much, Tony. Tony Cheng, live for us there in Baghdad. Now, we're expecting to hear from the spokesperson of the Qatari foreign minister this hour. Much of Tehran's retaliation for the U.S.-Israeli offensive has focused on American allies in this region, the Gulf region, that have housed U.S. troops for years. Secretary of State Marco Rubio told Al Jazeera that the U.S. will continue to support allies in the region.
If you think about what they've struck in the region, what has Iran gone after? It's been energy infrastructure against countries that were not waging war against them, but yet they went after these countries nonetheless. This is why they built these missiles and drones in the first place. But they've also attacked embassies, diplomatic facilities, which is unheard of. They've attacked airports, which is unheard of. This is what they've done. And this is a weakened Iran. This is an Iran that's weaker than it's been in 10 years. Imagine 5 years from now or 3 years from now, when they had more missiles, more drones, what they would have been willing to do to their neighbors and to us. That was intolerable. That's why this needed to be done now. The United States is committed to finishing the job. We're working very closely with all of our allies, work very closely in defensive. Yes, unfortunately, drones and missiles get through from time to time, but the overwhelming majority of these launches are defeated. They're shot down before they reach their intended target, or the destruction would be far worse. These are strong, stable countries in the region. These are our allies. These are our friends. And we are going to continue to be there and support them as they face this onslaught.
All right, joining us for more on this is Sultan Barakat, Professor of Public Policy at Hamad bin Khalifa University here in Doha. Thank you so much, Sultan, for being with us. So Marco Rubio there says the U.S. will continue to support its Gulf allies. And we've also heard from the White House, which has suggested that President Trump might ask countries in this region to pay for the war, the cost of this war. How do you think they will respond to such a request, having borne the brunt of many attacks?
Well, I mean, we keep saying this repeatedly. They were not consulted about the war. It's not their war. It was imposed on them as much as it was imposed on Iran. And I think it would be really strange if they were to consider paying for it at this stage. They already suffered a lot of infrastructural loss. They've tried to restrain themselves and contain the attacks from the Iranian side for very good reason, that they don't want to go into direct confrontation with Iran. And that has a cost associated with it. We should remember, they've also committed to a lot of investment in the U.S. as a result of his previous visits to the region. And none of that can be materialized without them having a consistent long-term recovery and being able to export the oil globally and so on. So it's a little bit wild suggestion, I think. He'd be better off reconsidering cutting aid to Israel, for example, in terms of arms, creating real peace in the region that doesn't require the United States to supply the Israelis with $20 billion a year. That is a much better way to recover some of the costs.
But Sultan, how are Gulf Arab states positioning themselves now as the war grinds on? Are they united in their stance against Iran?
Well, I don't think they're taking a stance against Iran as such. They're against the attacks that are taking place. And so far, they have displayed a united front. Although I think it's fragile to, in some ways, particularly maybe United Arab Emirates and Bahrain, given the level of attacks on them, but also their close association with Israeli intelligence normalization process. They may be tempted to break line with the rest of the Gulf states. But so far, the position is being united. And this is why I think what Rubio was saying makes a little bit of sense yesterday, because he's trying to wrap up the original conflict. The original conflict was about this existential threat to the United States and Israel. We've dealt with it. Now we have a new conflict. That is your conflict. That is the Hormuz Strait. We're going to start fresh now, and we need you to join us in an alliance to make sure that this Hormuz Strait is open.
But interestingly, on Hormuz, President Trump also said, I think 24 hours ago, that the war could end without the forced reopening of the Hormuz Strait.
Right.
I mean,
Because
so mixed signals really from the administration.
He needs to draw a clear distinction between the two wars. His war, he's won. Israel is fine. Even Rubio said yesterday, Israel is concentrating on its own threats from Iran in terms of the northwestern bases that have mid-range missiles. But he has done his job as far as he's concerned, the three objectives that are kept, they keep repeating, and that war is won. Now we're entering a new war over sovereignty and authority over the Hormuz Strait, which is quite interesting because that, in fact, legally, it's a mixed, there's mixed view on it. The Hormuz Strait is only 33 kilometers wide, which means the territorial waters of Iran and Oman overlap. So there is no real international waters there. However, under the United Nations Convention of the rule of the law of sea, and customary, it's been allowed, ships are allowed to pass without being charged and without direct control from either countries. But there are conditions. And one of those conditions is not to stop throughout this passage. It's a passage of right of passage. Not to attack either side, or not to become a threat to either side of the strait, which is now not the case because we have warships passing that are threatening Iranians' security. So the Iranians, from a legal point of view, I think they can argue with what is there, particularly that they've never ratified that convention. Iran signed it, but never ratified.
They have a maximalist position on Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz. They want sovereignty over it. Do you see them changing, being a bit more flexible on Hormuz, or is that a definitive red line for them?
I think they are. I think they have been for the last 47 years, and they're likely to continue. I think they understand the importance of Hormuz Strait, not only for their neighbors, but also for themselves. And they would like it to remain open as it was before. But of course, in this position they're in, they would like to negotiate as much as possible, and they're using every possibility to exert additional pressure on the United States.
I'll ask you briefly about Lebanon, if we can, because Israel's invasion is widening there and could in fact outlast the war on Iran, some are saying. How do you see Israel's evolving strategy and calculus there as it goes deeper into southern Lebanon?
Well, I think they've got the United States busy in Iran, and they've turned their attention to their real objective, that is Lebanon. I think ultimately they will not settle until they've got the control of the whole land, until the Litani River. But what is interesting, again, going back to what Rubio was saying, he was criticizing Iran for targeting infrastructure, for targeting embassies. He doesn't seem to be keeping record of what Israel is doing in Lebanon. It ruined the whole country. A capital, major Arab capital, has been subjected to devastating Gaza doctrine publicly. They say this openly, that they will get the Lebanese to suffer what the Gazans have suffered until they reach their objective. And this is why I think he will find it very, very difficult to get the Arab street on his side and the Arab leadership to be part of an alliance, particularly if Israel remains part of this alliance.
All right. Thank you so much, Sultan. Always good to get your analysis. Sultan Barakat from Hamad bin Khalifa University. You're watching Al Jazeera, a reminder of the latest developments on Israel's U.S. war on Iran. There have been more missile interceptions over central Israel. Smoke has been seen rising over the Tel Aviv region after reports of several impacts. At least 9 people have been wounded. President Donald Trump has posted footage of strikes on the Iranian city of Isfahan. U.S. media report that a weapons depot there was hit. There have also been explosions in the Iranian capital, Tehran. And explosions have been reported in Dubai as the UAE says it's dealing with incoming attacks from Iran. A fire broke out on a Kuwaiti-flagged oil tanker in the port, which is now contained. No injuries or oil spillage have been reported. Asian stocks fell again on Tuesday in direct response to the turmoil in the Middle East. South Korea's main stock index, the Kospi, fell over 4%. The national currency hit a 17-year low. South Korea's President Lee Jae-myung has asked people to use less fuel while stressing the importance of a transition to renewable energy. Countries across the Asia-Pacific region are taking measures to soften the conflict's economic impact. Patrick Falk reports from Singapore.
We've seen governments over the past several weeks across this region try and address some of those concerns. And, the policies that they're putting in place are a mixture of addressing supply concerns on the one hand, and on the other hand, trying to address some of the economic fallout as a result of higher energy prices. So as we've seen in countries like Australia, measures like introducing fuel taxes, and in South Korea, widening driving restrictions, and also hearing longer term policy making as well, with South Korea talking about renewables for the future. And then on the other hand, as I say, we've got policies trying to address higher energy prices and the impact on households and consumers. So, for instance, in Japan, we're hearing the central bank there is possibly setting the stage for interest rate hikes to combat or to cushion the impact. So, governments around the region do need to be seen to be taking a proactive approach. That is important politically, but they are limited in terms of option, and the ball is very much in Washington's court.
Rising fuel prices and concerns about food supply are prompting urgent talks across Europe. G7 ministers held meetings to contain the economic fallout. Especially hard hit are European farmers who are facing skyrocketing prices of fertilizer. Milena Veselinovic reports from London.
They're moving slowly, but that's by design. These buses are crawling through Paris in protest against rising fuel prices.
Every day, members are losing money just by driving, like the lorry drivers. The tourist coaches behind me, which 2 months ago signed contracts with their clients and told them it would cost a certain amount, today it doesn't cost that. It costs that plus 500 euros.
The chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz is not just affecting fuel. Important components for fertilizer, essential for crops, are also being held up. It's driving up costs for farmers, with some now questioning whether they can afford to plant all their fields. If they don't, food shortages could hit Europe by September. The warning has set off alarm bells, with G7 finance and energy ministers alongside central bank governors meeting virtually on Monday to assess the impact. In Brussels, EU agriculture ministers are also holding talks.
There is a growing unrest among our farmers because the prices of fertilizers and also the prices of energy is growing now very rapidly.
Solutions may take time. For now, unless fertilizer starts moving soon, the strain on food production is likely to show up on supermarket shelves before long. Milena Veselinovic, Al Jazeera.
Let's take a look at other news making global headlines now. And Israel has passed legislation that now imposes the death penalty that is, as a default punishment for Palestinians convicted of killing Israelis. The bill passed with 62 votes in favor. The man behind the bill is far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, who was seen celebrating after the vote with a bottle of champagne inside the chamber. It's prompted criticism from the foreign ministers of Germany, the Netherlands, France, Italy, and the UK. While the law comes into effect in 30 days, the legislation could still be struck down by the Supreme Court. As Nourodeh explains from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, the law is intended to target Palestinians.
It is imposed on a specific group, and hence the discriminatory part of it, Neve. Now, this law has been the subject of much debate since it was first legislated. And I have to say that it wasn't just proposed by Itamar Ben-Gvir. He had support even from the opposition. So there is no point of principled opposition to this law. Some of the objections we heard during the discussions had to do with technicalities, with political points and scoring points, like Benny Gantz, for example, a former minister of defense and a prominent opposition figure who objected to this bill, not because he opposed killing Palestinians, because in his words, I've killed more Palestinian so-called terrorists than all the members in...
We are interrupting that report to take you to Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where Majid Al-Ansari, the spokesperson, is giving his daily briefing. Let's listen to that.
In context of the developments in the region, His Highness the Emir,
His Royal Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Emir of Qatar, on Saturday met with the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky at Al Lusail Presidential Palace, Emiri Palace, where they discussed the latest development in technology defense, which widens the horizon of partnership. During the visit, a cooperation agreement between the Qatari Defense Ministry with its Ukrainian counterpart for the development of joint projects, also defense investment, as well as the project on drones. During a friendly visit paid by His Royal Highness Emir of Qatar to Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, he, together with his brother, the Crown Prince, Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, discussed the regional and global developments and efforts to de-escalation and restore stability. A trilateral meeting with the Saudi Crown Prince and the monarch of Jordan, during which they discussed not only the regional developments, but also the efforts aiming at de-escalation and restoring peace and stability within the region. As part of the ongoing communication with respect to the current crisis, on Wednesday last, His Royal Highness received a telephone call from Boas Subianto, the President of Indonesia, as well as Shahbaz Sharif, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, and Mr. Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, the Prime Minister of Iraq. As part of the diplomatic endeavors aiming at de-escalation in the region and boosting coordination to provide to safeguard the region, Mohammed bin Abdurrahman Al-Thani,
His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdurrahman bin Jassim Al-Thani, the Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, he has a meeting last Friday with His Excellency Mr. J.D. Vance, the Vice President of USA, in the presence of His Excellency Mr. Scott Bessent, the Secretary of Treasury Department.
They discussed cooperation relations and the means to bolster them. In addition, the developments of global markets were put to discussion as a result of the tension in the region and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and how to secure the global energy security and to ensure the continued flow of Qatar's LNG to the global markets in an attempt to safeguard the global energy mix. He also received Mr. Badra Abdelati, the Egyptian foreign minister. He also received a number of telecommunication over the past few days from the Prime Minister of Malaysia and the foreign minister of Pakistan, and as well as Netherlands, Panama, and Thailand. The Minister of State for Foreign Relations, Mr. Sultan Al-Mriqi, participated on Sunday last with the 156th meeting of the League of Arab States through a video conference where he led Qatari delegation. And on Monday yesterday, he took part of the joint meeting of the foreign ministers of GCC together with the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, together with Sergei Lavrov of the Russian Federation. It was also held through a video conference. The Minister of State, Dr. Mohammed Abdulaziz Al-Khalifi, met on Thursday met with the special representative of the European Union to the Gulf, where he discussed the regional developments. That's all in this week's briefing, and open the floor to questions. Al Jazeera Television. I start by asking the deployment of the U.S. Marines to the region. This was one of the headlines, and it was part of the meeting held in Saudi Arabia. At the same time, there is a raging fighting front in Lebanon. And how do you comment on the Israeli statement that their operations in Lebanon will not end until a buffer zone is established? With respect to the U.S. movements and deployment, this question should be directed to the American Central Command. And from day one, we have been calling for the escalation and this part of our movements within the region. As to Lebanon, our Qatar's position is firm and clear. Respect to Lebanon's territorial integrity and sovereignty. Israel's attacks represent flagrant violation of the country's sovereignty, and the strikes as well as storming territory. And speaking of a buffer zone within Lebanon, all constitute blatant violation of Lebanon's sovereignty at a time where Lebanon requires all the necessary support. Coordination is underway with other regional players.
NBC News.
Mediation efforts. The Prime Minister was in Washington last week. Based on what you're hearing from allies, do you think there is a real chance of a negotiated end to this war sometime soon?
Of course, we are working with all the regional partners and in constant communication with our neighbors here in the region and the wider region, including working with our brothers in Pakistan over the mediation that they are doing right now. As you have rightly stated, we are not involved in this mediation. Our focus is on defending our country against the Iranian attacks that are going right now. We've discussed, of course, all possible venues of de-escalation in the region. We cannot give any assumptions from our end towards how this war ends or how this escalation ends. What we can say is that we are supportive of all these efforts to end the war at the closest time possible.
Just to follow up, both the United States and Iran have threatened to hit desalination plants. What would the consequences be here in the Gulf if desalination plants become a target?
Since this escalation began, we have warned against targeting vital civilian infrastructure. We have said it very clearly that this is a threat to all of us in the region. This region depends heavily on desalination. We have very little other resources of drinking water or natural water, all the other, and therefore we see this as a very big threat to people's lives here in the region, and we condemn all attacks on civilian infrastructure as completely unnecessary and very dangerous for the whole region. Please.
Thank you, sir. Matthew Chance from CNN. There's a lot of talk at the moment about the possibility of a US ground invasion of Iran. How concerned are you about that? How do you assess that would have consequences for Qatar and for the region?
Thank you. First of all, let me state it again very clearly. We are against any escalation that could endanger the stability of the region any further. We have said from day one, this escalation left unchecked since 2023 to this date will reach to a regional spillover that will end with a regional war, which we are at right now. And therefore, it is very dangerous for any escalation of any kind to happen. We are not going to comment on the operational strategies of both parties, but what we will say is that any kind of escalation that goes beyond the current parameters of the conflict threatens to further destabilize the region.
Do you understand why other countries in the Gulf region are less cautious than you on that point and are actually pressing the United States to take military action that will remove any future Iranian threat?
Our understanding is that there is a very unified position in the Gulf on calling for de-escalation and an end to this war. But I would say that you should ask, every country about their own positions on this, please.
Hi, thanks. Katie Watson from the BBC. What's your red line at the moment? Obviously, it's defensive, but at what point would that change for Qatar?
Can you repeat the question?
What's your red line? I mean, so obviously...
Well, a lot of these red lines have already been crossed, targeting our sovereignty like this, targeting our infrastructure in this way, the attacks on our people, our infrastructure and our sovereignty have not persisted, since the beginning of the war, and therefore a lot of these red lines have already been crossed. I wouldn't say that there are many left, to be honest, but obviously further escalation, further attacks on our sovereignty. We still maintain the right of self-defense. Our armed forces are doing everything possible to make sure that all of us are safe here, but we have to find an end to this crisis, because it's the spiraling escalatory function here is just getting worse and worse every day.
So at that point, you're only going to stick to kind of defensive actions when I talk about.
I'm not willing to state what our future plans are going to be, but we reserve the right for retaliation, of course, as we have since day one.
Thank you. Jessica Cartalia with News Nation. You have historically played a role in mediating relations. At what point do you anticipate stepping in? And secondly, now that infrastructure here has been attacked, how do you condemn Iran while still maintaining diplomatic relations with the country?
Okay, so first of all, regarding mediation, obviously we are now under attack. And that doesn't put us in a place where we can be an active mediator in this. Our main concern right now is defending our country against the Iranian attacks that are coming in. But we have always said also that we support and welcome diplomatic initiatives around the world that are working with both parties to find an end to this. We've always said that these conflicts end at the end on the negotiation table, regardless of the damage that is done to both parties. And therefore, the sooner we get to the negotiation table, the better it is for all the peoples of the region. Regarding the attacks on the infrastructure and the diplomatic relations, first of all, we have taken diplomatic action against the attack on Iran by expelling some diplomats here in the embassy. We haven't reached a situation of severing all diplomatic relations, because we still see opportunities for a diplomatic resolution with the mediation that is ongoing with Pakistan. That said, we don't. Not only do we not accept the premise of the attacks on Qatar, we see this as a catastrophic effect on the relationship. And we have been very clear from day one. Iran is not going anywhere. We are not going anywhere. We will have at the end to live next to each other, and this is our neighborhood, which all of our peoples, the 90 million people in Iran and the millions of people on the other side of the Gulf, will live here for generations to come. So we will find a way of working together. But right now, the attacks on our sovereignty in this way, and the choice to drag us into the war, of course, has put the strongest tension on the relationship since it began.
Second question, if I may, your thoughts on potential boots on the ground by the Americans?
As I stated earlier, I'm not willing to comment on operational strategies of both parties, but we are against any kind of escalation. And we've said very clearly that further escalation in the region will mean more losses for all parties. And we're trying to find an end to this that doesn't include more losses of life on any side.
شكرا دكتور ماجد. مقبول خلف.
Thank you, Dr. Majid. مقبول خلف.
In contrast with the talks and the statements made from Jeddah and the United States, can Doha turn the indirect signals into direct negotiations, especially amid the conflicting media reports? As I repeat myself again, here in Qatar, we are not currently involved in the ongoing mediation efforts. Our efforts are centered on defending our homeland. However, we have ongoing communications with all the parties, including the mediators, as well as other regional players. What we should emphasize here is that we totally support the endeavors made by our brothers in Pakistan, and we hope it will bear fruit and bring about permanent peace and stability in the region. Professor Ansari, thank you. In the previous briefing, you stated that any agreement should pay consideration to the national interests of the parties affected. Do you believe that Tehran will reach an agreement with the United States with respect to Hormuz without the involvement of the GCC states? It's been clear from day one of this crisis that all the regional parties have stated openly that they should be part of any future agreement or arrangement on the Strait of Hormuz, especially that securing that strait is basically a regional issue, yet it is connected directly to the global energy security, food security, as well as international supply chains, importation, exportation, and re-exportation, and international trade. It is a global issue having an impact on all the world states. Yet, in the first place, it is a regional issue that requires a regional consensus on new arrangements that will ensure the safety and security of the Strait of Hormuz, as well as the safety of the states and peoples of the region. We are in ongoing communication with all the parties concerned. And in Washington, His Excellency, the Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, discussed this particular issue with the U.S. Secretary of State and the Secretary of War on the security of maritime and marine movements in the Gulf, and we'll continue with this endeavors with all the parties concerned.
Jackie from News Nation.
Thank you so much. I wanted to know,
أشكرك
you mentioned
بشدة.
the
لقد
concern
ذكرت
about the situation spiraling further. And I wanted
المخاوف
to know, what are you most concerned about? And what is the impact that this war is having? Obviously, LNG has been hit. How do you foresee that going the longer this continues?
Thank you. And you're double dipping in News Nation. I see this. When it comes to spiraling further, I mean, I don't want to start, describing doomsday scenarios here in the region, but very obviously, we see, the danger of the attacks on energy facilities, on nuclear facilities, on desalination plants, on electricity grids. All of this civilian infrastructure is the most vulnerable in any war. We've seen this in Ukraine, and at the time, Qatar was involved in mediation and attempting to protect the energy sectors in the war over there. Now we're seeing this happening here, where energy facilities are almost daily being attacked one way or the other. This is a very dangerous precedent, because not only through this escalation and this war will we see this, it becomes a red line crossed and a threshold crossed for future escalations in the region and beyond internationally. And therefore, we are calling on all parties to refrain from attacks on civilian infrastructure. The peoples of the region are not part of this war. The peoples of the region are not the targets of this war, and the peoples of the region are not the instigators of this war. And they need to be protected by protecting civilian infrastructure. Issues regarding the increased levels of pollution in Iran, the possibility of an environmental catastrophe, the possibility of loss of access to electricity and fresh water is very dangerous for all of us in the region here. As I said, it's the most vulnerable of the assets in the region, and we hope that all parties would respect this in accordance with international law. Other than that, of course, any war that is prolonged ends up with a red line being crossed every day. You'll end up with a situation where every day you'll see an attempt by one party to push the red line even further into something that is more dangerous. And this is why we are calling for an end to the conflict as soon as possible, in a way that guarantees the safety and security of all the people that live in this region, and the energy and food security of the world as a whole. Safe?
Doctor,
Professor
Ansari, there is high-level diplomatic endeavors. His Royal Highness met with the Saudi Crown Prince in Jeddah, and before that met with the U.S. Secretary of War. Do you have further details on these endeavors, and are the scenarios of the war have been put to discussion? As you know, communications between the regional leaders and the Arab states and beyond are ongoing from day one. And I believe that the region has proved during this crisis that coordination among the GCC states at the level of the leaders and other officials have been swift, constant, and resulted in very clear positions, the last of which was the statement made by the Arab Islamic Conference. And we have also seen meetings like that of Riyadh, others held through video conferencing at the Arab and Gulf levels. All these communications represent the keenness of the leaders and of the region on the security and safety of our states and peoples. All the heads of state, rulers, as well as other officials are sparing no effort to bring this war to an end and to safeguard the national interests of our respective countries. I have no further details, but the leaders are on daily communication, all of which fall within the context of addressing the consequences of this war in a manner that is preserving the interest of the peoples and the countries of the region. Al-Arabi TV. In case there is serious talks directly between Iran and the United States, will Qatar step in to be a party to these talks, especially that you came under attacks in the past and you should seek redress? And have you initiated any legal remedies in order to hold Iran accountable for their attacks on Qatar's infrastructure? Finally, is there a new position or a new development that would it is worthy of any announcement? This last part of your question is very tricky. We are speaking of a region that came under an all-out war that has brought about regional losses. The region is its entirety, Qatar included, should be part of any future solution, any future agreement. Defining new features of the security ecosystem of the region should involve all the countries. Qatar has sent a number of messages to the UN Security Council and the UN Secretary General to document and establish the continued violations of Qatar's territorial integrity and sovereignty, especially attacks on civilian infrastructure. We are still initiating all possible or conceivable means throughout legal venues, and we are prepared to continue within this context to this direction. Al-Arabiya TV. You have spoken about the level of coordination between Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and other GCC states. Following the visit paid by His Royal Highness the Emir of Qatar to Saudi Arabia, the level of coordination as well as the participation of the Gulf Russian Federation meeting of yesterday, is it meant to coordinate the concerted efforts or to initiate further mediation efforts to put an end to the war? And is there bilateral endeavors between you and Russia? Speaking of the friendly visit paid by His Royal Highness the Emir of Qatar to Saudi Arabia, as you know, relations in the GCC leaders are brotherly in the first place, where constant coordination is a constant feature. And yesterday's meeting was part of it. And I believe all the GCC are directly involved in defending their respective sovereignty against the Iranian attacks. Our efforts are centered on preserving and safeguarding our national interest. However, there are mediation efforts undertaken by Pakistan in coordination with all the regional parties, and we support their efforts. There is no need for further mediation efforts. We should rally international support to the ongoing ones. And with respect to the second part of your question, I leave it to the Secretary General to comment on this. Qatar Radio, a question is part of a previous series of questions. The continued high-level diplomatic efforts amid the continued closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the economic dire consequences on Qatar's economy. Do you have a particular role in this? As a matter of fact, the threats hovering and the continued closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the threats to the regional energy sector represent a threat to the global energy market, not only in terms of the hiking prices, but also the shortage of supply, where many electricity grids and other industrial sectors have been direly impacted as a result of delay of the energy supplies. That's why Qatar is sparing no effort together with our regional partners. And as I mentioned a while ago, this was part of the discussions initiated by the Qatari foreign minister with his counterparts in the United States on the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and other economic challenges. Qatar is committed to the global energy security. Qatar is committed to the to providing all support to the global supply chains. This has come as a new challenge. However, Qatar's commitment extends beyond this crisis, and we have a proven history that we are a reliable source when it comes to the global energy market and global energy security in general.
Discussed during the meeting of Prime Minister in Washington earlier this week.
We are not aware of such discussions, and obviously, you know, we've heard the statement yesterday, but we don't have any comment on it. Callum?
Dr. Majid Callum Payne, AFP. Good to see you again. The Iranian parliament moved yesterday to impose tolls on the Strait of Hormuz. In the future, would Qatar be willing to pay a toll to Iran to keep the strait open? And there seems to be at the moment a situation where there are one-off payments or one-off agreements with certain countries diplomatically to allow passage through the strait. Would Qatar seek to make a short-term arrangement with Iran to allow its vessels to pass?
Thank you, Callum. Regarding what you said on the tolls approved by the Iranian parliament, right now the Strait of Hormuz is closed due to a military operation. And therefore, we are not willing now to discuss what that means for the future of the strait. The future of the strait is something for all the region and the international partners to decide collectively. One party cannot decide this on their behalf. This is not a channel that goes through the territorial waters or lands of one country. This is a strait that we all share in. And therefore, this is a collective decision to be had after this escalation has ended and after security has been reestablished in the region. And regarding any one-off deals, we have taken a decision collectively, I think, in the Gulf to address this as a collective threat. And we are not going to be willing to individually go at it. This is something that the whole region is working on together, and hopefully, you know, this will end soon, and we'll be able to find a regional solution to that issue in general.
Thank you, Professor Ansari. How do you comment as Al-Houthi has stepped into this war? And it is very likely that they will resume their military operations within Aden Gulf and Bab el-Mandab, where another vitally critical waterway will come into the conflict. From day one, we have been reiterating that the escalation will breed more escalation. Escalation will invite more escalation, which means that the geography of the war will widen and other parts will get involved. If the war drags on, further escalation is very likely to take place. Al-Arabi Al-Jadid, Professor Ansari, against the background of Qatar's calls to spare the civilian infrastructure from attacks, is there a Gulf initiative amid the ongoing war, calling for both the warring parties to spare civilian infrastructure? This is what I've been calling for from day one. This issue is always must be present. It does not require an initiative yet, political will followed by military orders on the ground. We have warned, still warning, and will continue to warn the dire consequences of targeting the critical vital installations. We have seen the consequences not only on the ground, we have seen them on the ground, not only in the regional economies, but the global economies as well. CNBC Arabiya TV. As the war enters its first month, have you, with the friendly and joint efforts in Qatar, did you succeed in fending off any of the strikes? The direct economic losses suffered by Qatar, will you present a bill for Iran to pay? Speaking of the contribution of our friendly states, we reiterate our thanks to them, as many countries have been contributing, defending the territorial integrity of the state of Qatar through different strategic defense partnership, be it through the Turkish forces deployed in Qatar, Air Force and Naval, as well as the joint squadron with the United Kingdom and other defense partnership with other countries, apart from the defense coordination with our regional partners, all of which fall within our efforts to defend our homeland. It is a historic contribution, a living proof that these partnerships are critical and vital. And our partnership with the United States, not only through the presence of their forces here in Al Udeid military base, as well as that of the UK squadron, have been greatly helpful in defending our homeland. However, the Qatari armed forces have made massive efforts, proving that Qatar is not an easy target. We have managed or succeeded in fending off more than 90% of the airstrikes in order to ensure the safety and security of our people and ensure the resumption of daily life routines, as well as the resumption of schools and universities. Second part of your question, losses are still being suffered. It is a bleeding. We are working towards defending our homeland, and such questions about the cost of the war should be left until dust settles and the war has come to an end. Qatar News Agency. The U.S. White House spokesman stated that the U.S. president is inviting Arab countries to pay the cost of the war. What is Qatar's position towards this proposal, and have you received such a communication? As I said earlier, we have no information on this particular topic. One last question. Thank you, Professor Ansari. Russia's news agency. A meeting was held through video conference with Jordan, Russian Federation, and other Arab countries. Have you reached an understanding about the developments on the region, and are you, together with other GCC countries, engaged in talks with Russia on the de-escalation? Speaking of the mediation, we said earlier that there is a mediation going on by Pakistan. We do not require multiple mediation efforts. We should all stand behind that of Pakistan. As to the meetings with the Russian Federation, as you know, these meetings are cyclical. They have been pre-scheduled, many of which are held on annual basis. However, coordination is underway between the GCC with other international players, including the Russian Federation. Especially, we have many common grounds when it comes to the energy security and the global energy market. God bless you. See you next week's briefing.
That was Qatar's Foreign Ministry spokesman Majid Al Ansari giving a briefing in Doha. overarchingly, he talked about the Pakistani mediation efforts, saying that they needed to be backed by the international community. He also said that he was talking to partners within that mediation group, although Qatar wasn't directly involved in the mediation itself. He also talked about escalation and de-escalation efforts that are taking place. He also talked about impact on the region generally. Now, Axel Zajmovic joins us live now from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here in Doha. You were in that press conference. I want to start, though, before we talk about anything else, talking about this diplomatic efforts. Majid Al-Ansari, the Qataris there, really backing the Pakistani mediation efforts.
So yeah, we heard actually at the meeting that, you know, Qatar's foreign ministry here in Doha, and the focus is pretty much on diplomacy. That's the key word, I would say. They say there is a flurry of diplomatic activity at the moment. Qatar is in close contacts with the United States, but also with countries across the region. But there's a important emphasis here saying that Qatar is not mediating these talks between the United States and Iran at the moment because the country is effectively still defending itself from these attacks. But they say they do support any efforts to end this war. And also, right now, the focus is on de-escalation. They say that they have a very strong and firm position on these escalation. The Qatar has opposed since day one to any ground of offensive operations. That's something that's been talked about for the past couple of days. And they say it would further destabilize the region. But also, we understand that officials having confirmed several times here that any further attacks on Qatar's soil, on Qatar's people and civilian infrastructure will not be tolerated and will not be accepted. And also on energy infrastructure, they will raise so many concerns about energy stability, not just across the region, but also across the globe. But also at the same time, officials say they have to figure out, they have to find a way to coexist. But I also asked about the comments the last night we heard from the White House. It suggests that regional allies should share the financial burden of this war. Qatar says they don't know anything about this request for the time being. But one message here throughout this conference is consistent, and we've been seeing it for the past couple of weeks, that Qatar is saying that this war must end through diplomacy. That any further escalation, if it continues any further longer, the price is going to be even higher, not just for Qatar, not just for the region, but also for the rest of the world.
Axel Zajmovic live for us there from Doha. Several GCC states have faced another day of missile and drone attacks from Iran. 5 explosions have been heard in Dubai. That's after a fire broke out in Dubai's port, where Kuwait's state-owned oil company said a Kuwaiti-flagged oil tanker was hit. No one was injured. Bahrain, Saudi Arabia and Qatar all reported intercepting attacks overnight. Now, Al Jazeera's Zain Basravi is in Doha. Zain, I'm going to talk to you in a second about what Dr. Majid Al-Ansari, the Qatari foreign minister, said and what that means for the region. But even as he was been speaking, in the past few hours, multiple explosions heard across Dubai, right?
That is correct. This morning we woke up to the sounds, those familiar sounds of military aircraft patrolling the skies over Dubai. A few hours later, just before noon, multiple explosions heard across the city. Witnesses reporting seeing that smoke plume of interceptions happening in the skies above their homes. Very loud, very low. Alerts came after the explosions, which really does suggest that they are perhaps becoming more challenging to track. The explosions sound louder and closer, but the interceptions, according to the Ministry of Defense and the Crisis Management Center here, as well as the Dubai Media Office, were successful. What we are hearing in the last few hours is that there has been some debris fall. There has been damage from shrapnel. The Dubai Media Office confirming that in the southern part of this city, of Dubai, there were some houses that were damaged. There were some residential properties where debris fell, and at least 4 people suffered. What we are hearing are minor injuries. So that is a reminder that these incidents are happening over populated civilian areas. The danger of debris fall remains, even if those interceptions are successful. And again, these are happening consistently, again and again, over the skies of multiple cities. Saudi Arabia reporting multiple drone and missile strikes. targeting the oil-rich eastern province again and parts of Riyadh. Qatar also confirming that yesterday, even though there may not have been alerts or they did not happen over the land areas of Qatar, they are trying to pursue these threats further out over the water. There were multiple attacks intercepted by Qatari air defenses as well.
Now, Zain, you heard Dr. Majid Al-Ansari, the Qatari Foreign Ministry spokesman, talk about the Gulf. He said the Gulf countries are united when it comes to de-escalation. That's what they want. But what does that look like in terms of Dubai, in terms of the UAE and its political stance?
Well, at the moment, what we're hearing is, there are multiple reports in the Western media suggesting that some Gulf countries, yes, do want de-escalation. They want to return to dialogue. And others are trying to push the United States to continue ratcheting up the military pressure on Iran to put them in a weaker position to force them into some sort of negotiated solution that sees them having to negotiate from a weaker position. But at the moment, there doesn't seem to be any off-ramp. There doesn't seem to be any step towards that idea of de-escalation coming to pass, especially when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, for instance. I mean, we heard Majid Al-Ansari say that the opening of Strait of Hormuz needs to involve everyone. But the gray area is getting bigger and bigger the longer this conflict goes on. He also said that Qatar's defenses rely on pivoting heavily towards their ally, their major strategic partner, the United States. So if Iran was trying to pry the Arab countries out of the arms of their U.S. alliances by targeting retaliatory attacks on U.S. assets on Arab soil, all it seems to have done is push these Arab countries closer into the arms of a U.S. strategic partnership. Now, what we've seen happening in and around the waters of the Arabian Peninsula, close to the Strait of Hormuz, is an oil tanker coming under attack, a Kuwaiti oil tanker, as you mentioned. That has been a similar MO with other vessels in the region since this war began. And the IRGC has been ratcheting up the pressure in the waterways around the Strait of Hormuz and the Arabian Sea, announcing today that its naval forces struck an Israeli container ship with a ballistic missile in the waters of the Gulf. Iranian drones targeted a group of U.S. Marines on the UAE coast outside of their military base. Iranian drones destroyed an anti-drone system of the U.S. Fifth Fleet stationed near Manama Airport in Bahrain. Drones also destroyed 2 advanced early warning air defense radar systems at a U.S. base in Kuwait. It's the 3rd or 4th time radar systems that are designed to detect missiles and drones were targeted in this war. But they also simultaneously have announced, and the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs has confirmed, that at least 3 Chinese vessels that were stuck outside of the Strait of Hormuz since this war began have now passed through it. So when it comes to reopening the Strait of Hormuz, which was open before the war began, we have to remind people, it seems as though what Iran is trying to message, not just to the United States, but to U.S. allies, and in this case, Arab countries as well, is that as far as they're concerned, the Strait of Hormuz remains open, as long as you're not, the United States, Israel, are allied with those countries. So the messaging there is that Iran will allow ships to pass, but not if they see those countries or those ships associated to countries that they deem are threats to Iranian sovereignty.
That's Zain Basravi live for us there in Dubai. As Zain was just saying, the Strait of Hormuz is becoming the defining factor of this war. Now, the US President Donald Trump has just posted to social media about the Strait of Hormuz. On Truth Social, he says, all of those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number 1, buy from the US. We have plenty. And number 2, build up some delayed courage, go to the Strait and just take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil. Now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has told US media that military operations in Iran are beyond the halfway point, but refused to give a clear timeline. There have been more missile interceptions over central Israel. Smoke has been rising over the Tel Aviv region after reports of several impacts. At least 9 people have been wounded. Nideh Ibrahim is in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank with more on those strikes and Netanyahu's comments.
in public and on record, the Israeli premier does not want to seem to be challenging the US president, who, according to the Israeli estimates, is indeed interested in striking a deal with Iran and head towards de-escalation. This issue related to the goals of the war has been also something that Israel had changed throughout the course of the war. In the beginning, they said that the goal is to eliminate the regime, change it, topple it, if you may. But that has been changed throughout the course of the war, with Israel focusing more on diminishing the threats of ballistic missiles, as well as diminishing the Iranian nuclear capabilities. At the same time, the Israelis are interested now in saying that they've accomplished half of the goals. Let's listen in to what more Netanyahu had to say about that.
How many weeks do you think it would be to accomplish that 100% mark?
I don't put a schedule on it. I think we've achieved a lot of things, a lot of things. We really degraded this regime, really hit them very hard. So it's definitely beyond the halfway point. But I don't want to put a schedule on it.
But is it a problem that you think
but
is
beyond halfway in terms of missions, not necessarily in terms of time. I don't want to get into schedules.
Right.
Well, according to the Israeli ambulance service, 13 people have been injured as a result of shrapnel from the Iranian-fired missile. This time we are also talking about a cluster munition, a fragmenting warhead that we've been seeing Iran use more of in the last few weeks, in an attempt to overwhelm the Israeli aerial defense systems and also to incur and cause more damage. Usually when we talk about the central Israeli areas of Tel Aviv and the surrounding cities, when we talk about Jerusalem as well, these are sites that are strategic, that are also have military sites, and they could disrupt the lives of millions of Israelis who are mostly centered around these areas in the center. And also we talk about the Israeli airport that has also seen its share of hits, with certain aircrafts, at least 3 being damaged as a result of these intercepting missiles or debris. So we are talking about a way that Iran is continuing to put pressure on Israel as well as Hezbollah. And as we've been reporting since earlier today, 4 soldiers have been announced dead in battles with Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. All of that is adding pressure on the Israeli government, adding questions about the validity of this invasion of southern Lebanon, as well as the goals of the war. But at the same time, we continue to see a very solid support of this war amongst Israelis. As we always say, this is a highly militarized society and has been showing support for striking Iran, that the Israelis have been advocating for, and saying that Iran is indeed an existential threat against Israelis.
Now, explosions have been seen in Tehran and the western city of Isfahan as the US and Israel carry out strikes. President Donald Trump posted online footage of strikes on Isfahan. The US media report that a weapons depot was hit there. Tawhid Asadi is in Tehran with the latest on the strikes.
You know that across the country in different cities, different infrastructure, as including water and other facilities, have been targeted. Starting from Tehran, we know that over the past 24 hours, the capital witnessed the continued nature of these air strikes, targeting the areas near the Mehrabad airport, as well as overnight we received a report about the electricity blackout across the capital, especially in the eastern parts of the capital, as a result of the attacks on the power infrastructure here in the capital. Also, we know that the capital witnessed the gatherings overnight of people who were out to protest against the continued nature of these air strikes. Speaking of other cities, we know that in the areas near Karaj, located in the western capital, attacks are reported. In Isfahan, as you mentioned, the province Isfahan, which is known for a industrial center of the Iranian, the Iran, actually, we have reports about heavy bombardment targeting different facilities and infrastructures. US President Donald Trump says these were military, but we know that according to the footages coming out, some of residential areas also have been targeted, and obviously that does not stop there. We know that in the city of Mahalat, 11, in the city of Zanjan, 4, and in the island of Qesh, 4 people, in the island of Qesh, 8 people have been killed as a result of these airstrikes, including women and children. Also, city of Bandar Abbas has been witnessing the sustained airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis. And this is on the one hand, while on the other, Iran is talking about its retaliatory strikes. IRGC came out with this statement about their 88th wave of strikes, in which they say 4 successful operations have been conducted.
Now, Israeli forces are expanding their attacks in Lebanese territory. On Monday evening, the Israeli army issued forced evacuation orders for several villages in the west of the Bekaa region. Israel says it's targeting Iran's ally, Hezbollah. Israel's defense minister says he is determined to have a security presence in Lebanon.
At the end of the operation, the IDF will establish a security zone inside Lebanon on a defense line against anti-tank missiles and will maintain security control over the entire area up to the Litani, including the Litani bridges that will remain, while eliminating the Radwan forces that infiltrated the area and destroying all weapons found there. In addition, the return south of the Litani of over 600,000 residents of southern Lebanon who evacuated north will be strictly prohibited until the safety and security of the residents of the north is guaranteed. All houses in the villages near the border in Lebanon will be destroyed in accordance with the model of Rafah and Beit Hanun in Gaza, in order to remove once and for all the threats near the border from the residents of the north.
Now, Israel has passed legislation that now imposes the death penalty as the default punishment for Palestinians convicted of killing Israelis. The bill passed with 62 votes in favor. The man behind the bill is far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, who was seen celebrating after the vote with a bottle of champagne inside the chamber. It's prompted criticisms from the foreign ministers of Germany, Netherlands, France, Italy, and the UK. While the law comes into effect in 30 days, the legislation could still be struck down by the Supreme Court. And the outgoing head of the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees has issued a warning on the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Philip Lazzarini said on Monday that life in the Strip had become unbearable. The Israeli government has banned the UN agency from operating in Israel and occupied East Jerusalem, effectively shutting down its ability to serve Palestinians. And Syria's president is on his first official visit to the UK a day after meeting Germany's Chancellor. Ahmed al-Shara has been meeting British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Shara is due to make a speech later and is expected to address his country's efforts to rebuild following the ouster of President Bashar al-Assad in December 2024. Now, stay with us. More on Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran at the top of the hour. But now, Inside Story looks at the Pakistani mediation efforts to de-escalate the conflict.
As the US-Israel war on Iran rages on, its impact has spread far beyond the battlefield. Energy prices are soaring as facilities and supply routes are targeted, and vital shipping lanes choked.
We strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend on the strait to come and help us.
Stay with Al Jazeera for extensive coverage and expert analysis as shockwaves continue to shake the global economy.
That would precipitate an attack against American forces.
To prevent Iran from getting nukes.
There is no coherent strategy, and you can see that's reflected in the media coverage.
Many American media see it like a video game. From the graphics on the screen to who they speak to, war for them is big business.
We saw this exact same pattern happen in Gaza, the same lazy, flattened reporting that we saw in Gaza when it comes to the war on Iran.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera.
Pakistan says it's ready to host talks on ending the war in Iran. That came after a meeting of regional foreign ministers in Islamabad. But what leverage do these players have to reach a ceasefire? And with the fighting escalating, is a peaceful settlement really possible? This is Inside Story. Hello there, I'm James Bays. As the war in Iran continues to escalate, Pakistan has emerged as a potential facilitator to secure an end to the fighting. Its foreign minister has hosted a meeting with top diplomats from Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Egypt. Afterwards, he said Islamabad was ready to host and broker what he described as meaningful talks between Iran and the US. Pakistan has close ties with both Tehran and Washington, giving it an advantage as a mediator. Could this be the beginning of a diplomatic push to end the war Israel and the US launched last month? We'll discuss the prospects of these diplomatic efforts when our guests join us in just a moment. But first, Imogen Kimber has our report.
The foreign ministers of Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Egypt in Pakistan to discuss the war that's engulfed the Middle East.
The foreign ministers reaffirmed unity to contain the situation, reduce the risk of military escalation, and create conditions for structured negotiations between relevant parties.
The Pakistani government has been a go-between for the US and Iran and delivered the US's 15-point plan to Tehran. After weeks of bombardment by the US and Israel and return fire from Tehran, directed at Israeli and US interests across the Gulf. Pakistan is one of a few countries that has good ties with the US and Iran, as well as many of the Gulf states. But Pakistan also has its own stake in peace. The war is potentially destabilizing. The killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, caused riots. And the conflict is on its doorstep, at a time when it's already fighting its neighbor, Afghanistan. Pakistan buys more than 85% of its oil from the Gulf, so fuel prices have increased by about 20%, which is tough on an already impoverished population. And more than 5 million Pakistanis working in the Gulf send home roughly about 38.3 billion a year. The other four ministers in the room also stand to lose economically, particularly with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and from instability in the region.
The scenario Israel wants is for the Islamic countries to engage in a long-term regional conflict against each other. Please don't do this. This is our advice for both Iran and other countries. Don't fall for Israel's games.
US President Donald Trump says he supports diplomatic efforts.
Sir, could you foresee a deal in Iran this upcoming week?
I do see a deal in Iran, yeah.
Mr. President.
Could be soon.
But Iran not only says the 15-point plan is unfair, it says reports of talks are a delaying tactic while Trump sends US Marines towards Iran. Imogen Kimber, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Let's discuss the prospects for diplomacy with our guests today on Inside Story. In New York, Munir Akram, a former permanent representative of Pakistan to the United Nations. In Geneva, Ali Vaez, director of the Iran project at the International Crisis Group, who took part in the 2015 Iran nuclear deal negotiations. And in Ankara, Buzkat Aran, director of TPAF, the Economic Policy Research Foundation of Turkey, and a former Turkish ambassador to Pakistan, and also in his career to Iran. Thank you, all three of you, for joining us. So we've just had these meetings taking place in Islamabad. Munir, if I can start with you. Pakistan there with Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Egypt. Pakistan is very much now in the driving seat on this. In the statement, those foreign ministers said they would look at possible ways to bring an early and permanent end to the war, but be realistic. That's a very tall order, is it not?
Yes, of course. We see that the positions of the two sides, as expressed in the 15-point plan of the US and the 5 points given by Iran, are very different, very maximalistic, as you've said. So we have to start, I think, with trying to find what are the points that will need to be agreed in order to get an early ceasefire and to launch negotiations after that or in parallel in order to build up a comprehensive agreement. So I think it will have to be a two-step process, in my view.
Ali, I mean, if we go back to last year and this year before the war started, it was Oman that had this facilitation role. Now it's moved to Pakistan. Why did that change? What went wrong with Oman? Because certainly the Omani foreign minister, who was leading this effort, was pretty honest about where he thinks things went wrong.
Well, two reasons, James. One is that Oman was burned twice during the mediation process in 2025 and in 2026, in the middle of negotiations. The United States and Israel bombed Iran. And second reason is that Oman is now actually caught in the crossfire, is one of the Gulf states that has been targeted by the Iranians. And to my understanding, there is a collective decision within the GCC that they would not engage in mediation until and unless Iran stops attacking them. And this is why there is a need for a new set of mediators, and these four countries are now filling the gap. I think the problem, as the ambassador said, is that the positions are too far apart. But I would also argue that a ceasefire is not a solution that is likely, because the Iranians did accept a ceasefire in 2025, only to be attacked again 8 months later. And of course, we have seen Israel also not respecting ceasefires in other cases in Gaza and Lebanon. So here's the dilemma, that a comprehensive solution is just not on the cards, and a ceasefire is also not attractive, at least to one party.
Muscat, if I can ask you about these four countries led by Pakistan, they're all big, powerful regional players. Saudi Arabia clearly directly involved, the largest country in the GCC, and it has missiles landing in Saudi Arabia. The other three are big, powerful actors on the world stage, but with very significant challenges back home. And I think the other thing in common is that they are going to be affected, already are being affected, but are going to be affected very, very badly very soon by the economic fallout. Would you agree?
That question was forwarded to me. Okay. Well, I think at this right moment, it is important to have some kind of contact among the parties. By parties, I mean, eventually there is Israel one side, United States one side, and of course Iran. So there are three parties that has to get involved. And the only way to get them in a table or at a table that could find a suitable solutions for all three is quite a task. And it is the geography that dictates the terms. And at this right moment, it is not the power that you impose on the countries, but eventually, at the long run, it is the geography. And at this right moment, I think the most important geographical difference is the Hormuz Strait. So you need to find a solution to that, and in order to find a solution, one of the parties would be happy, or you would be seeking for a guarantee. At this right moment, the question of guarantee, and what happens to Iran afterwards? What happens to Israel afterwards? Who's going to give the guarantees? And whose guarantees would be substantial or agreeable? And that's why I say it is the geography that dictates the term. Of course, to have the diplomats sitting around the table, and of course, Munir Akram and Ali Waizi, I'm very happy to be with them at the same forum. But they are the masters of the diplomacy. But diplomacy comes to a certain level. But then it is the politicians who make a decision.
Munir, Munir, if I can bring in Munir Akram. Munir, I mean, for Pakistan, this is going to be a very difficult job, but at the same time, you could argue it is politically useful back home, because Pakistan, already suffering from the severe economic fallout, already involved in a conflict with its neighbor, Afghanistan. The most popular politician, as you know, in Pakistan is Imran Khan, the former prime minister. He's locked up in jail. In some ways, this is gives the Pakistan government the ability to show they are doing something. Would you agree?
Well, James, it's not that we have to show that we're doing something. We have to do something because Pakistan is, as you rightly say, is directly impacted. Can you imagine if Saudi Arabia, for example, were to come into the war? We would be caught in a huge dilemma because we have a defense pact with Saudi Arabia, and at the same time, Iran is our neighbor. Up to 20% of our population is Shia population. So we'd have a huge problem on our hands if this war were to spread and to involve our defense allies. Therefore, we have to try and stop this war as soon as possible. It's a compulsion. It's not only a ploy for domestic reasons. It is a strategic compulsion for Pakistan to try and stop this war as soon as possible.
Ali, I mean, the wild card, or one of the wild cards in any talks, if it gets to any talks, is yes, you've got the US and Iran, but you've also got Israel. We heard in our report at the beginning of the program, the Turkish foreign minister say the scenario Israel wants is for the Islamic countries to engage in a long-term regional conflict against each other. These are not the four countries that Israel would have chosen, are they?
Well, at the end of the day, if this conflict escalates and Iran and the GCC engage in direct conflict, of course, the entire region would be weakened as a result of it. And that is, I think, what the Turkish foreign minister is referring to, that the region would be even more weakened compared to a much more assertive and dominant Israel. But at the end of the day, I think it's important to add to what was mentioned about Pakistan's interest here. There is also the fear of Iranian disintegration. And of course, Iran has a Baluch minority bordering Pakistan. Some of them are armed, seeking separation from Iran. And that, of course, could become a source of internal concern for Pakistan as well. Same for Turkey with the Kurdish minority. And of course, again, the Saudis have their own concern about their energy resources. And even Egypt now could be affected because the Houthis have joined the battle. And if they close the Bab el-Mandab and put pressure on the commercial traffic in the Red Sea, it will be disastrous for Egypt as well. So everybody's affected. All of these countries could be adversely affected if this conflict continues to escalate.
Buzkat, as we've said, both sides are staking out maximalist positions. The gap between the two sides, and I'm not including Israel, the gap between the US and between Iran is enormous right now. You are a veteran diplomat. Where would you start if you were planning these talks? Where should be the starting point?
Well, the most important thing is to keep them talking and to be able to put them around the table and try to discuss, try to find a common ground. It's quite difficult. At this right moment, as I was telling before, it is a geography. So when I say geography, of course you have the Shiites, you have the minorities, and all those countries are not totally immune from other problems. But then the question is, and anything that happens in the Middle East happens to all of us, and that's where we are now. And why this is happening? It is because of the setting of the Middle East, and you cannot change it. You should not change it. You should not try to change it. So you have to find a guarantee for all sides, and how you find it. That's the main question. I mean, it takes a bit time. But otherwise, you can find, I don't think there will be a ceasefire and this kind of interim solutions. At the end, we need to find a guarantee that all countries would be happy to live with, and that takes time. And we should also consider the might of the United States. They are pouring 2005 new elements into the game, foot soldiers. But on the other side, we should also recognize the mindset of the Iranian people. They will not give up. they'll continue.
Munir, I mean, to
what
have
kind of
talks
a
like
guarantee will
this,
stop them
Munir
from
Akram,
continuing?
to have
Thank
talks
you.
like this, you're going to need trust, and there is no trust here, is there? I mean, twice the US have used diplomacy as a ruse. In June last year and just a month ago, each time there were more talks in the diary, and instead a military attack was launched. Now, as Pakistan is trying to start a process, there is a further military build-up. Do you fear there's a possibility that Pakistan is being used here, and how much is the US's word worth anymore?
Well, I think those are I think, real concerns. But here's the difference, I think. First of all, we are involving, as has been said, 4 important countries in the process. And therefore, if there is an abrogation of trust, it will be an abrogation of trust with these 4 important regional players. And I think the United States and Israel both will have to take into account the consequences of abrogating trust with these four countries, which have offered their role in the mediation. So that's one difference. Secondly, the U.S. and Israel have achieved a number of their military objectives. They have destroyed the Iranian assets, and perhaps they are no more large targets to achieve, at least from an aerial bombardment point of view. Of course, if they go in on the land, boots on the ground, it's going to be a different story. And that's one of the things we have to prioritize, is the prevention of an escalation, a further escalation of this war, either with boots on the ground or with targeting of civilian infrastructure, energy infrastructure. That will have huge consequences with lasting impact on the global economy.
Ali, I mean, Pakistan is clearly been in touch with the Trump administration and with the Iranians. In fact, the Field Marshal, Munir, the Chief of Staff of the Pakistan military, has been having some of those conversations. But then when you hear what President Trump is saying, and he gives us a commentary nearly every day on his social media site, serious discussions, great progress. From what you're hearing from diplomats, is there actually this sort of active diplomacy really underway, or is this just for the markets?
I do believe that it's more a mechanism to try to control the markets and reassure them. But I don't see significant signs of progress at this point, James. And one advantage that these countries have is that they have direct access to President Trump. But unfortunately, I think the president is still convinced that pressure is going to work eventually, that threats are eventually going to result in Iranian capitulation, which is a misguided belief. But he is still going to persist, I imagine, on this pathway. I would take signs of positive progress in the negotiations more seriously if he would, instead of putting more time on the clock, he would actually delay the deployment of the troops. And he's not doing that. I think he's now convinced that he needs a masterstroke in order to change the balance in this war in his favor and eventually push the Iranians to surrender. So, I don't see any flexibility on stepping back from the maximalist demands. And on the Iranian side, by the way, it's the exact mirror image. They too believe that they have wind in their sails and time is on their side. This is a war of attrition that is benefiting them. And if the US actually puts boots on the ground, they would be able to jack up the price for the United States by, in addition to the economic cost of this on the US and for the global economy, send American body bags back home.
Buskut, I mean, how much of a problem for the diplomats involved in these 4 countries, and particularly Pakistan, is President Trump? I mean, he's recently said a deal could be made fairly quickly. Then in the same interview, he said, to be honest, my favorite thing is to take the oil in Iran, suggesting there could be an operation to take Karg Island. He said we could take it very easily. I mean, it must be very, very hard for any diplomat trying to get something going to have President Trump there saying these things constantly.
You're absolutely right. I mean, we can make we can let our mind drift a little bit and then to make a comparison. And in my mind, Iranians are playing chess. So they move the troops and whatever they have in an order, in an orderly manner, and they know when to strike. The latest, the deadly weapon was fired on the 25th day after war. They haven't done it on the first day. So they have calculated. But on the other side, Iran and United States, it's kind of a poker play that we are seeing. And they are piling the money, the table with money, and they are importing more deadly weapons on the ground. But to find a solution through chess and both games are mastered by Iranians and the United States. Poker was an American invention, let's say, the way it is played now. So in my mind, Iranians have a determined mind. They have the ideological underpinning of the Iranian people we should take into account. They won't give up. They suffer. The country will be backwards 30 years or something, but they will not get up. They will not surrender. So in their minds, United States and England in 1953, Mossadegh, the coup, that still employs a very serious sin in the eyes of the Iranian people. But on the other side, and in the United States, we see that there are secondary ideas or second opinions. And why do we have to keep this unending wars continue?
Munir, you're a very experienced diplomat. You've twice been served on the UN Security Council. You've been president of the Security Council. The first time you served, it was during the Iraq War, so you know about the US and its wars. What do you think should be the priority for the diplomacy right now? Is it a ceasefire? Is it getting the Straits of Hormuz open? Because, I mean, if it's the Straits of Hormuz, it is pretty telling that problem number one wasn't even there before the war. It's actually a product of the war.
Right. So, James, my view is the first priority has to be to prevent an escalation. Escalation either through a land incursion by the US or escalated bombing of civilian targets, energy targets, because that will invoke a reaction from the Iranians, and there will be huge destruction in the whole of the Persian Gulf. So that's got to be the first priority for us, is to prevent the escalation. Secondly, to find some way to stop the fighting, including perhaps some understanding on the basis for the opening or reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, if the Iranians agree to that, we will have to give them something. And that could be in the form of some kind of access to their financial resources, some easing of sanctions, some income from the traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, whatever. But we need to give them some incentive to accept the opening or reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. So these are some of the sort of early stage things that we can discuss in the diplomacy. But the most important objective is to prevent escalation. And I think Ali Baz is right. We see both possibilities. With the US forces coming in, there is obviously an option to escalate. And I think that would be the biggest disaster that we would face.
Ali, with regard to the Straits of Hormuz, which is causing so much trouble for the global economy. Do you see any mechanism that could come out of these talks and this diplomacy? There is some talk of a consortium. We had a consortium mentioned ages ago in trying to deal with Iran's nuclear program, but we've moved on, of course, from then. There's also a new UN task force that's been set up, I'm told, with the model of the Black Sea Grain Initiative, and also in the UN Security Council, which Munir knows very well, Bahrain has come up with a draft of a possible resolution. Do you see any of those as being a way forward?
So let me put it this way. First, opening the strait does not have a military solution. Even if the United States takes over some of the Iranian islands or the shoreline, as we have seen in the case of the Houthi attacks in the Red Sea, Iranians can still conduct attacks from further inland. And it takes not more than 1 or 2 drones a day to deter vessels from passing through the strait. Same with Bahrain's resolution of trying to organize some sort of international maritime military mechanism to try to bring security to the Gulf region. That's not going to work either. The solution is diplomatic. And I think Ambassador Munir was absolutely right. You start with putting a ceiling on escalation. And civilian targets, I think, should be the #1 issue that is taken off the table, because we're moving now in the infrastructure attack phase of this war. And then along with that, you can try to use the Black Sea Initiative model to allow fertilizer, food, and medicine to pass through the strait. Now, as unacceptable as it might sound to allow Iran to collect a transit fee, from the Iranian perspective, because they're so cynical about negotiating with the US or the US delivering on its promises or giving them sanctions relief, this is the only way that they believe that they can recover from this war.
Thank you very much, Ali Vyas, Munir Akram, and Buzkurt Aran, for analysis of every aspect of the war, including the chances for diplomacy. Why not check out our website, aljazeera.com. We'd like to hear what you have to say too. Post your comments on our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. Or you can go to X. There you can find us at AJ Inside Story. For now, that's it from me, James Bays, and all the team here. Stay tuned. Al Jazeera's coverage continues in just a moment.
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
At speed of 800 kilometers an hour.
It's 12 GMT. I'm Imran Khan, and you're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran. Coming up, fires in central Israel after Iranian missiles target Tel Aviv. At least 9 people have been injured.
sooner we get to the negotiation table, the better it is for all the peoples of the region.
Gulf states call for de-escalation as Iran launches strikes across the region. And that's as Israel intensifies its attacks on Iran. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel has completed half of its combat missions. Also ahead, Israel's parliament passes a law making the death penalty the default sentence for Palestinians convicted acts deemed acts of terrorism. The United States has said it's ready to reach a deal with Iran, but there are no signs of de-escalation. Attacks across the region are continuing. Tehran has denied any talks are taking place. In the last few hours, it's fired several missiles at central Israel. Debris around Tel Aviv has caused fires and injured at least 9 people. Several interceptions have been seen in the sky. Iran has also kept up its attacks across the Gulf. A Kuwaiti oil tanker anchored in Dubai was hit in an apparent Iranian drone attack earlier on Tuesday. And Qatar's foreign ministry says it's ready to help any future negotiations to end the war.
Qatar is not involved in these talks. Our views about any talks, if they exist, are consistent with our very principled position that all conflicts will end on the negotiation table, and we support all of these efforts. I'm not privy to the details of the current negotiations, but we stand ready to help, of course, if there is any role for Qatar.
Now, the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, is expected any moment now to give his first press conference in 2 weeks. Richard Gaisford is in Washington, D.C. for us. Richard, before we get into it, Donald Trump has once again attacked his allies for not helping secure the Strait of Hormuz, saying all of those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the US. We have plenty. And number two, build up some delayed courage, go to the Strait and just take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. Iran has essentially been decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil. I mean, Richard, we are very used to strong statements, if you will, from Donald Trump. But Keir Starmer's already been feeling the pressure to get more involved in this war. He's got domestic pressure against him to not do that. This is not going to be helpful for his case at all.
Oh, certainly it's not helpful for Sir Keir Starmer, but interestingly, you'll remember that at the start of this conflict, when Donald Trump asked for aircraft carriers, and then the British said no, Mr. Trump then went on to suggest that actually that help wasn't needed anymore because the war had been won. He's now desperate to get the Strait of Hormuz open because he can see the issues that it's having on the flow of oil and the wider problems it's causing in the global economy. But he has had some help from the British. I've stood for myself at RAF Fairford in southwest England, watching American JDAM bombs being loaded onto B-1 bombers. There's a huge amount of aircraft activity there. The president perhaps picking and choosing what he wants to complain about, but it is, as you say, very politically difficult for the prime minister. I think we're going to hear strong words again this morning from Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, as he is called within the government administration, Defense Secretary to everybody else. He will stand on that podium in the Pentagon.
Actually, Richard, I'm going to stop you there. Pete Hegseth is now speaking.
Weekend, I had the opportunity to visit our troops fighting in Operation Epic Fury. We were on the ground, in CENTCOM on Saturday for about half the day. For reasons of operational security, so those troops are not targeted, the places and bases will not be named. Suffice it to say, the trip was an honor. I had a chance to bear witness, and I witnessed the best of America. I witnessed warriors, a brotherhood of men and women, warriors all, active duty, guard, and reserve, united in their love for each other, their shared purpose, and their commitment to the mission. I witnessed sheer competency. I watched a private first class confidently calling out an enemy missile trajectory to a room full of officers. Everyone focused. The room was locked in. 2 enemy missiles successfully shot down. I spoke to Air Force and Navy pilots on the flight line who every day both deliver bombs deep into Iran, but also shoot down drones defending their base. Many had just returned from the skies of Iran and Tehran. I put on a headset and spoke to one crew in the cockpit, locked and loaded each and every day. I witnessed ingenuity, American ingenuity. I met the young Army officer who figured out how to neutralize maneuvering enemy missiles, saving countless lives. His commander confirmed that the whoops and cheers erupted in the Tactical Operations Center when his new approach was first successful. I met the Air Force intel analyst who refines target packages faster than the enemy can adapt. I actually gave him my card and told him to keep me posted on the ground truth. I did the same with his boss, a colonel with a heart the size of Texas and a beautiful deployment mustache to match. I witnessed lethality. I met a junior airman as the sun was going down and a chill was setting on the tarmac, who, when asked what they needed, she simply looked up at me with a sly smile on her face and said, "More bombs, sir, and bigger bombs. We will happily oblige her." I met the Army targeting team who found and sunk the pride and joy of the Iranian Navy, their fighting position plastered with images of sunken enemy ships. And I witnessed urgency. Right when we landed, another C-17 landed just minutes after us. And within 30 seconds of the aircraft coming to a full stop, a team on the ground pulled up and the cargo was being uploaded. Wartime speed. To a man and to a woman, on the ground, in the air, on the flight line, and in the talk, I heard, "We want everything faster, higher op tempo, wartime speed." The feeling was the exact opposite of the rotational units year after year in the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan that we're so familiar with. In those wars, it was always about the next rotation, never knowing when the mission would end or exactly what the mission was, year after year. Not with epic fury. I witnessed urgency to finish the job, urgency to achieve mission success, not looking at the next rotation, only moving as fast as possible to win. I got a chance to troop the line, to witness firsthand what we already know is true. Spoke to all ranks and all services, none of whom knew we were coming. It was not rehearsed or scripted. Sometimes we just wandered. What I witnessed was motivation. It was sheer mission focus. It was the American warrior unleashed. It was the kind of warfighting American spirit that comes with a clear mission against a determined enemy. A crew chief we flew with summed it up nicely. He said, "It's been a busy few weeks, sir. Tough stuff. But I'm so honored to be called up. This fight is long overdue. We need to address it for our kids. We cannot pass the buck. Please thank the president from us." I heard that time and time again. I asked each young American, "What do you need?" And nobody said better equipment. Nobody said more comfortable living conditions. Nobody said send me home. Well, of course, eventually we want all those things. They do too. But what those Americans said to me, young and old, officer and NCO, male and female, black and white, was, "Let's finish the mission. Get us even more bombs, bigger bombs, more targets. Let us finish this." In fact, Admiral Cooper noted this morning that the 3 Air Force captains shot down by Kuwaiti-friendly fire early in the fight, weeks ago. They never left the theater. All dropped bombs over Tehran last night. These men and women live the Iranian threat every day, incoming missiles and drones, and know what a world looks like, what the world would look like if Iran had the most dangerous weapons in the world, a nuclear weapon. As President Trump has said time and time again for years, and in this administration, Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, and they won't. These troops, they want to finish this fight for their kids and their grandkids. This is about history. This is about legacy. Success matters. And because of this president and these Americans, we're closer than ever before to winning. President Trump is doing what no other president had the guts to do. Previous presidents were all talk. He's all action. On the battlefield, because of the latitude the president has given us, American firepower is only increasing. Iran's decreasing. We have more and more options, and they have less. Just 1 month in, only 1 month, we set the terms. The upcoming days will be decisive. Iran knows that, and there's almost nothing they can militarily do about it. Yes, they will still shoot some missiles, but we will shoot them down. Of note, the last 24 hours saw the lowest number of enemy missiles and drones fired by Iran. They will go underground, but we will find them. We recently destroyed another one of their command bunkers. Leaders forced to flee, no water, no power, no oxygen, no command and control. Their faith in their caves diminishing. The latest intel is clear out of CENTCOM. Our strikes are damaging the morale of the Iranian military, leading to widespread desertions, key personnel shortages, and causing frustrations amongst senior leaders. Just last night, we had 200 dynamic strikes alone. Dynamic strike is a strike where a pilot leaves, and during their flight, they get a new target set based on real-time intel given to them. A new launcher, a new location, a new troop formation. A dynamic target is one that changes while you're in the air because of improved intelligence. 200 dynamic strikes alone, in addition to the pre-planned targets. The video the president posted last night of Esfahan, an ammo depot struck by U.S. bombers. You see, you don't get to see many of those videos because, as a reminder, Iran has still shut off the internet to 99.9% of its population. But if Iran is wise, they will cut a deal. President Trump doesn't bluff, and he does not back down. You can ask Khomeini about that. The new Iranian regime should know that by now. This new regime, because regime change has occurred, should be wiser than the last. President Trump will make a deal he is willing, and the terms of the deal are known to them. If Iran is not willing, then the United States War Department will continue with even more intensity. Standing here this morning in this briefing room, in my mind's eye, I'm actually looking out at the groups I met this weekend. The pilots, the logisticians, the intel analysts, the targeters, the sustainers, the flight crews, the air defenders, the base security, those maintainers who we walked up at sunset with the chill in the air on the flight line. May God watch over all of them each day and each night. May his almighty and eternal arms of providence stretch over them and protect them and bring them peace. In the name of Jesus Christ, and amen. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone, and thank you again for being here. As operations continue, I remain deeply grateful for the service and determination of 2.8 million members of our joint force, each of whom are serving something greater than themselves. Every day, those deployed, and in many cases, those at home who are deploying forward, and bomber pulses and others put themselves in harm's way, and we owe them a deep debt of gratitude. I remain especially grateful for our fallen who gave the ultimate sacrifice. We'll never forget their valor and their determination to do something greater than themselves. And each day we continue to earn what they've given to us. This morning, I want to share that yesterday, the Joint Force had the honor of participating in the burial of Colonel Clarence Emil Bud Anderson, who passed away in May of 2024 at the ripe old age of 102. He was laid to rest in Arlington Cemetery yesterday morning alongside his wife of 70 years, Eleanor, who he married on February 23rd, 1945. She passed away in 2015 at the age of 92. Bud, yesterday, a legend to our Air Force and fighter pilots everywhere, was honored with a combination flyby of F-35s and a four-ship of P-51 Mustangs. He was one of the most prolific flying aces of World War II and the highest scoring P-51 ace with 16 and a quarter kills in his squadron and in his group. And he served from 1942 to 1972, and his last combat tour was flying F-104 Thunder Chiefs over North Vietnam. For anyone that had the chance to meet Colonel Anderson, you knew what an incredibly special man he was. And that's true for each and every one of our World War II vets who become fewer and fewer with each passing day. They are the greatest generation and give us the gift of an incredible example as we execute Operation Epic Fury today. And Colonel Anderson, we mourn for your loss and remember that smile on the right side as you went out to do our nation's business. I'd like to now share an operational update. Our joint force continues to focus on our military objectives as we systematically continue to degrade and destroy Iran's ability to project power and threaten stability beyond its borders. First, the joint force continues to destroy Iran's ballistic missile and UAS capabilities. We remain focused on interdicting and destroying the logistical and supply chains that feed these programs. And this remains a truly joint effort prosecuted around the clock from air, land, sea, space, and cyberspace. Long-range bombers from U.S. Strategic Command are coordinating with tactical fighter aircraft from our joint force launched from bases around the region and the continental United States, while simultaneously Navy fighters from the sea and sailors continue to project power from the sea, while Army and Marine artillery units continue to execute long-range precision fires deep into enemy territory against high-value targets. Meanwhile, on the defense side, our Army and air defenders and aviators, as the Secretary talked about, remain vigilant, forming a shield to protect our forces and our partners, intercepting missiles and drones. Together, we continue to deliver precision strikes against key manufacturing nodes, component storage sites, research facilities deep within Iranian territory. And over the past 30 days, we've struck more than 11,000 targets. Given the increase in air superiority, we've successfully started to conduct the first overland B-52 missions, which allow us, as we've said before, to continue to get on top of the enemy. And as the Secretary talked about, switch towards more and more dynamic targets, servicing mobile targets around the battle space. We've continued to do the work against Iran's missile, drone, and naval production facilities, and we continue the multi-domain pressure that we've talked about. Second, on the Navy front, we continue to assert dominance over the Iranian Navy. We remain focused on targeting their mine-laying capability, their naval assets, and we've now, as I mentioned briefly last time, started to work attack helicopters and other close air support assets into the naval domain. CENTCOM continues to identify and work against naval depots and storage areas. And we've taken out, again, more than 150 ships, including all Jamaran-class frigates inside their Navy. Third, we continue to prosecute our campaign against our defense industrial base at scale. This includes factories, warehouses, nuclear weapons research and development labs, and the associated infrastructure required for Iran to reconstitute its combat capability. I'd like to continue my theme of highlighting the incredible contributions of Americans to our joint force. Today, I want to talk a little bit about a different front line, a line that doesn't have bunkers or guard posts, but is just as critical to our nation's security, our National Assembly lines. Today, I want to recognize a group of Americans who live at the beginning of our nation's combat power, the Americans who actually make our weapons, both inside our defense industrial base, but even more broadly inside our national industrial base. In every military option, we could not and cannot do our jobs without the men and women across our country who show up every day around the clock to a factory floor, a workshop, a laboratory, who build the weapons and capabilities we need to project American combat power at the time and place of our choosing. These great Americans, and I've had a chance to spend some time with them when I was in the private sector, are the core of American combat power. They're the machinists running high-tech CNC machines, cutting raw blocks of metal into incredibly precise parts. They're the assembly workers painstakingly taking a kit of parts and turning that into a complex guidance system or precision munition or a rocket motor or building a jet or submarine. Or they're quality assurance technicians who ensure that when a warfighter pulls a trigger, the weapon works every time. This can be and is tough and gritty work. It's not a quiet office and a desk with paper, and there's nothing wrong with that, but this is exactly the way this group of Americans likes it. I know this. I've seen it myself, and I remain deeply honored by that gift. It's often loud and dangerous work, demanding, requires absolute focus for hours at a time with deep commitment to get it right every single time. It's hands-on work where one uncaught mistake or deviation can put an American's life at risk. A single misplaced wire, a microscopic flaw in a weld, incorrectly calibrated sensor could mean the difference between mission success or mission failure. The difference is measured in the lives of our sons and daughters who we put out around the field and on the field of battle. We rely on and trust in these great Americans, and it's not just their manufacturing skill, it's their innovative minds and their entrepreneurial spirit. From those who build exquisite capabilities down to the mom and pop machine shops all over this great country, they live at the beginning of and the core of America's combat capability, constantly adapting, constantly improving, constantly learning. And there are examples of this throughout history and current days, to include building things like the F-117 stealth fighter, the B-2 stealth bomber, making our combat capability undetectable over the enemy, to today's B-21 and F-47. It's work like in the shipyards of the East Coast and Northeast side of the United States that go out and build America's nuclear submarines that allow us to patrol around the world at the time and place of our choosing. These innovators, these workers, these incredible Americans don't get the same glory as a fighter pilot returning to a carrier deck at night or an artilleryman sending rounds downrange, and yet they show up every single day. And without them, we could not do the work that we are tasked to do. 24/7, they build the tools that we need to do our business. The skill, the commitment, the patriotism, the dedication poured into every piece of combat capability and hardware is seen and felt out at the edge of the force, as the Secretary talked about those young bomb builders out in the desert that he had the chance to see. You can see it, you can feel it, and it's real, and we're deeply grateful. So to the American workforce out there, both inside our defense industrial base and in our national industrial base, thank you on behalf of the Joint Force. We carry the weapons that you build. We rely on the systems that you create, and the distance from that factory floor and that assembly line to the front line is incredibly short. Thank you. Keep it up. And to our adversaries out there, I remind you to beware of the American workforce. We continue to press forward in our military objectives. The Secretary and I remain deeply humbled by the spirit, tenacity, commitment, and grit of our 2.8 million member strong joint force. I want to, as always, thank the force and their families, and as always, remember our fallen. We carry with them and their names every day. Sir, I'll turn it back over to you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two things. He didn't note it, but in memory of Colonel Bud Anderson, the chairman himself flew his F-16 to honor him recently. And thank you for highlighting the defense industrial base, the arsenal of freedom. It's worth noting no one has rebuilt that defense industrial base faster and with more purpose than President Trump in his first term. And now we're rebuilding the arsenal of freedom. Our defense industrial base is more vibrant today than it's been since World War II and growing rapidly. Contrast that with Iran, whose defense industrial base is nearly completely destroyed. Their ability to reconstitute the weapons of war they're using now that they're hiding in underground facilities and attriting over time, their ability to rebuild that is negligible. And I think that contrast is an enduring legacy of this as well, right here.
We've had some signaling that the U.S. will retake control of the Strait of Hormuz. At that point, what military posture will be imposed to guarantee safe passage for our allies, deter our enemies, and demonstrate U.S. dominance in the region? And also, can you speak to how much America's adversaries, Russia, China, North Korea, how much they're supporting Iran's war machine at this point with arms and intelligence, and what we are militarily doing to punish the enemy coalition?
Appreciate both questions. On the Strait of Hormuz, there are many more vessels flowing through today than there were, as the president has arranged. The president's been clear to Iran, open it for business, or we have options, and we certainly do. And when you look at what the chairman laid out with the Navy industrial base, with coastal cruise missiles, with UAVs, with counter mine capabilities, we've been focused from the beginning on attriting and defeating those capabilities and limiting their options. There's lots we're doing as well, some of which is known, some of which is not known, to set the conditions. And I think the president was clear this morning in his truth that there are countries around the world who ought to be prepared to step up on this critical waterway as well. It's not just the United States Navy. Last time I checked, there was supposed to be a big bad Royal Navy that could be prepared to do things like that as well. So he's pointing out this is an international waterway that we use less than most, in fact, dramatically less than most. So the world ought to pay attention and be prepared to stand up. President Trump's been willing to do the heavy lifting on behalf of the free world to address this threat of Iran. It's not just our problem set going forward, even though we have done the lion's share of preparation to ensure that that strait will be open, which is an outcome the president's been very clear on. As far as Russia and China, we know exactly what they're doing, what they are or are not doing. We don't have to air publicly what all of that is, but where necessary, we're addressing it, we're mitigating it, or we're confronting
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live.
Sure, I think you covered it.
Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
Secretary, David Zier, Real America's Voice. And I witnessed that enthusiasm on the lines in our submarine builders and the ironworks. It's unbelievable. But I just wanted to ask you, what's the status of the delivery of any hardened bunkers for additional protection for our troops? And without getting too specific, what kind of measures are we taking to protect some of the larger, more strategic aircraft like the Sentry and other?
Well, it's great question. I'll say what I witnessed where I went was a completely locked in discipline of bunker use and bunker improvement. So from the beginning, as we stated very clearly, the first thing we did was set up a defense and make sure our defensive capabilities were maxed out before any of this even started. That included fortifications as much as possible, but it also included disbursement. If all of our people are in one place, you could imagine why that's a big problem. So dispersing is part of that defeat. Alongside that disbursement is more and more bunkers. And I can tell you, talking to base commanders, talking to our allies in Israel, talking to others, rapidly fielding that and then improving those positions is a theater priority, no doubt, as are the air defenses and the layered air defenses. It's not just Patriots and THAADs, it's fighters and defensive caps, it's other kinetic defeat systems, it's electronic warfare. So the defense of our troops and our assets is max. I will say on some of those other assets you talked about, air wings, airframes, there's some things adversaries are doing to provide info and intel that they shouldn't. We're aware of it. And ultimately we move things around and don't. One of the biggest principles you learn in the military is to not set patterns, predictable patterns. And so commanders are working hard to adjust in real time with those systems and make sure they're in the right places and not easily targetable. Jillian.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. The U.S. and Iran appear right now publicly to disagree about whether there are these negotiations ongoing. What impact does that have on military strategy? Does it have any bearing at all? And General, the president wrote yesterday that the U.S. might destroy Iran's electricity generating plants and oil wells. Those are his words before ending this operation. Is there a way to do either of those things without like seriously jeopardizing or seriously harming civilians?
So on the talks, I can tell you, having been with Steve and Jared and the vice president and Marco and many others yesterday, they are very real. They are ongoing. They're active and I think gaining strength. And we appreciate that. As I said in my remarks, we would much prefer to get a deal. If Iran was willing to relinquish material they have and ambitions they have, open this, great. That's the goal. We don't want to have to do more militarily than we have to. But I didn't mean it flippantly when I said, in the meantime, we'll negotiate with bombs. Our job is to ensure that we compel Iran to realize that this new regime, this regime in charge, is in a better place if they make that deal. And so we'll continue. We're working hand in hand, but the primary effort is a deal. We want that deal to be accomplished if at all possible. If not, then we're prepared to continue.
Secretary, what happened at
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Thanks for the question. We're always thinking about those considerations and develop options to be able to mitigate those risks pursuant to the normal practices that we do in the military. So,
thank you, Mr. Secretary. I know you slightly addressed this already, but just on the Strait of Hormuz, is opening the strait an essential objective to Operation Epic Fury, or is that the job of those other countries? And then secondly, without asking you to comment on things that you can't talk about, what is your message to Americans who love the president and strongly believe in him, but are very worried about this notion of boots on the ground?
Well, first on the Strait of Hormuz, our core objectives from this podium, from day one, from me, from the chairman, from the president, from the vice president, from Secretary Rubio and others have been clear. Defense missile production and missile programs, so their entire missile program, defense industrial base and production ability to build, and Navy and power projection. So those have been, and then of course, wrapping it all is Iran's never going to have a nuclear weapon. So those have been very clear. Defeating the Navy is a core part of ensuring they can't project that kind of power. But ultimately, I think the president's truth this morning lays that out very well, that this Strait of Hormuz issue, which we've set the conditions for success, and we will make sure Iran knows that very clearly, is not just a United States of America problem set. We've been willing to lead. President Trump's led the entire time, but it's not just us. So ultimately, I think other countries should pay attention when the president speaks. He's proven that when he speaks, he means something. And he's pointing out, you might want to start learning how to fight for yourself. It's something some of us have been saying for quite some time. You can't just have flags. You have to have formations. You can't just have a few ships. You have enough to affect change. Those things matter in a dangerous world with ascendant adversaries. That's why the chairman's talking about our industrial base. That's why we're launching the Arsenal of Freedom tour to revive our defense industrial base. President Trump doing it in a way that nobody else has. As far as President Trump and boots on the ground, I don't understand why the base, which they have already, they understand, wouldn't have faith in his ability to execute on this. Look at his track record of pursuing peace through strength, America first outcomes. And what he's simply saying, and it's exactly true, and I've said from this podium too, we're not going to foreclose any option. You can't fight and win a war if you tell your adversary what you are willing to do or what you are not willing to do, to include boots on the ground. Our adversary right now thinks there are 15 different ways we could come at them with boots on the ground. And guess what? There are. So if we needed to, we could execute those options on behalf of the President of the United States and this department. Or maybe we don't have to use them at all. Maybe negotiations work, or maybe there's a different approach. The point is to be unpredictable in that. Certainly not let anybody know what you're willing to do or not do. But if anybody has internalized the lessons of Iraq and Afghanistan as the first one, President Trump, to call them out for what they are, he's not going to repeat those lessons. And I think I've been very clear about that from the podium. Yes.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. A question for you and then a question for General Kane. You said we're a month into the Operation Epic Fury. How long until the objectives are achieved? And is there a scenario where a deal is struck before the objectives have been achieved? And then for General Kane, there's been lots of media coverage that suggested a ground invasion is imminent. What other purposes might the soldiers and the Marines who have been deployed over to the Middle East serve in this conflict?
Well, just like the previous question, it's sort of military 101. don't tell your enemy what you're willing to do or not do. And don't tell your enemy when you're willing to stop, especially an enemy that likes to hide in bunkers and try to hoard their missiles and hope you'll wait you out. So that's not a question I'm going to answer, or the president has said definitively. We have our own goals and guidance and things military objectives that we're moving toward and things that we look at. And as he's articulated, he said 4 to 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks, 3. It could be any particular number, but we would never reveal precisely what it is, because our goal is to finish those objectives. And we're well on our way. And the chairman and I look at this every single day. It will be the president's determination, and the president's determination alone, when those objectives are complete and when it serves the interest of the American people, to cut that deal, to make sure that Iran doesn't have a nuclear capability, and ultimately that our objectives, our interests are advanced. I don't know if you want to add anything.
No, just to answer your question, Reagan, the range of military options that those forces can offer are extensive, not just limited to what you mentioned in terms of forces on the ground. And I wouldn't want to take away the president's decision space, but there are a multitude of things, not the least of which is Iran should note that they're out there and that they are a pressure point. And so they should carefully consider, I think, at the diplomatic level, not my job as a chairman, but at the diplomatic level, to consider what's in front of them.
Jerry.
Okay, Mr. Secretary, the U.S. government, I see, assessed for many years that Iran is protecting al-Qaeda senior leaders, including the current Emir Saif al-Idil. Does the U.S. assess that he's still in Iran? Has he fled to Afghanistan? Is he on a target list? And Mr. Chairman, based on CENTCOM figures and open source, Iranian daily missile barrages and drone launches have indeed dropped dramatically since the start of the war, but they're not at zero. And they seem to have maintained some level of low but stable numbers. Perhaps they've dropped a little bit more in recent days. How do we get that closer to zero? And what impact is Iran's degraded but still very real capability impacting current and future operations?
So I won't speak to a particular target. I'll just say that al-Qaeda remains our enemy, obviously. And there are a lot of people on our target list in Iran. And if they were to be harboring al-Qaeda, they would certainly fit that list.
Just quickly, the mobile targets that they have that we continue to service, as the secretary talked about, the 200 hits that were done last night. That's one component of continuing to lower that. The second and more long-term impact that we're having is the strikes against their defense industrial base at scale, which will not allow them to reload after that. So we do continue to see a trend down. They are still shooting, and we do continue to exert significant pressure against both sides of that system.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for the question. Do you still believe, you said previously that the Iranian leadership would surrender? Do you still believe that? And is the United States still committed to NATO's collective defense? And to Chairman King, could you give us a sense of your thinking about the legality of striking desalinization plants if the president were to order that?
I would just say that any mission that ends on our terms, you want to call it a surrender, call it a defeat, call it what you want, we remain committed to a conflict that ends on our terms and the president's terms. There's no doubt about that. And as far as NATO is concerned, that's a decision that'll be left to the president. But I'll just say a lot has been laid bare. A lot has been shown to the world about what our allies would be willing to do for the United States of America when we undertake an effort of this scope on behalf of the free world. These are missiles that don't even range the United States of America. They range allies and others. And yet when we ask for additional assistance or simple access basing and overflight, we get questions or roadblocks or hesitations. And the president's pointing out, you don't have much of an alliance if you have countries that are not willing to stand with you when you need them. He's simply pointing that out. And ultimately, it'll be his decision of what that looks like after this is complete.
I'll just won't talk about any particular target. This really builds on Jillian's question too, that I don't think I completely answered. But the joint force is the most professional force in the world, and we have numerous processes and systems to carefully consider the whole range of considerations, from civilian risk to legal considerations with any target. And as targets come before us, we run them through the same process that we always do, and always strike lawful targets in accordance with the normal procedures that we use.
No quarter, no mercy for enemy combatants, as Hegseth has said.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you. I appreciate it. On Sunday, President Trump said that Iran's first regime was all destroyed and the second one is mostly dead. And the third regime that we're on right now has been much more reasonable in negotiations. Do you agree with that assessment, and why?
I would defer to the negotiating team there. They're the ones talking to him, but they're getting a back and forth on terms, which is a productive development. We stand right there next to our negotiating team, always willing and prepared to put them in an even better position. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
So you were listening there to the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane. Now, I want to go to Richard Gaisford, who's in Washington, D.C. In many ways, that was a very extraordinary briefing, because it wasn't really a briefing. At one point, Pete Hegseth sounded like a cheerleader for the US military. And at one point, Dan Kane, the general, sounded like he was a salesperson for the American manufacturing base and the defense industry. So we didn't get huge amounts of details, but we did get this sense that America thinks it's winning. And I think that almost was the point of that briefing.
Yeah, you have to remember, of course, that Pete Hegseth was a television news host and painted a very vivid picture of a recent visit he'd made, seemingly to a frontline base where he met with troops and men and women who were part of this campaign, talking about their desire for more bombs, for bigger bombs, to get the job done quickly. He spoke very bullishly about what the Americans had achieved, talked about taking out Iranian missile positions, said that in the last 24 hours, there's the lowest number of missiles fired by Iran, and that as they move underground, he says, we will go and find them. Interestingly, no mention by Pete Hegseth of the losses. He did end the initial stages of his briefing with a prayer, and he has been really accused of taking this down a religious war direction with some of the words that he's been using in these briefings. But you're right about Dan Kane, the general there, talking about the ability of America to start making the munitions and the weaponry that they need. It almost felt at one point a bit like some of that World War II propaganda that we would used to see, the mum and pop factories he talked about that are churning out parts for weaponry that he says is being sent immediately off to the front line.
Now, Richard, there were some hints, though, about what diplomacy might look like. Pete Hegseth was very clear. He said, remember, we're only 1 month in. If Iran is wise, it will cut a deal. And then he actually referenced the fact that the Americans were talking to somebody, which the Iranians have constantly and consistently denied. So we're still no clearer as to what these talks are. But clearly the Americans think that the talks are going well.
Well, Pete Hegseth believes that the Americans are talking to someone inside of Iran. He says those talks are very real, they are ongoing, and they are active. He is willing the Iranians to come to the table to cut a deal on President Trump's terms, but he says, we will negotiate with bombs. He obviously not at all happy with allies, a bit like the president's messages this morning. He went on to talk about the fact that the British Royal Navy should get involved in the Strait of Hormuz. He talked about NATO allies showing that they really don't want to stand up to help the Americans when the Americans, he believes, have begun this war for the freedom of all other countries. He's telling them, you might like to learn how to start fighting for yourself. But he wouldn't foreclose on any action at all. Very little discussion in that briefing, Imran, which was interesting, about boots on the ground. To me, that was the key question as America piles thousands more troops into the region. He said he wouldn't rule it out, wasn't going to rule it in, wasn't going to foreclose on any action. But he did say there are 15 different ways with boots on the ground that we could go in. We're not going to rule it out because we don't want the Iranians to know what we're doing.
Richard Gaisford there, live for us from Washington, D.C. Now, I want to go to Sultan Barakat, who is a professor of public policy at Hamad bin Khalifa University. A lot of what was focused in that press conference was talking about the Strait of Hormuz. We were talking just off air about the fact that this might be now a shift. The Americans started the war with the Israelis. The Iranians cut off the Strait of Hormuz. Now, that strait has become very, very important, but the Americans seem to be shifting it off to their allies, or their so-called allies, talking about the British there as well.
To the allies and to the regional countries. I think this is what they're trying to achieve at the moment, is to declare a sort of victory, as you were saying, based on our terms. And our war that we started on the 28th of February, we've done it. Now it's your problem to open the Hormuz Strait, and it's the problem of the world who uses the oil and the countries that export the oil. But I think he's unwittingly made a number of observations of facts in his speech. One of them, for example, he talked about today there are many more vessels passing through the Strait of Hormuz, so it's no longer blocked anymore. Then he said that the missiles that Iran is building were out of range of the United States, so it's not a threat to us. So that original assumption that there was an imminent threat to the U.S., and this is why we needed to come into this war, it's nothing to do with Israel, is another false.
Yeah, we were fighting we were fighting Iran 47 years. And it's very clear.
And I think also, I mean, the fact that they are so keen on marketing the supply chain means that they have a problem in the supply chain. When you start touching these issues, means you're facing difficulties. And I think it's something that is known globally and probably very well known by the Iranians, and it's part of their war of attrition with the United States, that they can continue to throw small number, but in a consistent way against Israel,
every day
and,
at 6 a.m.
and that
to 12
will
noon on Truth
deplete the supplies from the United States, because it's very, very expensive. And we know that also their finances blocked back home in terms of the $200 billion that they need
Truth Talk's
to resupply.
live filters out the noise.
So there are very interesting
Tap in for real news,
contradictions
where your voice
in the way
matters.
he's presented. And I agree that the way he's ended it is really, really dangerous, with a Christian prayer coming from someone who is known for his Islamophobia. He's got it all tattooed all over his body.
Yeah.
And he just plays into the hands of the Iranian propaganda as such, that this is really a war against us.
The difference is Pete Hegseth actually believes that. And this is the dangerous part of it. It's not just playing into Iranian propaganda. He ended that press conference with a prayer. He is looking to, if not spark a religious war, but certainly get religion into the conversation.
I know, but that is why I think people in the region will be extremely reluctant to join any alliance that takes us in that direction, because for us it's going to be decades of sectarian war in this region that we really do not wish and we cannot afford. After we've been in trouble since the invasion of Iraq, invasion of Kuwait by Iraq, until now we haven't had a moment of breathing and enjoying the development we have earned. And I think people will be thinking extremely carefully about this, and particularly the fact that their diplomacy, the way they seem to present, is a huge cultural gap between them and the Iranians. I mean, he talks about coercive diplomacy. I will negotiate with you with a gun to your head. He doesn't understand the Iranians. They've been under pressure for 47 years. This is a civilization of thousands of years. They're not gonna blink first. And I think that cultural gap, even the way he displayed himself, he said, another fact that he given away is that he was visiting the troops and he fended an attack, which means the Iranians are on target, which is a problem if they are. It depends on where he's been. But also,
I'm going to stop you there because I want to bring in Tawhid Asadi, who joins us from the capital, Tehran. Now, one thing that Tawhid, one thing that Pete Hegseth didn't do was address the military campaign as it's going on in Iraq. And I understand you've got an update for us.
Yes, indeed. He touched upon a variety of different issues, but he didn't talk about some important aspects that I would like to raise here. First, he didn't talk about the more than 92,000 civilian units that have been targeted in Iran. And this is not my statement, but the statement that we received from the Red Crescent of the country a few days ago. And they're saying that infrastructure of the country, including power infrastructure, was targeted. He didn't talk about the environmental damage to Iran, specifically to Tehran, after the oil depots in the capital were targeted, ending up in black rain for a population of more than 14 million people living in the Iranian capital, Tehran, and the adjacent cities. He didn't talk about more than 2,000 people, according to the health ministry of the country, who have lost their lives, and more than 70,000 homes and apartments that have been impacted. And over the past few weeks, I have been to many of these residential buildings belonging to very ordinary citizens who are now becoming another casualty of this war. He didn't talk about the fact that the United States was in the middle of a negotiation, and Iranians were expecting a next round of talks, and now Tehran feels that it has been deceived. They were waiting for another round of talk while they face this campaign of airstrikes targeting the country, and this is just dancing with the same old tune. Back in June, when these strikes happened, it was exactly the same story. Iranians were diplomatically engaged. They were trying to settle down the issue with their demands, and they were also ready to give some significant concessions to diplomatically solve the situation while they face this strikes. And now again, this is the continued nature of airstrikes, and now it is an escalated situation dragging other regional players. Iran says it's not interested in getting engaged in war with regional countries. However, due to the very fact that the regional countries are hosting the military assets, the military bases of the Americans across the region, Iran is now in another regional dilemma, in another regional intricate situation. And obviously, it's going to have a heavy price for a country that has been facing years of sanctions by the United States and their Western allies, another layer of this already complicated situation.
That's Tawhid Asadi there for us live in Tehran. I'm going to come back to Sultan Barakat in just a moment to talk about the Gulf and the regional allies and what all of this means. But I want to go to Axel Zamovich, who is in Doha for us. Axel, you were at that press conference from the Qatar Foreign Ministry, very much a press conference about mediation efforts and de-escalation. Tell us what you heard.
Well, that's right, Imran. We've been hearing from Qatar's foreign ministry here, and the main message of the meeting is about diplomacy. We've been hearing that there's been a flurry of diplomatic activities. Qatar has been talking directly in a close contact with the United States of America, but also with countries across the region here. And the main focus is on the escalation here. What we understand, there's a slight warning coming from Qataris officials here. They say that any potential escalation that's been discussed widely in the past couple of days, they say it would further destabilize the region. And they say that this is something they've been opposing since day one. But also regarding the meeting in Islamabad that we've seen officials trying to mediate the talks, Qatar says they are not directly mediating talks between the U.S. and Iran, but they say they do support any efforts to end this war as soon as possible. But also they are warning that any potential ground operation here, it's gonna put this region into a lot of stress, and it's that financial burden is also going to be felt across not just the region, but across the world. But I also asked them about the comments coming from the White House regarding the comments coming from the White House press secretary. It suggested that these talks that the region should be share the burden, the financial burden of this war. Qatar says they don't know anything about this for the time being. So this message is very consistent. Qatar wants this war to end in a diplomatic way. The more it drags on, the consequences will be felt across the world.
That's Axel Zaimovich live for us there from Doha. I want to come back to Sultan Barakat. We do have a challenge within this region. Like you say, it's possible that the Americans are trying to hand off the war to their regional allies and to their international allies when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, because they say, we've done this. But that poses a problem for the region because the warnings were very clear. If you do this, you know, the GCC said to the Americans, this is a bad idea, but if you don't finish it, then you're going to leave us with the problem.
Yes, and the answer, I think, to that is in the hands of Iran acting wisely. This is the time when Iran needs to do total recalibration of their strategy. They've hit the Gulf for a whole month now. They got their message across. According to him, they've actually been on target when he was, the Secretary of War was in the area, and so on. But they need to think beyond that. And the best way to diffuse a regional conflict is to simply take the whole Hormuz issue off the table, which he has kind of admitted to earlier today, was saying there are a lot of more vessels. But it's in the hands of Iran. Iran needs to come across as a state that represents the size of its population in the region, its volume,
But there's no incentive for Iran to do that because there's no trust.
Well, they have to have trust because the Arab states have already offered the first step by not reacting to the attacks. You know, that should be taken seriously, and something has got to come from Iran. And Iran needs to understand the public opinion across the Arab region. People ask legitimately the question, why is it targeting the Gulf, not Azerbaijan, for example? We all know that Azerbaijan supplies 30 to 40% of Israel's oil day on day, every day. So why are you not targeting that if you work with Israel? Why are you hitting us? And the Iranians have got to be prepared to answer those questions because the same way the Gulf states are keen and recognize that there's nowhere else to go, we all have to live as neighbors, Iran has to show the same attitude. And I think this is their opportunity now. As soon as the Americans start talking about having won their first war, they should cut the way in front of them, not allow them into another war.
But very quickly, because we are running out of time, but just very quickly, if we are going to get a way out of this, then it has to be US-led. The US has to declare major combat operations over, to use that cliche that the US does.
Yes, yeah, they're ready. I mean, they're kind of declaring it in different ways. He's declared we have no interest. We don't really have anything left in the Gulf for strategic interest directly to us, etc. Yeah. So I think that is coming soon.
Sultan Barakat, thank you so much. We will pick this up in the next hour.
Thank you.
Now, you're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our top stories. The Qatar Foreign Ministry is calling for de-escalation from all parties to end the war, adding that they're ready to help with any future negotiation. It comes as Iran launches strikes across the region. There have been more missile interceptions over central Israel. Smoke has been rising over the Tel Aviv region. Reports of several impacts have taken place. Now, at least 9 people have been wounded. And President Donald Trump has posted footage of strikes on the Iranian city of Isfahan. US media reports say a weapons depot there was hit. There have also been explosions in the capital, Tehran. Now, we are going to take a short break, but stay with us. Nick Clark's up next, but the news continues at the top of the hour. Also, don't forget aljazeera.com for all of the latest, particularly the live blog. And don't forget to search for us on all of your favorite social media channels. Just look for Al Jazeera. We'll be back in just a moment.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
We are not joining the US and Israeli offensive strikes.
La posición del gobierno. The position of the Spanish government can be summed up in 4 words: no to the war.
I have condemned the massive military strikes by the United States and Israel, and I also condemn the subsequent attacks by Iran.
The attacks on energy facilities that has happened on both sides is a dangerous precedent. It will cause repercussions throughout the world.
We can now see a regional conflict with unintended consequences.
Stay with us for the latest developments on Al Jazeera.
We saw this exact same pattern happen in Gaza, the same lazy, flattened reporting that we saw in Gaza when it comes to the war on Iran.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera.
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
At a speed of 800 kilometers an hour.
Hello there, it's 1300 hours GMT. I'm Nick Clark. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the conflict between the United States, Israel, and Iran. Coming up.
If Iran is wise, they will cut a deal. President Trump doesn't bluff and he does not back down.
U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says the coming days will be decisive for the war in Iran.
Sooner we get to the negotiation table, the better it is for all the peoples of the region.
Yes, Gulf states call for de-escalation as Iran launches retaliatory attacks across the region. Fires in central Israel after Iranian missiles target Tel Aviv. At least 9 people have been injured. Israel says those displaced by its invasion of southern Lebanon will not be able to return until northern Israel is secure. Also ahead, Israel's parliament passes a controversial law allowing the use of the death penalty only for Palestinians convicted of certain crimes. So then the United States is pushing Iran to make a deal or face an increase in attacks. Speaking at the Pentagon in just the past hour, the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, said President Donald Trump will not back down.
But if Iran is wise, they will cut a deal. President Trump doesn't bluff and he does not back down. You can ask Khomeini about that. The new Iranian regime should know that by now. This new regime, because regime change has occurred, should be wiser than the last. President Trump will make a deal he is willing, and the terms of the deal are known to them. If Iran is not willing, then the United States War Department will continue with even more intensity.
Well, Iran denies that there have been any direct talks with Washington and is keeping up its attacks on Israel and the United States' interests in the Gulf. Missile debris around Tel Aviv has caused fires and injured at least 9 people. Several interceptions have been seen in the sky. In Dubai, a Kuwaiti oil tanker was hit in an apparent Iranian drone strike. Officials there say a fire on board has now been put out. And there's been no let-up to US and Israeli strikes on Iran. Attacks have hit energy facilities in the capital, Tehran, causing some blackouts. Okay, we're live in Tehran, in Doha, and in Ramallah. Let's start, though, with our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher, who's standing by for us at the White House, has been observing everything that's been going on. So, Alan, first up, did we glean anything more about the likely US direction of travel from Hegseth's press conference?
Well, Hegseth obviously making it clear that they would like to see a deal. He said that the talks going through the Pakistani mediators are real and are moving forward. But what is also clear is that they are willing to prolong this war. He talked about the possibility of troops on the ground. He said there are many ways that they could do that without giving away any strategic secrets. It's something that is under consideration. We're seeing an increase in numbers in US troops in the region. And he also made the point, and he reiterated this later in his news conference, that we will negotiate, but we can also negotiate with bombs. We want a deal. We want to see this done. And when asked about regime change, he said, well, that had been achieved. And of course, that was one of the goals that Donald Trump set out right at the start of this operation more than 4 weeks ago. But what Pete Hegseth didn't highlight was the fact that the regime really hasn't changed. The Ayatollah has been replaced with his son, and if you speak to anyone with knowledge of Iran, they will tell you that his son tends to be a lot more hardline than his father.
Alan, Donald Trump has again attacked his allies for not helping to secure the Strait of Hormuz. And let me just read what he said. It says, all of those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in the decapitation of Iran. I've got a suggestion for you, he said. Number one, buy from the United States. We have plenty. And number two, build up some delayed courage, go to the Strait and just take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil. So back to Alan Fisher. Alan, it's been quite the back and forth from the US president on the Strait of Hormuz and now telling countries to go and sort it out for themselves.
Well, a couple of things there. First of all, it's clear that Donald Trump's frustration with his NATO allies is incredibly high. He also attacked France in an early morning social media post as well. He couldn't quite understand why they wouldn't allow planes to fly over French airspace. And of course, the Spanish have put that in position as well. And then there was the attack on the United States and on the United Kingdom, saying that they should send the Royal Navy out to the Strait of Hormuz. I've been speaking to someone, texting someone to ask them what they made of this, and they said, look, this actually shows a lack of strategy from the United States. They said they had a strategy to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. They don't, because it hasn't been. They're now getting some things through because they're talking to someone in Iran who keeps giving them gifts, as Donald Trump calls them. But attacking your rivals and saying you should go and open the strait suggests that the United States kind of rushed into this war. Another big clue towards that is the fact that they're talking about how so many organizations, so many companies, so many groups around the country are essentially increasing arms capacity. That would suggest that the United States either underplanned, not knowing what they were going to hit and how many weapons it would take, or they moved into this before they were fully ready. And all of this feeds into Donald Trump's economic anxiety. Here in the United States, the price of fuel, of filling up your car, has gone to $4 a gallon. Now, a gallon is roughly about 3¼ litres, so you're paying more than $1 a litre. Now, for many people around the world, that sounds actually not too bad. Here in the United States, that's a big price rise, and that is concerning many people because, of course, higher oil prices mean higher food prices, mean higher prices on almost everything else, including heating your home. Many of us are now getting into spring, summer, so it won't be such a big deal, or will it? Because a lot of people run air conditioning here as well. Donald Trump needs the Strait of Hormuz open. He wants others to do it because it seems that the United States is struggling to get that done.
Yeah, high prices, big worries right around the world. That's our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher from the White House. Let's go to Tehran now, to Ali Hashem. So, Ali, as the countdown continues towards Trump's deadline, what are we hearing from the Iranians about this positioning from the US?
Well, the fact that in Iran, they're still having the same positions and stances with respect to the war. This is not their war of choice. They are just fighting a war because they have to defend. Now, with respect to diplomacy, nothing really much on this front, just the same lines on exchanging messages through mediators. Another line here is that there might be some kind of securitized and militarized discussions going on through the Pakistanis, but not really with respect to the 15 points President Trump asked for, rather for issues related more to the Strait of Hormuz and the sealing of the conflict. On the other side, the foreign minister of Iran today denied any role in launching rockets towards Turkey or that passed through Turkey, saying that this is a false flag and there's a third party that's doing this. In general, Tehran, despite the fact they are the ones that have to face the deadline, they've been actually in the past few days witnessing some real targeting of some power plants here in Tehran. Day before yesterday, one in Karaj, and then Yesterday also there were electricity cuts in the capital and in Karaj. Besides, there was a complex for power, for electricity and water that was targeted towards the southwest of the country. So many things are happening, and at the same time, Iranians are waiting to see what's President Trump's next move.
Ali, thanks for that. Ali Hashim there in Tehran. Well, Qatar's foreign ministry says it's ready to help with any future negotiations to end the war.
Qatar is not involved in these talks. Our views about any talks, if they exist, are consistent with our very principled position that all conflicts will end on the negotiation table, and we support all of these efforts. I'm not privy to the details of the current negotiations, but we stand ready to help, of course, if there is any role for Qatar.
Axel Zamovich was listening to that press conference and indeed joins us live now from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here in Doha. So, Axel, the Qatari spokesman, touching on a range of issues from de-escalation to these negotiations.
Yeah, that's right. We've been hearing from Qatar's foreign ministry here in Doha, and the message is pretty much focused on diplomacy here. They say there's a flurry of diplomatic activities taking place right now. Qatar is in close contacts with the United States of America, but also with countries across the region. And the major focus right now is on de-escalation. And regarding the meeting in Islamabad, we're also hearing that Qatar's position is very clear. They say they're not mediating talks between the United States and Iran simply because this country is focused on defending itself right now. But they say any efforts to end this war as soon as possible is more than welcome. But there's also a very strong position here regarding potential escalation, something we've been hearing about in the past couple of days, and it's widely discussed across the region here. Qatar is opposing, and it has been opposing, for potential ground operation here. They say if that scenario takes place, it would further destabilize the whole region. But they also warned that any potential attacks on Qatar's people and Qatar's civilian infrastructure, it will not be accepted and it will not be tolerated. But also, this is kind of message pretty much in consistency with other regional players. Also, what we're getting from Qatar is official here. They say that, I asked them specifically regarding the comments coming from the White House regarding that regional players should be sharing the financial burden of this war. Qatar says so far there is no such a request, for the time being on the table. So this message is very consistent, pretty much something we've been hearing since day one. Qatar says the only way to end this war is through diplomacy, and the further it drags, it will be more detrimental, not just for Qatar, not just for the region, but pretty much for the rest of the world.
Axel, thanks for that. That's a picture here in Doha. Axel Zamovich, thank you very much. Let's shift focus a bit. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has told US media that military operations in Iran are beyond the halfway point, but refused to give a clear timeline. There have been more missile interceptions over central Israel. Smoke has been rising over the Tel Aviv region after reports of several impacts. At least 9 people have been wounded.
How many weeks do you think it would be to accomplish that 100% mark?
I don't put a schedule on it. I think we've achieved a lot of things, a lot of things. We really degraded this regime, really hit them very hard. So it's definitely beyond the halfway point. But I don't want to put a schedule on it.
But is it a problem that you think
is beyond halfway in terms of missions, not necessarily in terms of time? I don't want to get into schedules.
Right.
Israeli forces are expanding their attacks in Lebanese territory. There's been an explosion in the capital, Beirut. Israel says it's targeting Iran's ally, Hezbollah. The military has been striking the city's southern suburbs. Elsewhere in Lebanon, the Israeli army has issued forced evacuation orders for several villages in the west of the Bekaa region. And Israel's defense minister says he is determined to have a security presence in Lebanon.
At the end of the operation, the IDF will establish a security zone inside Lebanon on a defense line against anti-tank missiles and will maintain security control over the entire area up to the Litani, including the Litani bridges that will remain, while eliminating the Radwan forces that infiltrated the area and destroying all weapons found there. In addition, the return south of the Litani of over 600,000 residents of southern Lebanon who evacuated north will be strictly prohibited until the safety and security of the residents of the north is guaranteed. All houses in the villages near the border in Lebanon will be destroyed in accordance with the model of Rafah and Beit Hanun in Gaza, in order to remove once and for all the threats near the border from the residents of the north.
To Nora Day, who's following developments in Israel from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Nor, this so-called buffer zone has an air of permanence about it, doesn't it? It's huge implications for hundreds of thousands of Lebanese residents there.
It sure does, Nick, because again, the Minister of Defense in Israel is invoking the Rafah and Beit Hanun model. And let's just remind ourselves of what that means. It means removing any and all physical presence of the population of that land and the homes and the buildings in which they dwelled and thrived. So that means turning southern Lebanon into a wasteland. And we've already begun seeing that happen and translate into actions, with Israeli forces detonating huge amounts of explosives in southern Lebanon, in those villages and towns, and turning their homes into rubble. Now, the idea for Israel is that, yes, this would be permanent. This would be an area that Israel would treat as its own, and a security zone, for lack of a better word, that it would create on Lebanese territory, taking that territory and incorporating it into Israeli control and Israeli sphere. This is, of course, all outside the parameters of international law. It's important for us to keep reminding ourselves and the viewers of that. This is what all experts assert, but that is the Israeli doctrine. And to achieve that, Nick, Israel is even using the territory that it has occupied in Syria in December of 2024 to infiltrate and to invade Lebanese territory.
Okay, no, thanks for that. Nora Day there in Ramallah. Well, let's take a look at it. As we've just heard, Israel's growing military offensive in Lebanon is forcing many from their homes. The United Nations says more than 1 million Lebanese have been displaced since the escalation began earlier this month. That includes 13,500 pregnant women who are among those forced out of their homes. And, of course, children have also been heavily affected, with more than 370,000 displaced in just 3 weeks. Let's take this on with Lorenzo Camel, who's Professor of International History at the University of Tehran in Italy. Joins us from there. Lorenzo, thanks for joining us. We saw, and indeed see, Israel's strategy in Gaza of making conditions there unlivable. Is there a similar tactic emerging now in southern Lebanon, do you think?
Yes, certainly there are many hints to that. The fact that no one is asking who are these people. So meaning you were mentioning 1 million of people in Lebanon, and also 60,000 Israeli were evacuated or displaced. So in order to answer to this question, who are these people, let me remind you one episode. 78 years ago, when Lebanon had a very, very tiny army, Ula, that is a village that is located on the southern side of the Litani River, witnessed a major massacre. It was conquered by the Israeli army without any form of resistance, and 40 defenseless people were machine gunned and in a building that was blown up above them. Now, the main perpetrator of that massacre, his name was Shmuel Lahis, received an amnesty and later became the director of the Jewish agency. Now, Kedesh, Saliha, and many other villages in the area around Hula and in the southern part of Lebanon witnessed a similar massacres. So much of the current demography in southern Lebanon can't be understood without shedding light on 1948. And these people, like Hezbollah itself, that of course arrived many years later, did not come from Mars. Certainly they are the result of some mistakes, but first and foremost, they are the result of scars that many wants to forget.
So, Lorenzo, as you look at this through this historical lens, can we learn anything from the displacements of the past and apply it to what's happening now and any potential long-term consequences for the people of Lebanon, indeed, Lebanon as a sovereign state?
Yes, we can learn much. Some people think that in order for Israel to feel safe, every sovereign state or no-state actor next to Israel must somehow limit its defensive capabilities, limit the range of its missiles, and destroy or limit its own military industries. And this privilege is given to one country at the world level, only one. And ironically, this country is the country that attacked 7 countries in the last year alone. It's also interesting, I think, from a European perspective, because speaking as a scholar from a European city, Europe, for instance, continues to think that all they have to do is to wait for the end of the Trump administration and to wait for the return of a more comfortable Biden-style American leadership. But this is an illusion because the genie cannot be put back in the bottle. So waiting also from the European perspective and not tackling this situation will backfire.
Lorenzo, can you briefly just explore for us how you see this front for Israel in Lebanon in the context of what's happening in Iran?
Yes, indeed. I would say that it's, of course, we need to connect the dots of all of that. First of all, let me stress that neither Saudi Arabia nor the Emirates nor Bahrain and many other countries in the region have any somehow indigenous defense industry. Each of them somehow outsearched the defense industry to the US. And Iran is the only state actor in the whole area, let's say, of course, excluding Israel. And I'm referring not to Turkey, so all in that area that developed a defense industry. So in this respect, there is a strong push by these actors like the Netanyahu administration and so on to kill all these engineers, to bomb these universities. So they want to prevent that somehow there is any form of indigenous defense industry. And this is all connected to that. Now, that said, the Israeli authorities are trying their best to push Iran to attack the GCC countries' facilities. And this, of course, has to do with the fact that they want to make this more regional, and they want that somehow this country can attack Iran in retaliation. Some of the missiles that the US has used against Iran can travel around 200 or 300 miles. It means that these were likely launched, for instance, from the United Arab Emirates, from that part, from some of these countries. And so from the Iranian perspective, this is, of course, something that is considered unacceptable.
Okay.
Now, just to conclude, Netanyahu wants to prolong the war and to degrade the entire industrial base of Iran, regardless of what happens to the energy market. Trump does not fully share these goals, but at this stage, I think that it's very difficult to find an exit strategy for him.
Lorenzo, great to have your perspective, indeed the historical perspective, so important. Thanks very much, Lorenzo Kamal, speaking to us there from Turin in Italy. New financial data reports that inflation in the Eurozone has spiked in March, and the jump is being blamed on rising energy costs, caused, of course, by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. It comes as markets continue to slide across Asia. Governments there are being forced to respond to deepening concerns over energy supply. Patrick Falk has this report now from Singapore.
Geopolitical turmoil and soaring energy costs continue to rattle financial markets. In Thailand, Prime Minister Nutin Chanavirakel arrived at Government House on Tuesday in his new electric vehicle to promote fuel savings as his cabinet weighs fuel tax cuts to ease price pressures. Across the region, governments are shifting policy to address supply concerns on the one hand and the economic fallout on the other. In South Korea, Korean Air says it will enter emergency management mode and implement cost efficiency measures to offset rising fuel costs from April. Meanwhile, the government is considering fiscal measures to protect the economy. President Lee Jae-myung also says South Korea must step up its response to energy disruptions.
This latest war in the Middle East has made it clear that the energy transition is no longer a national and historical task that can be postponed.
The uncertainty hit Seoul's Kospi index hard, ending the day down over 4%. Elsewhere, Japan and Indonesia agreed to step up coordination on energy security. That as Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi hosted Indonesia's President Prabowo Subianto in Tokyo for talks.
Amid complex geopolitical dynamics, Indonesia and Japan must become part of the stability and solutions.
The summit comes as concerns grow about the widening disruption to oil and gas shipments through the Strait of Hormuz. And with no clear peace deal in sight, the focus for regional policymakers is on damage control and limiting the impact of rising energy costs on people. Patrick Falk, Al Jazeera, Singapore.
Let's speak now to Jan Rosenau, who's leader of the energy program and a professor of energy and climate policy at the University of Oxford, joins us now from Oxford, the United Kingdom. Jan, great to have you with us. The war in Iran, of course, is causing problems and pain for citizens right around the world and every nation on earth pretty well. And interesting because the environmental organization 350.org has published analysis that shows so far in energy terms, the war has cost $100 billion for ordinary people. And that money is pocketed, of course, by oil and gas companies. Should a windfall tax be imposed on those companies?
Potentially. I mean, it's really important, first and foremost, to protect households and businesses from these price rises. And if some money can be found that way to do that, then it could be a sensible step. I mean, it's not going to address the root cause of all of this, of course, which is continued political instability and volatility in international markets. But yeah, you're absolutely right that there will be some companies that make quite a good profit in times when prices are as high as they currently are.
And for the ordinary person, we're already hearing of some nations looking at petrol rationing, indeed even bringing it in. Could that extend beyond consumers into manufacturing arenas, which will then have a knock-on effect on consumers too?
It could extend, and we've seen that before in previous crises, of course, when you have to judge which sectors of the economy you prioritize, it's got to be those sectors that are critical for infrastructure. You think about the health service or security services, police. There will be a lot of sectors that desperately need energy to keep our society running. And then there will be other sectors, including households, that can make some cuts. But of course, there are limits to that. And it all depends on really how severe this disruption is going to be, how long it's going to continue. And we've already heard from Qatari ministers, for example, that it could take years to rebuild and repair the infrastructure. So I'm afraid even if the Strait of Hormuz was going to open tomorrow, we would see those impacts for quite some time having an effect far away from the war.
Right. So energy markets in turmoil, possibly for a longer period than it might have first seemed. Out of this chaos, the chaos of this moment, can new opportunities emerge to reshape the energy horizon?
Oh, absolutely. And
we appreciate your subscription. This broadcast is shifting to our horizontal feed only and no longer in shorts. You can still watch on your phones anywhere in the world, but tap the notification bell now. Otherwise, you might miss us when we go live with the truth.
Drive to deploy these technologies. They're not going to help in the immediate situation that we find ourselves in because it takes months or years to get to a meaningful scale. But I would expect, because the economic case has now become even more powerful for these technologies, that we're going to see increased uptake and also more strategic support from government going forward.
But at the same time, the disruptions are also pushing more oil and gas exploration, aren't they?
Yes, indeed. And we're going to see investments in new infrastructure in places where there hasn't been that much before. So that is always what happens when prices are this high. So it's really important, I think, and this is where there's a role for government, not just to sit back and let the market decide, but really to have a long-term view that is in the public interest.
Yeah, very uncertain time. Jan, appreciate that. Jan Rosenau speaking to us from Oxford. Thank you. The United States continuing to build up its military presence in the region as President Donald Trump warns Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz or risk further attacks. Julie Dager takes a look now at the recent deployments.
The U.S. military
Thank you to all our super fans for your Cash App and Super Chat support.
Marines have arrived
we salute
in the
you.
Middle East. They're on board the USS Tripoli and in Central Command's area of responsibility, which means they're tasked with operating within these boundaries. That spans across the Red Sea, the Gulf of Oman, and the Arabian Sea. But several US media outlets say more vessels are heading to the region, part of the USS Boxer amphibious ready group. That includes an assault ship, a transport dock ship, and a dock landing ship. The US has a military presence throughout the region, including in countries such as Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, and Oman. It's estimated more than 50,000 troops are currently scattered across the Middle East. Now, President Donald Trump says he's considering seizing Iran's oil hub on Karg Island, where around 90% of Iran's crude oil exports are processed. His comments are encouraging speculation of a possible ground invasion, but Trump also says a deal with Iran could be made soon. So what else can these military vessels be used for? One of the options is reopening the Strait of Hormuz. At around 33 kilometers wide at its narrowest point, the naval vessels heading to the region could help keep the narrow waterway operational. They're also equipped to deal with different types of attacks by Iran. As the US bolsters its naval presence in the region, Iran's parliamentary speaker has directly accused Washington of plotting a ground attack, warning to rain fire upon US forces if they invade his country.
All right, let's take a look at where we're at right now. Joining us here in the studio, Sultan Barakat, Professor of Public Policy at Hamad bin Khalifa University, and also Hassan Ahmadian, who's a Professor of Middle East and North African Studies at the University of Tehran. Gents, welcome. Hassan, first of all, as the military deployments we've just seen continue, we've also heard from the US Secretary of Defense, Secretary of War. How do you read Pete Hegseth's comments that talks are ongoing, as he said, and gaining strength? Are they?
Well, from what I hear from Iran, there are no talks. There have been a message from the United States, and that message came across to Iran through Pakistan, and the Iranians responded to that message with their message. So that's about it. Actually, to my understanding, that messaging did not elevate to form a negotiation format, be it direct or indirect, is in and of itself problematic. So talks of we're negotiating with the Iranians on the part of U.S. officials, I think, aimed at the markets more than anything else. They're, trying to control it, trying to come up with this positive message that we are getting closer to the end of this, whereas the war is ongoing. It's actually getting heavier and fiercer. If we look at what has been attacked within Iran, going to non-military targets in Iran and Iran retaliating on that. So it's escalating and there are no signs of really negotiations.
Right. So, and as we've just seen, there's Sultan, we've got more and more troops arriving. But on the other hand, Donald Trump, he's just posted a very Trumpish Truth Social, laying into countries once again for not getting involved and telling them to get their own oil. Is this a shift of some kind?
Well, I think it's kind of related to what we were saying earlier, in that he looks like he's trying to prepare a way out. And to his mind, he needs to win a war. And he feels that the first war that he launched on the 28th of February is now done. They're reaching their objective. The Israelis, incidentally, yesterday talked about having reached more than 50% of their targets. The Americans now are repeating the same rhetoric. So they are winning their first war. And all this diplomatic talk is to calm the market and the international community, and also to reassure the American people that this is not a long-lasting war. Then
but what does it mean as far as the boots on the ground is concerned?
Well, those, I think, are here to help maybe potentially in the next war. And the next war is about opening the Hormuz Strait, as far as they're concerned. It looks like this is the discussion, that we have won our war against Iran. In response, Iran closed the Hormuz Strait. Then we are going to open it, but we cannot open it on our own. It's not our problem, it's your problem. Then an Arab alliance is necessary, a European alliance is necessary, China has got to be involved, etc., etc. And I think this is where Iran faces a very interesting choice, that they could be extremely political savvy and prevent that other war and cut the way on against the possibility of triggering this second wave of conflict. And it's in their hand, because they could say, as he already said, the State Secretary a few minutes ago, he actually kind of admitted that the strait is open. He said lots of vessels are passing.
There are some ships going through, right.
And Iranians should just reinforce that rhetoric and show the rest of the world, maybe call for a regional meeting to reassure them that this is not an objective that they're following.
Hassan, how do you read that analysis? Is that something you concur with?
Well, I think I agree. I think the Strait, according to Iranian officials, has been open to shipments, though they are demanding ships to basically coordinate with the Iranians before passage. And one other fact that is not usually covered is that it's all about insurance skyrocketing as a result of the war, that ships are being stuck there. They cannot pass because the coverage doesn't cover them due to the insecurity the war brought about. I think for the Iranians, it's the Strait is a leverage that they are banking on, but it's not to be closed. It closed doesn't mean they are, benefiting from it. So,
but Iran is still very vulnerable, isn't it? As the campaign intensifies, I mean, could Iran be aware that it does actually need a deal and be looking for one behind the scenes to prevent a wholesale destruction? As you say yourself, it's stepped up, isn't it? What do you think about that, Sultan?
Yeah, of course. I think it's obviously in their interest to bring this to an end as soon as possible, particularly now that the Americans and the Israelis have run out of A targets. The bank of targets, usually they have their strategic targets, and they probably are done with that. Now the chances that they were going to go for economic targets, and that could carry risk for both sides. The Iranians obviously will suffer, but also importantly, I think the Americans will end up with a lot of blood on their hands, which from what we see so far, Trump has been reluctant to do. He's been very careful, trying to focus as much as possible the targeting on military installations. Although I appreciate 2,000 people, a lot of people dead, but given the amount of ammunition that's been thrown over the last 4 weeks, this is relatively limited.
Okay, Hassan, we're going to have to leave it there. I'll come back we'll continue the conversation a little bit later, but gents, for the time being, thanks very much, Dean.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take a look at some other news making global headlines now. And Israel's parliament has passed a new death penalty law, one that applies only to Palestinians. The bill has been advanced by Israel's National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, who demanded that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu attend the vote himself. The law could take effect in 90 days, but rights groups warn that death is already a risk for Palestinians in Israeli detention. Nida Ibrahim reports now from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
Death sentences only targeting Palestinians. This is the bill Israel's parliament approved late on Monday, a law that far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir has been advocating for and celebrated with a bottle of champagne inside the chamber. Amani Sarahne works at the Palestinian Prisoners Society. She tells us families of Palestinian prisoners are concerned. Dozens who await conviction fear they will face the death sentence by hanging. She has no answers or ways to try to calm their worries and says death is already a risk for many in Israeli detention. Since October 2023, at least 89 Palestinian prisoners have died in Israeli jails, mostly because of torture, deprivation of food, and denial of medical treatment. Now, she fears a larger crackdown is on the way.
We meet with released prisoners every day. The attempts to break them are unprecedented. They're either physically broken or psychologically tormented. The Israeli authorities are working to destroy Palestinian prisoners like never before.
Palestinians say they're being denied a fair trial. They're tried in Israeli military courts where the conviction rate is higher than 96% and where confessions are obtained under extreme pressure, sometimes even torture. This new law does not apply to Jewish Israelis, even those accused of what the state itself considers terrorism. Whether soldiers or settlers, Israelis who assault Palestinians are rarely held accountable, sometimes even celebrated. Just in the past few weeks, Israeli courts dismissed a case against Israeli prison guards accused of raping a Palestinian prisoner. That's despite video footage of the attack. Legal experts say the death penalty law is a continuation of Israel's genocidal practices. The law could take effect in 90 days. It's already being challenged in Israel's Supreme Court, and the discriminatory nature of the law could push the court to strike it down. In practice and on the ground, Israel does not need a law to execute Palestinians. Israeli soldiers often conduct extrajudicial killings with little to no accountability. This law is a message, a declaration that there are few red lines, if any, in Israel when it comes to Palestinians. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, Ramallah, Palestine.
Well, 8 Palestinian children have returned to Gaza after being evacuated to Egypt for medical treatment 2.5 years ago. Born premature in 2023, they were taken to Cairo after being rescued from Israel's assault on Al-Shifa hospital. Now toddlers, they've been reunited with their families in Gaza for the first time. In Qudri has this report.
Thrust into the arms of her parents, this Palestinian toddler is back with her family. A rare reason to smile, to laugh, and cry with happiness. Crowds gathered in Khan Yunis for the reunion of families torn apart by Israel's genocide on Gaza. They were weeks-old babies when they were taken away.
Our feelings are indescribable. This is the most important moment in our lives, especially since she is my first daughter. But our feelings are mixed with pain because of the reality we live in, a difficult reality, a reality with an uncertain future. We hope that the future of our children will not be filled with the tragedy or suffering they faced at the beginning of their lives. We want a safe future for our children.
It was November 2023. Weeks after the war started, that dozens of babies born prematurely were rescued from Israel's assault on Al-Shifa hospital. They were moved to southern Gaza before being evacuated to Egypt for life-saving treatment. Their fragile lives beginning in a time of war, needing ventilators and specialist medical care just to stay alive.
There were severe shortages in medicine like antibiotics, solutions, and food, which was banned by Israel from reaching Al-Shifa medical complex.
Parents under Israeli bombardment and forced displacement went weeks and months waiting to know if their babies survived.
I gave birth to him on October 31st. I was 8 months pregnant and the pain started. I went to Al-Hilu hospital where his condition was critical. I had to deliver him in the 8th month via cesarean section. I didn't see him. They took him from the hospital to the neonatal intensive care unit at Al-Shifa, and I haven't seen him since.
The return of the first aid gives these parents the chance to see their children grow up after being separated for the first years of their young lives. Hind Al-Khudari, Al Jazeera, Gaza, Palestine.
Syria's president is on his first official visit to the UK, a day after meeting Germany's Chancellor. Ahmed al-Shara has been meeting the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. Shara is due to make a speech later. He's expected to address his country's effort to rebuild following the ousting of former President Bashar al-Assad back in December 2024. All right, we're going to take a short break now. Do stay with us. I'm Nick Clark. Up next, it's Talk to Al Jazeera, and that features the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. See you a bit later. Bye for now.
Always. Secretary Rubio, thank you for talking to Al Jazeera. Let me start by asking you this. Have formal talks begun with Iran, or are they still in direct communications, exploring common ground?
Well, there's messages and some direct talks going on between some inside of Iran and the United States, primarily through intermediaries, but there's been some conversation. And I think the president always prefers diplomacy, always prefers an outcome. And we could have done this before. I mean, imagine an Iranian regime who, instead of spending billions of dollars supporting terrorist groups and building up all these weapons, had invested that money into Iran for the people of Iran. So they wouldn't have water shortages. So their economies would provide opportunities for an incredible people. The people of Iran are incredible people, very resourceful, very entrepreneurial. But it's the regime that's been a problem. And instead, they've chosen to spend the wealth of their country to support Hezbollah and Hamas and Shia militias inside of Iraq, and to try to destabilize Syria when Assad was there, and all over the world to sponsor terrorist plots and build these drones and build these weapons to threaten their neighbors unnecessarily. So we would always welcome a scenario in which Iran was led by people that had a different view of the future and had a different view. And if that opportunity presents itself, we're going to take it.
What are your main demands for Iran at this particular stage of the war?
Iran can never, the Iranian regime can never have nuclear weapons, and they need to stop sponsoring terrorism, and they need to stop building weapons that can threaten their neighbors. These short-range missiles that they're launching, they only have one purpose, and that is to attack Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Qatar and Kuwait and Bahrain. That is the range of these weapons. And they have thousands of them. They've built extraordinary numbers of them, and not to mention, you know, their desire to have this nuclear weapon to threaten and blackmail the world with. That will never be allowed to happen. It's too great a risk.
What would you consider to be the minimum concession from Tehran to bring this conflict to an end?
I think they have to take demonstrable steps towards ending any ambition of having nuclear weapons. If what they want is nuclear energy, there are multiple countries in the region that have or will soon have nuclear energy, and they're going to do it through a well-established mechanism that everyone else has agreed to, and that is that you allow imported fuel you import the fuel, and that fuel is used to power up your power grid and provide energy resources for your people. What they cannot have is a system that allows them to quickly weaponize it. They have to stop making all of these drones and all of these missiles. We saw recently where they've lied. They said they didn't have long-range missiles, and then they fired 2 that extended well beyond the range of what their own foreign minister just a few days earlier said they didn't have the range to reach. So they have to abandon all these weapon programs and all of their nuclear ambitions. And if they do that, then Iran's future can be bright. But they have to choose that path. And for 47 years, they've refused that path.
Iran said it rejects the US demands and is setting its own conditions, such as the financial compensation and also recognition of its sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. Are those demands acceptable from an American perspective?
Not only is the sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz not acceptable to us, it won't be acceptable to the world. No one in the world can accept it. Number one, it sets an incredible precedent. So this means that nations can now take over international waterways and claim them as their own. The United States could do that now. The Chinese could do it in the South China Sea. No one in the world is going to accept that or should accept that. Now, let me be frank, very little of American energy comes through the Straits of Hormuz in terms of the energy we rely on, but we recognize the impact that it has on global markets and on our neighbors, especially our allies in the region who produce energy and have to get it out to market. So no country in the world should accept it. The regional countries in the world should accept it. The United States will not accept that condition. It's an illegal condition that they're demanding. That's just not going to happen.
As the US-Israeli campaign continues, there's no clear indication that the Strait of Hormuz is secure enough to restart the flow of oil and gas into global markets. Are you consider a plan to ensure full control over the entire strait?
Well, the Strait of Hormuz will be open. When this operation is over, it will be open, and it'll be open one way or another. It will be open because Iran agrees to abide by international law and not block a commercial waterway, or a coalition of nations from around the world and the region with the participation of the United States will make sure that it's open. One way or the other, it's going to be open. But we have very clear objectives that we're trying to achieve here. Those objectives are the destruction of their Air Force, which has been achieved, the destruction of their Navy, which has largely been achieved, a significant reduction in the number of missile launchers that they have, which we're well on our way to achieving. And we are going to destroy the factories that make those missiles and those drones that they are using to attack their neighbors and the United States and our presence in the region. We will achieve those objectives. We are well on our way or ahead of schedule. We will achieve them in weeks, not months. And then we'll be confronted with this issue of the Straits of Hormuz, and it'll be up to Iran to decide. And if they choose to try to block the straits, then they will have to face real consequences, not just from the United States, but from regional countries and from the world.
Your regional allies in the region, the critical energy installations are being bombed, the cities bombed almost on a daily basis, and they're looking for a clear path back to stability. What would be your message to them?
Well, I think the best way to stability, given the people who are in charge in Iran, is to destroy the ability of Iran in the future to launch these missiles and these drones against their infrastructure and civilian populations. If you think about what they've struck in the region, what has Iran gone after? It's been energy infrastructure, against countries that were not waging war against them, but yet they went after these countries nonetheless. This is why they built these missiles and drones in the first place. But they've also attacked embassies, diplomatic facilities, which is unheard of. They've attacked airports, which is unheard of. This is what they've done. And this is a weakened Iran. This is an Iran that's weaker than it's been in 10 years. Imagine 5 years from now or 3 years from now when they had more missiles, more drones, what they would have been willing to do to their neighbors and to us. That was intolerable. That's why this needed to be done now. The United States is committed to finishing the job. We're working very closely with all of our allies, work very closely in defensive. Yes, unfortunately, drones and missiles get through from time to time, but the overwhelming majority of these launches are defeated. They're shot down before they reach their intended target, or the destruction would be far worse. These are strong, stable countries in the region. These are our allies. These are our friends. And we are going to continue to be there and support them as they face this onslaught. And by the way, they're not the ones. Iran is targeting them in retribution, which tells you the nature of the people we're dealing with, unfortunately.
But it seems that the Strait of Hormuz is not going to be the only focal point for you, because with the Houthis stepping in and firing missiles into Israel, Bab el-Mandeb and the Red Sea could become issues that you will have to reconsider.
It could. And look, that's been an ongoing issue. And when they did that, the United States took action against it as well. And many of our regional allies have had to do so in the past. It's the desire, whether it's the Houthis on one side or Iran on the other, to close these international waterways and create a toll road where basically you have to ask for their permission in order to use them and get your products in or out of market. That's unacceptable. It's unacceptable to us, but it should be unacceptable to the world. And I think it's important. And I'm glad to see the effort Bahrain is leading in the United Nations, which we've been very supportive of, to get an international coalition that says we will not accept a world and where either the Iranians on one side or the Houthis on the other get to control international waterways and impede the free flow of goods from nation states. That's just not something we're going to accept. Neither should the world.
Do you have any issues with Mujtaba Khamenei staying in power once this is over, and the IRGC continuing to play the crucial role it plays now?
Well, let me say, first of all, we don't even know if he's in power. I know they say he's in power. No one has seen him. No one has heard from him. It's very opaque right now. It's not quite clear how decisions are being made inside of Iran. But our objectives here from the very beginning had nothing to do with the leadership. But would we love to see a difference? Do we think the people of Iran deserve better leadership than what they've gotten from the clerical regime? 100%. Would we be heartbroken if there was a change in leadership? Absolutely not. If there's something we could do to facilitate that, would we be interested in participating? Of course. But that was not the objective of this operation. The objective of this operation was, which I outline now and the president outlined clearly on the first night, is the destruction of their Air Force, which we've achieved, the destruction of their Navy, which we've largely achieved, the destruction of their factories, which we are well on our way to achieving, meaning factories that make these weapons, and significantly reducing the number of missile launchers that they have so they can't continue to threaten their neighbors and America. Those were our objectives. That's what we're focused on, and that's what we are well on our way towards achieving.
Are you fully aligned with the Israelis when it comes to the objectives and the end game?
Well, they have a different objective in terms of they are focused on the mid-range missiles in the northern part of Iran that target them. And obviously we coordinate and deconflict with them in terms of our operations. But what they are focused on is different. We're not critical of it. Those things are threats to them. Those mid-range missiles that Iran launches that reach into Israel, those are threats that they're facing. They're also facing a threat from Hezbollah, which they're confronting as well. So they have their own objectives. We deconflict so that our objectives and theirs don't run into each other. But the president has, for the United States of America, has established a very clear mission, which we're executing on, and we will achieve our objectives in a matter of weeks.
Do you believe the EU and NATO countries betrayed the US at this crucial moment?
I think it was very disappointing. You have this, and again, look, the president and our country will have to re-examine all of this after this operation is over. But one of the reasons why NATO is beneficial to the United States is it gives us basing rights for contingencies. It allows us to station troops and aircraft and weapons and in parts of the world that we would normally have bases. And that includes in much of Europe. And to see that in a time of need, the United States has identified a grave risk to our national security and our national interests, and we needed to conduct this operation. And we have countries like Spain, a NATO member, that we are pledged to defend, denying us the use of their airspace and bragging about it, denying us the use of their bases. And there are other countries that have done that as well. And so you ask yourself, well, what is in it for the United States? And I've been a big supporter of NATO. And one of the reasons why I've been a supporter of NATO is because I believe that these basing rights give us leverage and give us flexibility and operational capability all over the world. But if NATO is just about us defending Europe if they're attacked, but them denying us basing rights when we need them, that's not a very good arrangement. That's a hard one to stay engaged in and say this is good for the United States. So all of them's going to have to be re-examined. All of it's going to have to be re-examined.
I've recently spent some time in Europe, and basically what they say is that it's the US which is sending confusing messages to us. It's the US which is planning to disengage from Europe. It's the US which doesn't seem to be really willing to team up with NATO when it comes to move forward in Europe. And this explains the reason why we have been very cautious dealing with the Americans when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz in particular.
Well, if that's what someone in Europe told you, that person's very disingenuous, because the United States has tens of thousands of troops stationed throughout that region, billions of dollars of weaponry staged throughout Europe, all of it there to defend Europe, not to defend America, to defend Europe from attack, okay, all over. The United States is, without the United States, there is no NATO. I mean, everyone recognizes that, including NATO. If we decided tomorrow that we were going to remove our troops from Europe, that would be the end of NATO. So they know that. And that commitment, that we haven't moved troops out of NATO. So anyone who said that's not being honest or is not, I think they're playing games. At the end of the day, it's very simple. NATO is an alliance, and an alliance means has to be mutually beneficial. It cannot be a one-way street. Let's hope we can fix it. We'll have time to address it after. Right now, we're focused on this operation.
Let's move on to something else. I would like to talk to you about Venezuela after the capture of President Nicolas Maduro. Could you tell us more about your plans for Venezuela in the future?
I think it's moving along very well. We said it from the very first day after that operation happened. I said our hope is, number one, to stabilize the country. We didn't want to see civil war. We didn't want to see systemic collapse. We didn't want to see a mass migration event. You've seen none of these things. What you've seen is that for the first time in decades, Venezuela is now selling their oil in the global market at full market price, and the money is coming back to Venezuela and being spent for the benefit of the Venezuelan people. It's being spent to buy medical goods and equipment. It's being spent to cover the salaries of teachers and police officers and civil servants and people that sanitation workers and things of this nature. So it's a very important part. The second phase, after the stabilization occurs, or concurrent with the stabilization, is a period of recovery in which you try to recover the elements of the country that allow it to prosper and grow. And that is attracting businesses back, creating the kind of stability that bring businesses back. We're seeing that begin to happen. But you're also seeing civil life come back to life. Independent media is now allowed to operate. Political prisoners have been released. Political parties are forming again. People are speaking and participating in public life. And finally, you want to see a full transition, because in order for Venezuela to fulfill its economic potential, it has to have a stable democratic government that people are willing to invest in that economy because they know that they're protected by laws and courts and legitimacy. So we are well on our way to achieving this. A lot of credit goes to the interim authorities who have assumed this responsibility. We've reopened our embassy. We enter in dialogue with them every single day. We feel very positive about it.
Many assume Washington will focus on Cuba next once the war is over in the Middle East. What kind of decisions or policy would you like to see in place for potential regime change?
Yeah, look, we don't need anything from Cuba, to be honest with you. I mean, Cuba needs from us. We don't need from Cuba. What I mean by Cuba, I mean it's their regime. The problem Cuba has, it's a very fundamental problem, and they need to understand it. And we've tried to explain it to anyone who will listen. Their system doesn't work. Their system of economics, I can't even describe it, but it's completely dysfunctional. It's just not a real system. And you can't change it unless you change the government. As an example, a week ago, they said, well, Cuban Americans can now invest on the island. Invest in what? Invest in a country that has arbitrary laws, no established system of courts and justice. Who's going to invest in something like that? You also can't have economic prosperity without some significant level of political freedom. If I'm going to participate in the economic life of a country and I don't like the regulations or the rules that government is putting in place that are hampering me, I have to have the ability to complain about that. And in that country, you can't complain about that or you'll be put in jail. So I think Cuba needs to make, and if Cuba really wants to emerge from the hole they've put themselves in, meaning the regime has put them in, they really need to undertake very serious reforms of both their government and of their economy. And if they're willing to do so, we're going to help them. We've done nothing punitive against the Cuban regime. They claim we have, but we haven't. The only thing that's changed for the Cuban regime is they're not getting free Venezuelan oil anymore. They're not getting subsidies anymore. That's the only thing that's changed. These blackouts that are occurring that I see people reporting have nothing to do with us. They were having blackouts last year. They're having blackouts because they have equipment from the 1950s in their grid that they've never maintained and never upgraded because they're incompetent. That's why they're having blackouts.
So Adil, my last question, if you don't mind. Do you have any sense of clarity about when the war is going to be over in the Middle East?
The operation in Iran, as soon as we achieve our objectives, as I've outlined them repeatedly, and that is we've destroyed their Navy, we've destroyed their Air Force, we are well on our way to destroying the majority of their arms factories, and we're well on our way to significantly degrading their missile launchers. When those objectives are achieved, we will have achieved the purpose of this operation, and that's something that's not going to take months. That's a matter of weeks. I'm not going to tell you exactly how many weeks, but a matter of weeks, not months.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Really appreciate your time, Secretary. Thank you.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
This is the second time that we negotiated with Americans, and they decided to attack us right in the middle of negotiation.
This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat.
Iran will continue to exercise its right of self-defense.
We acted out of necessity.
I deeply regret that this opportunity of diplomacy has been squandered.
We appreciate your subscription. This broadcast is shifting to our horizontal feed only and no longer in shorts. You can still watch on your phones anywhere in the world, but tap the notification bell now. Otherwise, you might miss us when we go live with the truth.
Become a channel member today to receive a gift from Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
Tackles the big issues only on Al Jazeera.
The world's top business stories.
How high could prices go for oil? Also, how quickly can this feed into the inflation picture?
Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.
It's the top of the hour, and we welcome you to Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for when we go live. And now, breaking news.
Extensive coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran. Coming up.
If Iran is wise, they will cut a deal. President Trump doesn't bluff, and he does not back down.
US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says the coming days will be decisive for the war. And that's as Israel intensifies its attacks on Iran. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says combat missions are now beyond their halfway point, also ahead.
Sooner we get to the negotiation table, the better it is for all the peoples of the region.
Gulf states call for de-escalation as Tehran launches retaliatory attacks across the region. Fires in central Israel after Iranian missiles target Tel Aviv. At least 9 people have been injured. And the United Nations Security Council is set to hold an emergency briefing on the killing of 3 peacekeepers in southern Lebanon. We'll be live from the UN headquarters in New York. The United States is pushing Iran to make a deal or face an increase in attacks. Speaking at the Pentagon in the past hour, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said President Donald Trump won't back down.
But if Iran is wise, they will cut a deal. President Trump doesn't bluff, and he does not back down. You can ask Khomeini about that. The new Iranian regime should know that by now. This new regime, because regime change has occurred, should be wiser than the last. President Trump will make a deal. He is willing. And the terms of the deal are known to them. If Iran is not willing, then the United States War Department will continue with even more intensity.
Now, Iran denies there have been any direct talks with Washington and keeping up its attacks on Israel and US interests in the Gulf. Missile debris around Tel Aviv has caused fires and injured at least 9 people. Several interceptions have been seen in the sky. In Dubai, a Kuwaiti oil tanker was hit in an apparent Iranian drone strike. Officials there say a fire on board has now been put out, but there's no letter to the US and Israeli strikes on Iran. Attacks have hit the energy facilities in the capital, causing some blackouts. Now we're live in Tehran, Ramallah, Tyre in southern Lebanon, and the UN headquarters in New York. But let's start with our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher, at the White House. Alan, Pete's Hegseth's press conference full of bluster and confidence, plus a warning to US's allies.
Well, he spent a great deal of time talking about his trip to the Middle East over the last few days to a base that he said was secret. But what we did get from Pete Hegseth was something that was very clear. The talks are real, and he says they are moving forward. Now, he says that, well, Donald Trump would prefer a peace deal, and he says that those talks are continuing between the United States and the mediators in Pakistan and Iran, despite Iran's denial. He said they are prepared if they're not. And he added, and also reiterated later in a news conference, we will negotiate with bombs. We want a deal. But they're saying that the military operation is going to continue. And we're seeing that they continue to build up troops in the region. Now, he's asked about boots on the ground, and clearly he's not going to give any strategic secrets. He's not going to flag to the opposition, to the enemy, exactly what is going to happen. But it's clear that that is an option that is being retained by Donald Trump. He says that Donald Trump has already achieved many of the goals that were set out. They've destroyed the Air Force, destroyed the Navy, hit their industrial complex so they can't rebuild their weapons to the same degree. And they've also achieved regime change. But what he didn't point out was that effectively they've just changed the Ayatollah with his son, someone who many Iran observers would regard as much more hardline than his father.
Now, Alan, Donald Trump has again attacked his allies for not helping secure the Strait of Hormuz. He said all of those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the US. We have plenty. And number two, build up some delayed courage, go to the Strait and just take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself, and the USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated, and the hard part is done. Go get your own oil.
Extending up to 11 kilometers amidst fierce clashes with Hezbollah and unprecedented levels of airborne exchanges. The Israel Defense Forces are in control of substantial areas immediately north of the Blue Line. The civilian suffering from the hostilities continues to mount. UNIFIL, on the ground carrying out its mission given by this council, has now also suffered fatalities. The Secretary General has strongly condemned the two abhorrent incidents that led to the death of 3 of our peacekeepers in 24 hours and the serious injury of several others. Yesterday morning, 2 Indonesian peacekeepers lost their lives in an explosion that destroyed their vehicles near Bani Hayan in Sector East. 2 more peacekeepers were injured, 1 seriously. Initial findings point to a roadside explosion striking the convoy. The day prior, that is the 29th of March, a peacekeeper also of the Indonesian contingent was killed in an explosion inside a UNIFIL base in Et Taibe in Sector East. Another peacekeeper was critically wounded and was evacuated to a hospital in Beirut. According to an initial assessment, the explosion was caused by a projectile that hit the base. These tragic developments should not have happened. I express my deepest condolences to the families of fallen peacekeepers and the government of Indonesia. I also wish a full recovery to those injured. UNIFIL is conducting investigations to determine the circumstances of these reprehensible developments. Mr. President, these are sadly not the only dangerous incidents faced by UNIFIL's courageous peacekeepers. There has been a worrying increase in denials of freedom of movement and aggressive behavior. On the 20th of March, the Israel Defense Forces at a newly established checkpoint on a coastal road 4 kilometers north of UNIFIL Nakura headquarters fired warning shots at the UNIFIL patrol. The rear UNIFIL vehicle was impacted by 1 round. On the patrol's return, an Israel Defense Forces tank at the same checkpoint fired a main armament round, which impacted 15 meters from the UNIFIL vehicle, causing a puncture. On the 30th of March, a UNIFIL patrol near Dair Kanun and Nar in Sector West was subjected to a heavy small arms fire from a group of approximately 20 individuals blocking the road. An explosion next to the patrol vehicles was also reported. The patrol returned fire and disengaged, returning to Nakura headquarters. Thankfully, these attacks did not lead to injuries. We say it clearly, and has been a need to say it far too often. Peacekeepers must never be a target. All acts that endanger the peacekeepers must immediately stop. All actors must adhere to their obligations to ensure the safety and security of the peacekeepers at all times. The inviolability of the United Nations installations must be respected. I wish to acknowledge and applaud the extraordinary commitment and courage of the women and men of UNIFIL implementing Security Council mandate tasks in these extremely dangerous conditions as far as the security circumstances allow. And I express my deepest gratitude to them. Mr. President, since Hezbollah on the 2nd of March claimed an attack on Israel, the group has conducted daily strikes, including with rockets, missiles, and drones at targets in Israel and the occupied Syrian Golan. UNIFIL continues to report hundreds of launches from the mission's area of operations, which demonstrates the presence of unauthorized armed personnel, assets, and weapons south of the Litani River, in clear violation of Resolution 1701. As reported earlier, the Israel Defense Forces have issued displacement orders for the entire UNIFIL area of operations and can continue to conduct intensified daily strikes, also in violation of Resolution 1701. Politicians in Israel now openly speak of the intention of an extended so-called security or buffer zone with the destruction of villages along the Blue Line and several bridges across the Litani River. In the last week only, thousands of trajectories were observed in both directions, as well as attacks by fighter aircraft and unmanned aerial vehicles. The Israel Defense Forces are advancing deeper into Lebanon, and clashes have been observed, including in very close proximity to UNIFIL headquarters in Nakura, which has been the subject of multiple impacts. The Lebanese armed forces, despite staying out of the conflict, have suffered casualties. On Monday, one Lebanese armed forces soldier was killed and several others injured at the checkpoint on the road between Nakura and Teya. Mr. President, faced with immense pressure, including intensified exchanges of fire, direct attacks, obstructions of movement, and resupply, UNIFIL continuously reassesses the force's posture to mitigate risks, strengthening force protection, reducing footprint, and adjusting operational activities. UNIFIL continues constant contact with the parties to avoid misunderstandings, deconflict, and de-escalate where possible. UNIFIL's current focus includes ensuring safety of its personnel and helping facilitate humanitarian access to affected communities in the area. Peacekeepers, in close coordination with the Lebanese armed forces, have delivered essential supplies, including food, medicine, and hygiene kits, to civilians who remain living in precarious conditions in hard-to-reach areas near the Blue Line. Mr. President, as UNIFIL continues to face these extreme challenges amid continuing intensified hostilities, our efforts to support the parties to fully implement Resolution 1701 are critical. In this exceptionally dangerous period, the Council's strong and unified backing for UNIFIL and its peacekeepers is not merely important, it is indispensable. The women and men serving under this mandate, a mandate from this Council, must know that this Council stands firmly behind them. We are sincerely grateful to the troop contributing countries that remain united and committed to UNIFIL and the implementation of its mandate. Only the full implementation of Security Council Resolution 1701 by both parties will enable a long-term solution to the conflict. We urge all parties to recommit to the resolution and work meaningfully toward that end. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I thank Mr. Lacroix for his briefing.
So you're listening there to an emergency session of the United Nations Security Council, a meeting called by France to talk about the situation in southern Lebanon and in particular the attacks on UNIFIL, that's the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, the peacekeepers effectively in the region. Two attacks that have taken place that were condemned by the United Nations Secretary General, saying that they were extremely dangerous. They also talked about violations by both Hezbollah and the Israelis in violation of the UN Resolution 1701, which asked both sides to get to their respective positions out of both southern Lebanon. So that meeting's still going on. We may well dip in there, but I want to bring in Gabriel Elizondo here, who is at the, and we've got Abedo Hito as well, who is in southern Lebanon for us, in Tyre. But let's go to Gabriel first, who's at the United Nations. Gabriel, the meeting's still going on, but this was called by the French because UN peacekeepers have died.
Yeah, that's right. It's a real crisis for UNIFIL right now, given the fact that 3 Indonesian peacekeepers were killed in the last 48 hours. It's something that the Secretary General has condemned just within the last half hour or so. In his latest statement, Secretary General Antonio Guterres saying, among other things, no one should ever die serving the cause of peace. Not only these 3 peacekeepers killed, but several others injured, one critically. That is why, among other reasons, France called for this emergency meeting that is happening right now. It is focused on the situation with UNIFIL, but also we'll be hearing from Tom Fletcher, the UN's top humanitarian official, who will be briefing the council on the latest situation on the ground in Lebanon as well. This meeting comes at a time when UNIFIL is really at a crossroads, if you will. We'll remind our viewers that last year the Security Council voted to end the mandate of UNIFIL. They're supposed to start winding down their operations January of next year. So it's really an interim period for UNIFIL, and now there is real concerns if UNIFIL really can, and if this is the right time for UNIFIL to start looking at winding down their operations there, as the Security Council voted last year. So a lot of cross currents happening right now. Be watching the rest of this meeting very closely. We expect that beyond the 15 Security Council members, Lebanon, Israel, and Indonesia have also requested to speak.
Now, Gabriel, it is very interesting that France has called this meeting, because France have been driving the idea that both sides should come together and talk and secure some sort of ceasefire deal at the very least. But it hasn't had a huge amount of success. So what do you think France is going to be looking for out of this? Will there be a resolution, do you think, or is this just a meeting to bring everybody up to date?
No, there will be no resolution that'll be tabled in this meeting. There's no resolutions behind the scenes that are being negotiated at this point. France usually does take the lead in the Security Council when it comes to Lebanon, because they are the pen holder, which essentially means they are in charge of the Lebanon file for the Security Council. And while they don't hold the rotating presidency this month, clearly the situation is out of control in Lebanon, and the situation on the ground, the situation on the blue line with Israel's continued invasion of southern Lebanon. And this is the point where France said, we must have a meeting to bring everybody up to date on what is going on, what is happening, and how we can try to find some sort of path forward. The problem is there is no clear path forward. And I think what really pushed this meeting to the forefront, at least on Tuesday today, is the fact of these peacekeepers being killed. That is clearly an escalation, clearly a situation that calls for a meeting such as this. And will be interesting actually to hear what Indonesia has to say at this meeting. They contribute more than 700 troops to the UNIFIL mission. They're one of the top troop contributing countries
Gabriel,
to UNIFIL.
I'm just going to stop you there because Tom Fletcher's speaking, and I want you to listen in as well.
Council from Beirut, where I arrived last night to find anxiety, tension, and despondency at levels I have not witnessed in many years working in and on Lebanon. The gravity of this moment, as described by my colleagues, was of course forefront in my meetings today with President Aoun and Prime Minister Nawaf Salam, and I will discuss the moment further with Speaker Berry tomorrow. I've heard again in my meetings the courageous call for dialogue with Israel for implementation of UNSCR 1701 and for full state authority over arms. Yet even now, the sounds of the airstrikes in the Beirut suburbs not far from here can be heard. And the hum of drones has been constant. As you heard from USG Lacroix and ASG Khari, Today's discussion is therefore urgent. The situation on both sides of the blue line demands not only the Council's closest attention, but also your collective action to avert an even worse crisis. I join my colleagues in mourning the recent deaths of 3 UN peacekeepers. Since I last briefed you on the 11th of March, the humanitarian consequences of the latest regional escalation have grown even more acute across Lebanon. Over the past 4 weeks, more than 1,240 people have been killed, including 87 women and 124 children. Some 52 first responders are among those killed, and another 3,500 people have been injured. Hostilities continue across southern Lebanon, across Beirut's southern suburbs, the Dahieh, and parts of the Bekaa. Hundreds of thousands of civilians remain in harm's way, especially with military advances flattening entire villages. Meanwhile, rockets continue to be fired indiscriminately by Hezbollah over the blue line into northern Israel, causing harm and fear among civilians there. In Lebanon, more than 1.1 million people have been displaced over the past 4 weeks, including more than 370,000 children. Over 200,000 people have crossed into Syria in the past month. A cycle of coercive displacement is unfolding. Displacement on this scale, of course, heightens exposure to additional dangers, particularly for women and girls living in overcrowded and unfamiliar settings. I saw the impact of that myself this morning. Lebanese and Syrian families I spoke to talked of deep uncertainty, their resilience stretched thin, growing frustration at being unable to return home safely. Many Lebanese families described fleeing fighting in 2024, only to do so again in 2026. I met Syrians displaced many times since 2013, recounting their latest upheaval. People told me consistently that displacement is not a solution, but a painful last resort for them, a temporary way to preserve their dignity while they wait for conditions that allow them to go back to their villages and neighborhoods. Above all, they asked us not to reduce their suffering to numbers. They want their lives, their losses, and their hopes to be seen and to be heard. Mr. President, even before this latest violence, tens of thousands remain displaced, and entire communities were surviving with only partial access to healthcare, water, electricity, education. The current escalation is compounding a situation that is already critical. 51 primary healthcare centers and 4 hospitals are currently closed due to hostilities, with others damaged or operating at reduced capacity. Schools and public universities are being used as shelters, leaving thousands of children without access to learning. 6 of the 8 bridges south of the Litani River have now been destroyed, and more vital infrastructure is under attack. Essential access routes have been damaged. Growing constraints hinder civilians' ability to move to safety and humanitarian partners' ability to reach those most in need. Entire communities are becoming increasingly isolated. International humanitarian law is clear. Civilians, wherever they are, in Israel and in Lebanon, must be protected. This includes allowing them to move away from the dangers of hostilities to safer areas. Essential infrastructure and basic services, healthcare, water, electricity, on which civilians depend, must also and always be spared. This is what the fundamental principles of distinction, proportionality, and precaution demand of all parties. And of course, the work of medical personnel, first responders, and humanitarians must always be facilitated, not impeded. Mr. President, we're making a concerted attempt to meet this moment. On the 13th of March, together with the government of Lebanon, we launched a $308 million flash appeal to provide life-saving support to up to 1 million people over the next 3 months. Thanks to all the donors who have responded so far with support, especially in such a difficult moment for global funding. We've received $94 million so far, including a third of that from OCHA, and the appeal continues, rallying funds for life-saving support, even as so much more is still needed. In the last 4 weeks, we've scaled up our humanitarian operations, delivering 2.8 million hot and cold meals to help ensure adequate sustenance. I saw myself this morning 3,000 of those meals ready for distribution. Non-food support has also grown to keep pace with large populations on the move. More than 122,000 thermal blankets, 99,000 mattresses, nearly 50,000 sleeping mats have been provided. 58,000 hygiene kits, 26,000 menstrual hygiene kits have also been distributed. Humanitarian partners have delivered more than 875,000 litres of bottled drinking water, 15,000 cubic metres of trucked water. Fuel has been supplied to sustain water services for 412,000 people. Mr. President, in my short time back in Lebanon, the message from communities here is painfully clear. They want safety, they want dignity, they want this to stop. They want to escape this cycle of crises. And they look to members of this council to heed these calls. We have often said that we cannot let Lebanon fail. Now is a real test of that promise. Lebanon is often said to be at breaking point, yet so often finds the resilience somehow to pull through. Now it is once again at breaking point. So I have three messages for the Lebanese people. First, continue to respond with generosity to your fellow Lebanese. You are the humanitarian front lines right now. I know that you will meet this moment. Second, retain a commitment to national identity. You must rise above the forces that seek to divide you. And third, don't give up on the idea of Lebanon. If coexistence fails here, it stands to fail everywhere. And finally, Mr. President, my three asks for this council. First, given the trajectory that some Israeli ministers have described, and given what we have seen in plain sight in Gaza, how will you protect civilians? Secondly, given the intensity of the coercive displacement that we are seeing, how should we prepare collectively as the international community for a new addition to the list of occupied territories? And thirdly, given the political tension here in Lebanon and the fragility of political structures, how should we prepare for the potential terror of a fresh round of internal targeting and political strife? These questions are daunting. They are not easy. They are challenging, but they are precisely the kind of questions that the Security Council and the United Nations must confront if we too are to meet this moment. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Mr. Fletcher for his statement. I now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statements.
So that was Tom Fletcher speaking there. He's the Undersecretary General for Humanitarian Affairs. He's effectively the United Nations Relief Chief. Now, we've got Gabriel Elizondo, who's live for us at the United Nations, who was listening to that press conference, as was I. A few things stood out for me, Gabriel, including the idea that the United Nations Security Council needs to take corrective action. He painted a very grim picture of the humanitarian situation in Lebanon right now, saying over 4 weeks, over 1,400 people have died, hundreds of thousands of people in harm's way. Those are the words that he used. And both Hezbollah and Israel are effectively creating a humanitarian crisis that hasn't really been seen before in southern Lebanon. But perhaps what stood out most of all is the very end of that press conference when he talked about the three asks of the Lebanese people and the three asks of the UN Security Council.
Yeah, that's right. I think you really hit the nail on the head, as they say. I think he was very direct there in saying that in his time in Lebanon, where he said he met with the president and the prime minister, he said clearly the Lebanese people have told him they want this conflict to end. And they said they don't want the international community to give up. They don't want to be in the position that they are now. Tom Fletcher talking about the civilians that he's been speaking to. Also talking about the Security Council, directly addressing the Security Council, saying we collectively in the international community, but particularly the Security Council, really needs to take stock, and I'm summarizing or paraphrasing his comments here, really need to take stock of what happens in the future if we have to deal with another fully occupied territory, essentially insinuating the words that Israel has spoken about permanently occupying southern Lebanon. Now, clearly stark words from Tom Fletcher. He is not necessarily a politician per se. He is a humanitarian official, saying that he is there trying to get $300 million in emergency relief money. He said he got about $100 million of that so far, saying that the humanitarians on the ground in Lebanon are doing everything they can to support an overwhelmingly daunting humanitarian task of hundreds of thousands of people being now displaced because of this conflict. Clearly, Tom Fletcher laying out in very stark terms the situation on the ground that I'm sure our correspondents there will be discussing as well in the coming hours and days.
That's Gabriel Elizondo there for us at the United Nations. Let's go to Abeda Hito, who is in Tyre in southern Lebanon. I have been stood where you are standing right now, reported from southern Lebanon extensively. During the 2024 war, again, with Hezbollah and Israel, it was the UN that were coming under fire. They were caught in the crossroads. It's a very serious situation that we have when UN peacekeepers die. But one of the things I want to ask you there is the comments that Tom Fletcher made. He said hundreds of thousands of people are in harm's way. So what is it really like for civilians there?
Yeah, I think that he described it the best he could, because there is a real discrepancy about what's safe and what's not. The situation is different than the war in 2024. Even people that I was speaking to here, they feel that difference. In the past, or in 2024, they were able to go to other parts of the country and in general be out of harm's way. But the strikes and the scope of the attacks that Israel is carrying out in the country here is massive. It's covering Beirut, the capital, as well as areas around the capital, in Mount Lebanon, as well as the Bekaa Valley in the east, and well into the southern parts of Lebanon. And most of the people I speak to say there's no place for them to go that's actually safe. And Tom Fletcher actually used a term saying that the Israeli strikes were blocking essential access routes, not only for people to be able to leave these areas in the south where Israel has enforced evacuation orders to 600,000 people, about 10% of the land area of Lebanon, south of the Litani River, are all under evacuation orders. And this is causing a sense of panic here in the south because people are noticing the difference in the way that Israel is targeting. They're targeting civilian buildings. They're targeting essential infrastructure like bridges, hospitals, medical clinics. And this is all being understood in terms of what people are going to expect, or what people are expecting in the coming days and weeks, in the context of what they heard the Israeli Minister of Defense say today, saying that he wants to occupy all of this land area and not allow 600,000 people who live here, who've grown up here, who have a history here, not allow them to return essentially until Israel decided that their citizens were safe. So there is a huge discrepancy in understanding what's safe and what's not, and what are the places that are under these evacuation orders, and where people can actually go. And this is causing a lot of panic. And Tom Fletcher, he spoke extensively about the impact of this conflict on the humanitarian situation here. But the reality is people haven't even recovered from the last war, from the 2024 war. There are more than 30 towns and villages along the border area, the blue line, as they call it, that were completely wiped out in the 2024 war. And Israel has now proceeded to move into those towns and villages near the border area and actually create more destruction in new areas that they weren't able to reach in the past. And that fight is going on, as you mentioned, in very close proximity to the UNIFIL forces, as well as the Lebanese armed forces, who lost a soldier yesterday in an attack in this front in the southwest of the country. So things are escalating here. And even though it seems like the UN and other international actors want to bring an end to this conflict, it seems like Israel is adamant on taking control of this territory in southern Lebanon at whatever cost, which is going to be a huge cost for the hundreds of thousands of people who are still in harm's way and who are going to be affected in the long term if Israel actually occupies these areas in southern Lebanon.
Well, certainly Israel's invaded. The occupation may well come next. Abeda Hito, thank you so much. Now, Israel's growing military offensive in Lebanon is forcing many from their homes. The United Nations says more than 1 million Lebanese people have been displaced since the escalation began earlier this month. 13,500 pregnant women are among those who have been forced out of their homes, and children have also been heavily affected, with more than 370,000 displaced in just 3 weeks. Now, Lorenzo Kamal is a professor of international history at the University of Turin in Italy. He joins us from there. Now, we saw Israel's strategy in Gaza. It was almost a scorched earth policy, making it unlivable. I feel that there might be something similar going on in southern Lebanon. What do you think?
Listen, according to an old ancient Yiddish saying, half-truth is a whole lie. And the half-truth here is that somehow the army of a nuclear power is obliged to raise to the ground entire neighbors, entire cities, like it happened in the Gaza Strip and we see in Lebanon, because of the human shields narrative and other similar narratives. Some years ago, I was working for a period in the Israel Defense Force archive, so the archives of the Israeli army in Tel HaShomer in Tel Aviv, which is surrounded by military bases and civilian neighbors. And I think that the human shields narrative works only for those who don't comply with our interests, and I use this "our" with quotation mark. We should also ask ourselves, and of course, you are right about the fact that the Gaza treatment is a witness also in southern Lebanon at the moment. So we should ask why somehow every population that the Israeli authorities decide to bomb somehow transform itself into a suicidal cult that just dreams to kill its own children. I think that we just need to read Frantz Fanon, The Wretched of the Earth, to remind us why some actors need to describe local populations as the quintessence of evil in order to carry out their policies in certain areas.
Lorenzo, you look at this through a historical lens, and we have been here before. We've been here in 1979, we've been here in 1982, we've been here in 2006. Every time there's been this massive displacement of ordinary people, but this is by, I think, by a factor of like 10. This is like almost 15% of the entire of Lebanon's population. So is there anything that we can learn from these displacements that actually might be able to stop this?
Yes, I think that we can learn much. First and foremost, we can learn that there was not Hezbollah before the invasion of Lebanon in 1982. There was no Al-Qaeda, there was no ISIS, there was no Hamas in 1967, so when the Gaza Strip was occupied by Israel. So all these movements, including the Deobandi movement that was part of the British colonial India, then out of that, the Taliban movement was born. So if we take into account all this background, we know that every time there is this massive displacement and these massive scars, the result is what we know. And as you are rightly pointing out, if the scale is the scale that we know today, we might expect, if history teaches us something, that the result will be somehow a much higher somehow scale of what Hezbollah has been in the past.
Lorenzo, thank you so much for your thoughts.
Thank you.
Now, there have been more missile interceptions over central Israel. Smoke has been rising over the Tel Aviv region after reports of several impacts. At least 9 people have been wounded. And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has refused to put a clear timeline on the war. Let's hear what he had to say to the US network, Newsmax.
How many weeks do you think it would be to accomplish that 100% mark?
I don't put a schedule on it. I think we've achieved a lot of things, We really degraded this regime, really hit them very hard. So it's definitely beyond the halfway point. But I don't want to put a schedule on it.
But is it a problem that you think
is beyond halfway in terms of missions, not necessarily in terms of time? I don't want to get into schedules.
Right.
Nuradeh's following developments in Israel from near Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Now, the US has been very clear about its objectives, says it's going to be a matter of weeks, but then things change. But the Israeli timeline seems to be following its own course.
For sure, Imran. The Israeli timeline has to do with achieving as much of Israel's objectives as possible. And those objectives were declared by Benjamin Netanyahu to include at the forefront crushing the regime, toppling it, collapsing it, not just changing those at the helm, but changing the Islamic Republic of Iran. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't point out to our viewers that the Israeli Prime Minister doesn't really do media interviews with Israeli media, except the right-wing media outlets that he prefers, but he doesn't do interviews with critical media. Instead, he's always accused in Israel of talking to the media that is aligned with him ideologically, or the media that the US president watches. So you hear him there talking about achievements, talking about decimating the army, talking about reaching the halfway point, about doing all the damage that the US president talked about without giving any promises of when the war will end. Because at the end of the day, Imran, Benjamin Netanyahu realizes that the person or the party that will decide when this war ends is not Israel. It is the United States. And that is the one thing that keeps Netanyahu nervous.
That's Nuradeh live for us there from Ramallah. Now, there's been no let-up in US and Israeli strikes across Iran. Attacks have hit electricity facilities in the capital, Tehran, causing some blackouts. Rescuers have been searching rubble for survivors after strikes damaged a residential area in the northwestern city of Zanjan. Ali Hashem's in Tehran. Look, the countdown continues towards Trump's deadline. That's coming on April the 9th. But, you know, what are the Iranians saying about the Americans' positioning? Because there's confusing words coming out from the Americans.
Well, Imran, given the fact that in a few days the deadline will come to an end, and actually it was extended by President Trump upon President Trump's initiative, because the Iranians say they've not asked him to extend. Until the moment, we are not aware of any response from the Iranians via the Pakistanis on the 15 points. However, what we know is that there is messaging going on, and there is a security layer within Iran in coordination with the leadership and the IRGC that is exchanging messages with the Americans through the Pakistanis. Now, what's really different is that today we have this initiative by China and Pakistan. We're seeing China moving into the scene by proposing alongside Pakistan a 5-point initiative to end the hostilities between the United States and Iran. Now, I'll just read the statement that was just issued by the Pakistani Foreign Ministry. If you just give me a second, this statement was just issued few minutes ago, because I'm sorry, internet is so bad here. So, yes. The two sides put forward the following: immediate cessation of hostilities. China and Pakistan called for immediate cessation of hostilities and utmost efforts to prevent the conflict from spreading. Humanitarian assistance must be allowed to all war-affected areas. Then the second point, start of peace talks as soon as possible. Then third point, security of non-military targets. Fourth point, security of shipping lanes, and this mainly is on the issue of Strait of Hormuz. And the fifth point is primacy of the United Nations Charter. So this is now the latest paper on the table. But with China getting in, I remember last week when I interviewed Abbas Araghchi, I asked him about China. And it's clear at least from the observations, that the Iranians are looking for a mediator that can be a guarantor at the same time. This could have a lot of leverage if the Americans and the Iranians are to take this paper into consideration, regardless of the 5 points, but the initiative itself. Now, given the fact that Pakistanis are inside this initiative and they're already mediating, getting the Chinese into it will change a lot.
That's Ali Hashim there, live for us in Tehran. Now, I want to go to Malcolm Nance, who is a retired US Naval Intelligence officer, a national security expert, and a veteran of Gulf Wars. He joins us from Hudson in New York State. You're not just a veteran of Gulf Wars, you actually have fought with the Americans in the Persian Gulf, in the Arabian Sea. You know the area very well. Pete Hegseth has been very clear. He's boisterous. He's saying that this war is going well, that we are going to do diplomacy, but if we have to do it by bombs, that's what we're going to do. There seems to be a real disconnect between what's happening on the ground and what the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of War, keeps saying.
Well, there are two wars being fought here. First is the kinetic war of the United States bombing Iran, taking out military targets. As you see, some of the objectives that they started this war with by decapitating the regime, removing nuclear weapons materials, destroying the conventional Navy have changed. Now it's going to destroying the Navy, the Artesh, the Army, destroying the Air Force, and they've sort of backed off of the nuclear materials. However, what the United States is doing is moving forces into the region now, not just the Marines who were off the coast, but to give Donald Trump the leverage to either carry out a very small invasion of Iran, to go to a nuclear post or a ballistic missile city and seize it, or seize or in cooperation with that, seize Karg Island and all of the Strait of Hormuz islands. So there are two different conversations happening here. The Secretary of Defense is certainly using U.S.'s military kinetic power, and the Secretary of State is speaking through the Pakistanis, as you heard in that last statement, and hoping to get some concessions. The real question here is, who is going to accept an off-ramp? If it's Donald Trump, he is not going to get all of the things that he wanted at the beginning of this war, but the global economy survives. If he escalates and uses military force, this conflict could go on for months, if not a year or more.
Malcolm, I want to get your thoughts on an off-ramp that has been presented to us throughout the day here at Al Jazeera by various analysts. I want to get your thoughts on it. The off-ramp is this. If Donald Trump hands this war over to its regional allies and to his international allies, as he said in his tweet, if you want your oil, go and secure the Strait of Hormuz yourself, effectively what he's saying, then he can wash his hands of this war and say, we did what we did, it's now up to everybody else. Is that an off-ramp for him that's realistic?
I think it's a realistic off-ramp. And this morning, Pete Hegseth's military briefing sort of hinted that we are meeting our objectives of destroying the things we wanted to destroy. That's different from seizing land, clearing out the islands. What he's essentially saying is that we'll take the Strait of Hormuz situation back to February 27th. There was no war. Iran was not interdicting the Strait of Hormuz. It's been going peacefully, 138 ships per day, pre-war. That would mean that the local Gulf states would have to come to some agreement with Iran, and that other states such as Great Britain, others who use that, France, by the way, who has defense agreements with Abu Dhabi, would take on the situation of ensuring that there's a freedom of navigation and free flow of traffic throughout the Strait of Hormuz. That can be done. China could contribute ships, India, Pakistan, but it will really go back to the day before this war started. And I find it very interesting to see how Donald Trump justifies that.
We appreciate your subscription. This broadcast is shifting to our horizontal feed only and no longer in shorts. You can still watch on your phones anywhere in the world, but tap the notification bell now. Otherwise, you might miss us when we go live with the truth.
Our views about any talks, if they exist, are consistent with our very principled position that all conflicts will end on the negotiation table, and we support all of these efforts. I'm not privy to the details of the current negotiations, but we stand ready to help, of course, if there is any role for Qatar.
This statement comes after another day of missile and drone attacks from Iran across the Gulf region. 5 explosions were heard in Dubai after a fire broke out in Dubai's port, where Kuwait's state-owned oil company said a Kuwaiti-flagged oil tanker was hit. The Emir of Qatar is currently in the United Arab Emirates to discuss developments in the region after visiting Saudi Arabia on Monday. Now, I want to go to Rasul Sardar, who joins us from Riyadh. Lots of diplomatic activity coming across. Qatar once again calling for de-escalation, but it needs partners in the region, and it needs the United Arab Emirates. It needs Saudi Arabia as well.
Indeed, so the region is coming under huge attacks on a daily basis, and so it is facing a security crisis and then an economic one because of the severe restrictions on the energy flow. And it's not only that the energy sector is affected, but also we're talking about the civil aviation, the hospitality, the tourism, and almost every sector that can be imagined. And here, so the question is whether the GCC will be able to respond collectively to unify its position, or whether there are going to be frictions growing further. Because now what we're seeing that all countries are saying that there must be a diplomatic solution, but there are nuances, and there are divergences in their approach. When Saudi Arabia, for example, is increasingly referring to the Article 51 of the United Nations and talking about the right of self-defense and a possible retaliation, while Qatar is insisting that the only way out is the diplomacy. Today, we have heard from the Qatari foreign minister spokesperson saying that at the moment, as Qatar is under attack, so it's not a part of the mediations. However, it's strongly supporting the diplomatic efforts and see the diplomatic efforts as the only solution. While the United Arab Emirates officials, particularly recently, are growing impatient, openly calling the Iranian system
Become a
as
channel member
terror
today to
regime,
receive a
and
gift
also
from Morning
asking
Mic
the
Drop
GCC and Arab
on Truth
countries
Talks
to
Live.
adopt a harsher
Tap in
stance
for real news where your voice
Iran.
matters.
And so one thing is quite clear here. So the GCC is
Thank you to
at
all
a
our super fans
crossroad.
for your Cash
Whether
App and Super
they
Chat
will
support.
be able
We salute you.
to join their force and to integrate their security and economic policies and getting stronger out of this war, or whether they are going to respond individually, and as a result, so the frictions are going to grow further. And so to unify the position, Qatari Emir yesterday was in Saudi Arabia, meeting Saudi Arabian Crown Prince and trying to enhance that joint efforts. And today he's in Abu Dhabi meeting the president of United Arab Emirates to serve the cause.
That's Rasul Sadar, live for us there from Riyadh. Joining us in the studio now is Hassan Ahmadian. He is an associate
We appreciate your subscription. This broadcast is shifting to our horizontal feed only and no longer in shorts. You can still watch on your phones anywhere in the world, but tap the notification bell now. Otherwise, you might miss us when we go live with the truth.
Like the US, and that the Strait will open up again like it did on the 27th. But that actually, it was already open on the 27th. So this is a defeat diplomatically for the US. So everything they've been doing so far has been pointless.
That's exactly right. I think the United States' stated goal were not achieved. They wanted to collapse the system in Tehran. They wanted to elect a new president, supreme leader. They wanted to do away with Iran's missiles and drone program. It's launching by the day. I mean, it's not stopping. It's hitting Israeli as well as other targets. And now the aim of the president has become opening the Strait of Hormuz, which, remember, it's not entirely closed, but insurance prices and insurance companies are not covering passage through this during the wartime, and Iran is asking ships to coordinate with it. So him coming down to basically something that was already there before the war tells me that basically it's a mission creep. They didn't achieve what they came for, and they are in a quagmire. And now they're asking others to weigh in and open it. And I think as soon as the war stops, it will be open again, because there's no logic in Iran keeping it closed. Although there will be new regulations regulating passage through it. The Iranians are talking about regional one, with Oman and others possibly joining in. But generally, I think the war is the thing here. It's not about the passage itself.
Now, the idea that you can actually do this will require diplomatic efforts, but there's no direct talks going on at the moment. But are you confident in the Pakistani mediation here? Do you think that's a good step?
Well, I think it's an initial step, but it seems that from what we hear from the United States, now that their aims militarily didn't achieve what they were after, they're thinking about a new breakthrough that they can bring in through troops, boots on the ground, or attacking an island or the Strait of Hormuz or wherever they're thinking about, with their new forces moving into the region. They want a breakthrough to then translate it into pressure and leverage on the table. And the Iranians also are waiting for that to push back against it. The aim in Tehran is to render U.S. thinking about a shift in Iran through military means irrelevant, to basically deprive them of that hope. And I think such a breakthrough that the Americans are after, and the Iranian mentality towards it, is more basically what we see, related to what we see on the ground, rather than the mediation. Though Iran has welcomed this mediation with its, of course, caveats, but still, I think the Iranians see that they have achieved much of what they wanted in this war, pushing back against the aggressors' aims and then building up leverage, including in the Strait of Hormuz. And so they want to get to a settlement, but the Americans want to change the situation and then get to a settlement. The Iranians were in negotiations before the war, and the war broke. So I wouldn't say the Iranians are not happy with the mediation, but I think we are far away from getting to that.
Hassan, thank you so much for your thoughts. We'll hear more of them later on in the evening. Now, let's take a look at other news that's making global headlines. Israel's parliament has passed a new death penalty law, one that only applies to Palestinians. The bill has been advanced by Israel's National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, who demanded that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu attend the vote himself. The law could take effect in 90 days, but rights groups warned that the death penalty is already a risk for Palestinians in Israeli detention. Nida Ibrahim reports from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
Death sentences only targeting Palestinians. This is the bill Israel's parliament approved late on Monday, a law that far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir has been advocating for and celebrated with a bottle of champagne inside the chamber. Amani Sarahne works at the Palestinian Prisoners Society. She tells us families of Palestinian prisoners are concerned. Dozens who await conviction fear they will face the death sentence by hanging. She has no answers or ways to try to calm their worries, and says death is already a risk for many in Israeli detention. Since October 2023, at least 89 Palestinian prisoners have died in Israeli jails, mostly because of torture, deprivation of food, and denial of medical treatment. Now, she fears a larger crackdown is on the way.
We meet with released prisoners every day. The attempts to break them are unprecedented. They're either physically broken or psychologically tormented. The Israeli authorities are working to destroy Palestinian prisoners like never before.
Palestinians say they're being denied a fair trial. They're tried in Israeli military courts, where the conviction rate is higher than 96%, and where confessions are obtained under extreme pressure, sometimes even torture. This new law does not apply to Jewish Israelis, even those accused of what the state itself considers terrorism. Whether soldiers or settlers, Israelis who assault Palestinians are rarely held accountable, sometimes even celebrated. Just in the past few weeks,
Israeli courts dismissed a case against Israeli prison guards accused of raping a Palestinian prisoner. That's despite video footage of the attack. Legal experts say the death penalty law is a continuation of Israel's genocidal practices. The law could take effect in 90 days. It's already being challenged in Israel's Supreme Court, and the discriminatory nature of the law could push the court to strike it down. In practice and on the ground, Israel does not need a law to execute Palestinians. Israeli soldiers often conduct extrajudicial killings with little to no accountability. This law is a message, a declaration that there are few red lines, if any, in Israel when it comes to Palestinians. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, Ramallah, Palestine.
Now, Syria's president is on his first official visit to the UK, a day after meeting Germany's Chancellor. Abdullah Shara has been meeting the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. Shara is expected to address his country's efforts to rebuild following the ousting of former President Bashar al-Assad. Now, stay with us. Nick Clark is here with more news at the top of the hour. And don't forget, you can keep up on our live blog on aljazeera.com.
The latest news as it breaks.
The war has even split Trump's MAGA base, with some of his hardcore supporters saying he's gone from America first to Israel first.
With detailed coverage.
The Sri Lankan Navy have been working in the seas to try and recover as many survivors and bodies.
From around the world.
Bangladesh's new government may soon be facing serious economic challenges caused by a distant war.
That would precipitate an attack against American forces.
To prevent Iran from getting nukes.
There is no coherent strategy, and you can see that's reflected in the media coverage.
Many American media see it like a video game. From the graphics on the screen to who they speak to, war for them is big business.
We saw this exact same pattern happen in Gaza, the same lazy, flattened reporting that we saw in Gaza when it comes to the war on Iran.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera. Hearing the facts.
A busy day for Iran today could mean when Iran retaliates, it will be a busy day for cities in the Gulf.
With the latest global news and insightful documentaries, Al Jazeera's teams across the world bring you closer to the heart of the story.
Hello, you're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the United States, Israel, and Iran. I'm Nick Clark. Coming up in the next 60 minutes.
If Iran is wise, they will cut a deal. President Trump doesn't bluff and he does not back down.
Negotiating with bombs, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the United States prefers a deal with Iran while warning that the coming days will be decisive. Iran continues its retaliatory strikes on Israel. At least 9 people have been injured in Tel Aviv.
When we get to the negotiation table, the better it is for all the peoples of the region.
Gulf states call for de-escalation while Tehran launches more attacks on the region. A cycle of coercive displacement is unfolding. A stark warning from the UN after Israel says all homes along the border with Lebanon will be destroyed and its 600,000 residents will be barred from returning.
Hello, I'm Milena Veselinovic in London. I'll be looking at how the rising cost of fuel means that motorists are feeling the price of the war in Iran in their wallets.
So the United States insists it is pursuing peace with Iran, but through a strategy of, quote, negotiating with bombs. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth warned what he calls Iran's new regime to come to the table or face continued attacks.
If Iran is wise, they will cut a deal. President Trump doesn't bluff and he does not back down. You can ask Khomeini about that. The new Iranian regime should know that by now. This new regime, because regime change has occurred, should be wiser than the last. President Trump will make a deal, he is willing. And the terms of the deal are known to them. If Iran is not willing, then the United States War Department will continue with even more intensity.
A large fireball lit up the night sky in the Iranian city of Isfahan overnight. The US military bombed what's reported to have been a major underground missile and ammunition storage facility. Iran also carrying out attacks on Israel. In Tel Aviv, 9 people were injured by falling debris from missile interceptions. Large plumes of black smoke could be seen across the city. Meanwhile, Iranian drones and missile attacks continue to strike countries across the Gulf. A Kuwaiti oil tanker anchored in Dubai was hit in an apparent Iranian drone strike earlier on Tuesday. We're live in Tehran, in Ramallah, and Riyadh. But first, let's head to the White House in Washington, D.C. and speak to Al Jazeera's chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher. So, Alan, did we glean any more about how the U.S. are framing their war on Iran and any potential negotiations?
Well, certainly they're clear that any peace deal will be done on Donald Trump's terms, and they're willing to increase the military pressure to try and get Iran to the table. Pete Hegseth said that. He said the talks are real, that they are progressing, but he said we can continue to negotiate with bombs, something he said twice during that news conference, making clear that they are willing to continue the bombardment of Iran. And we know that from the White House down, no one here is ruling out the idea of US troops on the ground. Now, whether that would be on Karg Island, whether it be to do something to protect the Strait of Hormuz, that isn't entirely clear, but that's understandable at this point because no one from the White House down is going to start flagging what they're going to do on a strategic level. So the talks are progressing, but the troops are moving into the area as well. Pete Hegseth says that the United States has achieved most of its aims. It's destroyed the Iranian Navy. It has destroyed the Air Force. It has aerial superiority over Iran. It has damaged their missile program and their drone building program, so they wouldn't be able to get back to the position that they're in at the moment. But one of the big things that Donald Trump talked about when he launched this was regime change. Remember, he urged the Iranian people to rise up and take control of their government. We haven't seen any sign of that. And Pete Hegseth didn't mention the fact that although there has been regime change, effectively they've replaced the Ayatollah with his son, who, if you speak to most Iranian watchers, will tell you is much more hardline than his father.
All right, Alan, thanks for that. Alan Fisher there outside the White House. Well, Iran says a major pharmaceutical manufacturing facility in Tehran was hit in US-Israeli strikes. The Tawfiq Daru Engineering Research Company produced specialized medicines, and this includes antibiotics and indeed drugs for cancer treatment. Iran's domestic pharmaceutical companies are critical to the nation's healthcare system, which has been hurt by decades of international sanctions. Let's cross to Ali Hashim, live for us in Tehran. So, Ali, the US saying they're happy, as we've been hearing, to cut a deal, at the same time continuing the assault on the country. And what does that mean specifically for people living under this shadow of ongoing war?
Well, given the fact that a few days remaining in President Trump's deadline to Iran and the Iranian-American exchange over the negotiations, President Trump saying they are talking to the Iranians denying, and then we knowing that there's a certain layer going through the Pakistanis. Now we have on the table a new initiative, a new player, the Chinese-Pakistani initiative for cessation of hostilities between Iran and the United States. Probably the Iranians would be happy to see the Chinese because they're looking for an international guarantor, a state with the power to impose or to force any kind of a deal that could be reached. Iranians say they are open for a deal, but depending or based on their own understanding to how this conflict should end. It should end completely. There should be guarantees it's not going to be repeated, and most importantly, it should end on all fronts: Lebanon, Iran, Yemen, everywhere. And this is what the Iranians are saying. Especially, also they're adding that they should have their own sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz recognized. Now, with all what's going on and the daily attacks that we are witnessing here in Iran. Actually, despite President Trump's extended deadline, we've seen several attacks on power facilities, whether here in Tehran, where there was a kind of a relative blackout in some areas in the city, or even in the past couple of days, or the attack towards the southwest, where a complex used for electricity and water production was also hit. So the fact is, the situation is really very complicated currently, and there is no answers for now whether the Iranians and the Americans could be able to bridge the gap anytime soon.
Right, that's a picture in Tehran. Ali Hashem reporting there. To Nora Day now, who's following developments in Israel from near Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. And Nor, for Israel, it seems there is no deadline for this war.
No deadline for sure. And the only thing that the Israeli prime minister wants to put across is the fact that Israel and the U.S. are achieving a lot of strides in their bombardment campaign against Iran. He's been speaking to Newsmax, and this is some of what he had to say.
How many weeks do you think it would be to accomplish that 100% mark?
I don't put a schedule on it. I think we've achieved a lot of things, We really degraded this regime, really hit them very hard. So it's definitely beyond the halfway point. But I don't want to put a schedule on it.
But is it a problem that you think
is beyond halfway in terms of missions, not necessarily in terms of time. I don't want to get into schedules.
Right.
Of course, Benjamin Netanyahu's declared goal at the beginning of the war was collapsing the regime, changing it altogether, not just the people at the helm, but he would not contradict the U.S. president in the public or in the media. And his local critics in Israel would say that Benjamin Netanyahu wouldn't also do an interview with critical media, preferring always to talk to U.S. media that the U.S. president watches.
All right, Nora, thanks for that. Nora Day there in Ramallah. So now the Emir of Qatar is in the United Arab Emirates. Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani and UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed discussed the war in Iran and developments in the region. This comes a day after the Emir visited Riyadh for talks with the Saudi Crown Prince and the King of Jeddah. And Qatar's foreign ministry says it's ready to help with any future negotiations to end the war.
Qatar is not involved in these talks. Our views about any talks, if they exist, are consistent with our very principled position that all conflicts will end on the negotiation table, and we support all of these efforts. I'm not privy to the details of the current negotiations, but we stand ready to help, of course, if there is any role for Qatar.
Let us cross to Riyadh. The Saudi capital, Russell Serder, is standing by for us there. And Russell, clearly a very important.
We appreciate your subscription. This broadcast is shifting to our horizontal feed only and no longer in shorts. You can still watch on your phones anywhere in the world, but tap the notification bell now. Otherwise, you might miss us when we go live with the truth.
That's why you're seeing now officials are visiting the capitals. So here, on daily basis, the attacks are continuing, and that is forcing GCC to face a security crisis. And on the other hand, it is facing an economic one as well because of the severe restrictions on the flow of the energy as Strait of Hormuz is practically closed. So the question is whether the GCC countries are going to be able to find a way out of this crisis. So we're seeing that the countries...
Become a channel member today to receive a gift from Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
The right of self-defense and the possibility of the retaliation if Iran's attacks continue. Then we see Qatar particularly insisting on the diplomacy, saying that is the only way to solve the problem, and any armed conflict must end at the negotiating table, and the further escalation is going to be devastating for the region. On the other hand, we see Emiratis, so recently particularly the high-level officials are adopting a more hawkish, a more harsh approach toward Iran, clearly calling Iranian system as a terrorist regime, and also asking the Arab and the regional countries, the GCC countries particularly, to adopt a harsher stance toward Iran. So now everyone agrees that the region, GCC countries, are are at a crossroad, whether they are going to unify their position, their policies, the security policies, the economic policies, or whether they are going to be further apart away from each other. And
thank you to all our super fans for your Cash App and Super Chat support. We salute
Saudi
you.
Arabia, in Jeddah, meeting the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. And then today he went to Abu Dhabi, meeting the President of United Arab Emirates. Just let's remember, in recent months, the Saudi government has bombed the pro-Emirati forces in Yemen, and there are soured relations. However, many believe that indeed this crisis could be an opportunity for GCC to come out as a unified, as a united bloc. But now it is quite unclear whether they are going to be able to further unify or whether the frictions are going to grow.
Russell, thanks for that. Russell said reporting there. Now then, China and Pakistan are proposing a 5-point path to end the Iran war and restore stability across the Middle East. The country's foreign ministers have called for a ceasefire and an immediate end to military action. They're calling for peace talks to be held as soon as possible and that the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Iran and Gulf countries should be safeguarded. Both nations have also urged the US, Israel, and Iran to halt attacks on civilians and to respect international humanitarian law. They've also called for safe passage of vessels through the Strait of Hormuz and urging on all countries to respect the UN Charter and to work towards reaching an agreement for establishing lasting peace. Let's get into this with Hassan Ahmadian, who's an associate professor at the University of Tehran, and also Abdullah Bandar Al-Tabi, who's an assistant professor in international affairs at Qatar University. Gentlemen, welcome to you both. Hassan, could I start with you? So China and Pakistan issuing these 5 proposals, including ceasing hostilities, initiating peace talks ASAP, as soon as possible, and
we appreciate your subscription. This broadcast is shifting to our horizontal feed only and no longer in shorts. You can still watch on your phones anywhere in the world, but tap the notification bell now. Otherwise, you might miss us when we go live with the truth.
During the past few years, that they are up for, in for a discussion or negotiations. Remember, 2 times they were negotiating when they were attacked, and I think this proposal is basically, going back to negotiations, not initiating anything new when it comes to Iranian mindset. So I think they would welcome it, but it's basically comes in times when the United States, it seems, is escalating to change the balance of military balance of threat between the 2 sides. To change that and then translate it into leverage.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live.
With more seriousness.
Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
At this point, with the balance that exists, to go for a settlement.
Okay, Abdullah, we've seen a lot of Gulf diplomacy happening, not least from the Emir of Qatar, who was in Saudi yesterday, the UAE today. And the message from the Qataris is one of de-escalation and negotiation. So presumably they would thoroughly back these proposals.
Well, all the regional actors, they are pushing for the same thing, de-escalation. Everyone who's reasonable wants to have an end to this war, because this is a war that's bringing more chaos, more instability.
Become a channel member today to receive a gift from Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live.
But the thing is,
tap in for real news where your voice matters.
Neighboring countries are not giving a chance for neutral mediators to jump in, because everybody is focused at defending themselves and defending their sovereignty. And this is keeping Iran more isolated in the region. But at the same time, you want an end. So you have to rebuild trust with Iran and rebuilding trust between Iran and the US. And this is a major thing. What I see it in the region, that's the Gulf countries, and you see more from Qatar, Saudi, Jordan.
Thank you to all our super fans Turkey. For your Cash App and Super Chat support.
Hegemon
we salute you.
Are coming together. They're colliding, and they want to bring the GCC and the region as a whole as a battlefield. And this is something
But is the region coordinated? Because we've had these reports over the last few days suggesting that there is some division, and some Gulf nations are suggesting that the US needs to finish the job.
Well, the thing is, these are reports. Like it's hard to comment on reports that are not linked to official statements from countries. What we have seen so far, that all regional countries, at least they want stability, at least they want de-escalation, at least they want an end to this war, because this is just more chaotic for the whole region. And as you see, even these conditions at Strait of Hormuz, you're seeing Iran is acting like it's belonging to them. And this is actually putting not only the region, but putting all the global interests, all the energy at risk. And this is a major violation to the international law. And this is a major violation to even the basic principles of good neighboring. So how we see it so far in the region, I think the region at least having one word, which is stability. And that's the policy they are moving forward with.
Hassan, as you alluded to, in Iran's favor, you've got two things. It's current control of the Strait of Hormuz, and then the fact that Iran's military resilience has surprised everybody, and not least the United States and Israel to a large degree. But Iran is still vulnerable, isn't it? As the US military campaign intensifies, as we've been seeing over the last 24 hours. Could Iran, at this point, accept that it needs a deal to prevent further wholesale destruction across the country?
Sure thing. As I said, it's Iran wants a settlement. It has been in negotiations to prevent this from happening, all while stating what unfolded in this war, that it will do such, it will widen the war. Because we have to remember, Iran is the weaker party in terms of, armed forces. It's the underdog. It had to go asymmetric against its aggressors to force them out, to push back against their war efforts. And that's what it did. It was announced before the war. And now I think it feels that it's in a comfortable position because of the lever it built while shielding itself against attack. It built leverage. Abdullah was talking about the Strait of Hormuz and the legality of it. There's nothing legal about the entirety of this war, about the targets in Iran, about everything about this. So to single out the Strait as the illegal part, I think, is basically, we should put it in the context of the entirety of this war.
Abdullah, do you want to come back on that?
Well, it's,
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
My water, when you attack basically my ports, my airports, when you threaten to attack my civilian infrastructure, when you attack my energy as well. We talk about here not only Ras Laffan, we talk about Ras Tanura in Saudi Arabia, we talk about in Kuwait as well. So when these type of targets happen, they actually make it very difficult for the region to trust Iran as well. This is important. This is keeping Iran more isolated, but at the same time, we have to deal with it. Geography, we are all prisoners of geography. We have to deal with each other, like no matter what.
Thank you for
But
the super chats coming in. Please support independent media like Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters.
Because there may be a question of trust as far as Iran is concerned, as far as the US is concerned. But there's also, as far as Gulf countries are concerned, there's a lack of trust on Iran.
Of course, trust is a two-way street. Iranians don't trust their neighbors at this point. Not all their neighbors. Iran is neighbor to 15 countries. But the 5 countries that President Trump named as part of or supporting the war efforts, 3 times he mentioned them. These Iranians look at as part of the aggression on Iran. And so when civilian infrastructure in Iran are hit, Iranians, in order to balance that off, in order to push back against it, in order to shield themselves against further escalation on civilian infrastructure, they go against the similar targets in Israel, but also in the region, because they don't have that much of a balanced military capability to push back against the United States itself, but its infrastructure, that is the CENTCOM infrastructure, that is waging the Southern war. Iran views this war as 2 wars, one from Israel, one from the South, from the United States. And so in pushing back against them, similar targets are being hit. Now, of course, there is lack of trust in both ways.
Okay.
The GCC doesn't trust Iran.
Hassan, I'm just going to jump in there because we're just running out of time. But Abdullah, finally come back on that.
Well, you have been waging a war against Iran, against the US for years and years, with so many slogans about death to America and all the rest. So why are you involving the region? What it basically is doing is Iran is basically trying to frame this war as sharing the pain in the region, but the region itself and the regional countries themselves, they've worked really hard to prevent this war from the beginning, and they have done their best to do this. But when you see Iran launching all their attacks within less than an hour with Israeli attacks on Iran, you feel that this is a big betrayal, and this is a big problem that would lead to a lot of work between countries and regional countries to rebuild this trust, because it's a trust need to be built, not only governments. We talk about Iranian people and the GCC citizens as well.
Gentlemen, we'll have to leave it there. Do appreciate your time. So many issues, so many complexities, but thanks very much indeed. Thank you. Now, Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, says homes in southern Lebanon will be demolished and hundreds of thousands of displaced Lebanese will not be allowed to return. This is as the military continues to occupy the area. Around 600,000 Lebanese have been displaced from their homes south of the Litani River since Israel's war with Hezbollah began on March 2nd. The river lies around 300 kilometers from the border with Israel. Katz says the Israeli military will continue to occupy the area even after the war ends to ensure the security of people in northern Israel.
At the end of the operation, the IDF will establish a security zone inside Lebanon on a defense line against anti-tank missiles and will maintain security control over the entire area up to the Litani, including the Litani bridges that will remain, while eliminating the Radwan forces that infiltrated the area and destroying all weapons found there. In addition, the return south of the Litani of over 600,000 residents of southern Lebanon who evacuated north will be strictly prohibited until the safety and security of the residents of the north is guaranteed. All houses in the villages near the border in Lebanon will be destroyed in accordance with the model of Rafah and Beit Hanun in Gaza, in order to remove once and for all the threats near the border from the residents of the north.
Beirut's southern suburbs were hit again on Tuesday, with Israel saying it's targeting infrastructure linked to Hezbollah. Israel's invasion of southern Lebanon and strikes across the country are forcing hundreds of thousands of people from their homes. The United Nations says more than 1 million Lebanese have been displaced since the escalation began earlier this month. 13,500 pregnant women are among those forced out of their homes. And of course, children have also been heavily affected, with more than 370,000 displaced in just 3 weeks. The United Nations Security Council held an emergency meeting to discuss the situation in Lebanon, warning of a humanitarian crisis if the conflict does not end soon.
Politicians in Israel now openly speak of the intention of an extended so-called security or buffer zone, with the destruction of villages along the Blue Line and several bridges across the Litani River.
A cycle of coercive displacement is unfolding. The message from communities here is painfully clear. They want safety, they want dignity, they want this to stop. They want to escape this cycle of crises. And they look to members of this council to heed these calls. We have often said that we cannot let Lebanon fail. Now is a real test of that promise. Lebanon is often said to be at breaking point, yet so often finds the resilience somehow to pull through. Now it is once again at breaking point.
We appreciate your subscription. This broadcast is shifting to our horizontal feed only and no longer in shorts. You can still watch on your phones anywhere in the world, but tap the notification bell now. Otherwise, you might miss us when we go live with the truth.
Bombed what's reported to have been a major underground missile and ammunition storage facility in Isfahan. Iran also carried out attacks on Israel. In Tel Aviv, 9 people were injured by falling debris from missile interceptions. Large plumes of black smoke can be seen across the city. And Iranian drones and missile attacks continue to strike countries across the Gulf. A Kuwaiti oil tanker anchored in Dubai waters was hit in an apparent Iranian drone strike earlier on Tuesday. Well, Donald Trump and his team have been releasing mixed signals regarding what comes next in the Iran war. The Pentagon says unpredictability is part of its strategy. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says boots on the ground remain on the table as one of the many options.
We're not going to foreclose any option. You can't fight and win a war if you tell your adversary what you are willing to do or what you are not willing to do, to include boots on the ground. Our adversary right now thinks there are 15 different ways we could come at them with boots on the ground. And guess what? There are. So if we needed to, we could execute those options on behalf of the President of the United States and this department. Or maybe we don't have to use them at all. Maybe negotiations work, or maybe there's a different approach. The point is to be unpredictable in that. Certainly not let anybody know what you're willing to do or not do.
Okay, let's assess the situation. Join us in the studio, Alexandra Hudish-Tanu, who is a military defense analyst. Alexandra, great to have you with us. So on the one hand, we've got the US saying, let's negotiate, yet at the same time, upping the ante on the ground. How genuine do you think the United States are about negotiating, or is the point the unpredictability? We don't know.
I personally think it's the unpredictability factor here. We see already there are two tracks: the diplomatic track, which started roughly 1 week ago with a delay in the ultimatum, which repeated again up to the date of 6th. And at the same time, we see the military strike still continuing, and that's not necessarily an unusual fact. When two actors in war usually come up towards a negotiation, they will start with maximalist lists. And this maximalist list means they try at the same time to open up more military options to show to the other party that in case negotiation is not happening, there are other military options that will just raise more and more escalation. So there are military options that will lead to more devastation at the end.
So on that basis, one of those military options could be boots on the ground.
Yes.
And that may be just part of the negotiating tactic, is what you're saying.
Usually, in order for this to be credible, you do have to have these options credible. So if negotiation is to take place, even the options that you show on the military side needs to be credible. So I think US is playing both aspects, both angles here.
Right.
They do have troops coming in the CENTCOM area of responsibility that are credible enough to have limited boots on the ground operation, or give this permission to the military commanders.
We don't want to speculate, but the thing is with Trump, don't you kind of get the sense that if the troops are there, they will be utilized?
Trump is known to be bombastic somehow. This is my opinion in his messaging. At the same time, we had the Defense Secretary Rubio, the Secretary of State Rubio saying yesterday that the Strait will be open one way or another. So I would look at what Mr. Rubio said as a anchoring speech, and that doesn't necessarily equate to a military option or to a military progress of this option if negotiation actually happens.
All right. So Iran will be observing those gathering troops and will be making preparations. What kind of preparations, military preparations, would they be making to defend themselves?
First of all, Iran most likely has prepared in advance for this situation. Looking at the troops that US is bringing on the area of responsibility of CENTCOM, we're seeing specialized troops which are very good at assaulting land. So we're talking Marine Expeditionary Units, we're talking the Airborne Division, which are paratroopers, but the numbers don't support necessarily a large type operation, more like a limited one. So maybe I'm looking at islands, trying to force the entrance to the Hormuz, or maybe Karg Island.
All right, fascinating. We'll leave it there for now and more later. Alexandru, thanks very much indeed. Alexandru,
thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, let's cross over to Milena Veselinovic, for a look at the economic impact of the war in Iran.
Hello and welcome to Al Jazeera studio in London. Our roundup will look at how motorists are feeling the financial pinch.
We appreciate your subscription. This broadcast is shifting to our horizontal feed only and no longer in shorts. You can still watch on your phones anywhere in the world, but tap the notification bell now. Otherwise, you might miss us when we go live with the truth.
Become a channel member today to receive a gift from Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
$1 million for fuel since the conflict began. And it's a trend playing out across Europe, as Camille Nedelec now reports.
Putting the brakes on prices at the pump. Poland capped fuel prices on Tuesday and has temporarily cut back fuel taxes in a bid to protect drivers from price hikes triggered by the Iran war. A protection that the government wants to extend to Polish drivers only and not drivers crossing the border purely to fill up.
When we see that this tourism is actually disrupting supply at our stations, and we receive such information from Orlen, the Ministry of State Assets, and other entities, we do not rule out a decision to restrict fuel sales to foreigners.
In March, Poland's inflation rate hit its highest level since July. And elsewhere in the Eurozone, it was a similar story. Annual inflation is now expected to be 2.5% in March. In February, it was 1.9%. The main driver of that is energy. According to EU data, prices increased by 4.9%. They had been dropping by more than 3% just the month before. In France, Teachers were out of their classrooms and on the streets on Tuesday. Even pre-crisis, they say France's 2026 education budget was not enough.
In our school, it means far more students per class. It also already means that we don't have enough teaching assistants for students with disabilities to cover all the hours. So it means children with disabilities will not have any support. It means teachers who are ill and won't be replaced.
They're against planned job cuts and are demanding better pay. This as the French government's borrowing costs hit a 16-year high. Camille Nedelec, Al Jazeera.
Well, joining us now is Neil Quilliam, an Associate Fellow at Chatham House and a former Senior Middle East and North Africa Energy Advisor at the UK's Foreign and Commonwealth Office. Thank you so much for being with us here on set in London. Some worrying reports there from our colleague Camille Nedelec. Can you just expand a little bit on this? We're in week 5 of this war. Markets have been going up and down, in part depending on what Donald Trump has been posting on Truth Social. Do you think at some point we might see some pricing in of this war, pricing in of the volatility?
No, I don't think so. I think we're going to continue with volatility. If one looks at it, you've got 5,000 troops bearing down on the region. We have threats against Kharg Island. We have the Iranians promising a response where they will hit water desalination plants, where they have further hit energy infrastructure across the region. So there's plenty there, plenty of unknowns, plenty of uncertainty, which is going to keep the price going up and down. So wherever it's sitting today, it's going to be probably a higher price place tomorrow, maybe lower price in 2 days' time. It's just going up and down.
Even more volatility. Well, Neil Quilliam, stay there for a few minutes. I want to get back to you, but first I want to keep us up to date with some statistics. We take a look at the UK fuel prices and consumption. Now, analysis by JP Morgan says the UK will have its last delivery of oil from the Gulf in about 10 days' time. Now, British drivers use 120 million litres of fuel each day, and that's made up of 46 million litres of petrol and 74 million litres of diesel. Now, spending on fuel jumped 10.9% in the week after the war broke out, according to figures from Barclays Bank, showing there was some concern about potential disruption to domestic fuel supplies. And as a result of the war, people are choosing to fill up on fuel rather than book their summer holidays. Now, Edmund King is the president of the Automobile Association in the UK. He joins us now from the organisation's headquarters in Basingstoke. Thank you so much for being with us, sir. Now, first question for me is that motorists, they're already quite heavily taxed across Europe, but especially here in the UK. They will be bearing the brunt of this. What effect do you think this will have on them, considering this war is already being passed, the cost of it being passed down at the pumps?
Yeah, indeed. We've already seen a 20 pence a litre increase in petrol prices, 40p a litre in diesel prices. So that is hitting individuals and hitting the economy. If you think about it, most of our deliveries to the shops are by diesel trucks. Most of our service people use diesel vans. So that really is hitting those self-employed people. And ultimately, those extra costs will just fuel inflation in the UK.
I want to talk to you a little bit about that more, about those self-employed people who rely on these diesel vans for work. So we're talking about delivery drivers, but also people like plumbers, any kind of tradespeople. Do you think that this rise in diesel, particularly the cost of diesel, might then trickle down to consumers? So it might be more expensive to get your plumbing done or get your next day delivery?
Well, I think it will, because the self-employed people just cannot afford to pay 27% more than they did without passing on some of those costs. So there are some things they can do. There is still a great variety of prices. So using things like the AA app, you can check within a mile. The diesel price may vary 13p a litre up to 15p a litre. So you can shop around a bit, you can adjust your driving style, but ultimately it is going to cost these self-employed people a lot of money.
Edmund King, president of the Automobile Association here in the UK, thank you very much for your time and your insights. Now, the pain isn't just for petrol and diesel users. Electric cars, including the famous London black cabs, well, they're not immune either. Sonia Gallego reports.
It's the kind of news that drivers dread to hear. Fuel costs are rising, and for British drivers, there's no easy escape, even in an electric car like this one here. Now, while petrol and diesel cars have been pushed off the road by tougher regulation, going electric doesn't necessarily mean a lower cost. With me here to talk about that is Steve McNamara, a taxi driver who knows all about that.
The key issue with any electric vehicle, especially taxi drivers, is if you can home charge, they are cheap. If you can't home charge and you're relying on on-street charging, very expensive to run, more so than petrol and diesel.
Now, for high mileage drivers, the cost of charging a vehicle can just add to all of those expenses. Now, while electricity is a way of softening the impact of reliance on fossil fuels, the reality is that it just costs so much more to charge at a public charging point. And that produces its own dilemma for those who are trying to balance out the cost of living. So while an electric vehicle can reduce dependence on fossil fuels, the reality is that it's not necessarily cheaper, especially when a full charge amounts to the cost of a full tank of petrol. Sonia Gallego, Al Jazeera, London.
Well, the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is holding an emergency COBRA meeting on Tuesday to discuss
We're
the
not
economic
CNN,
fallout of
Fox,
the
or
Iran
Court
war
TV.
on UK households.
We're Truth Talks,
Energy bills
where
are
facts
forecast to
matter.
rise by
Subscribe
almost
now.
$400 from July, while motorists are already being hit in the wallet. Let's get more now from Neil Quilliam. I just want to talk to you about this COBRA meeting first that the UK Prime Minister is holding. It's the second emergency meeting that he's chairing in as many days. Yesterday, on Monday, he was talking to energy bosses of various companies like BP, like Shell, various logistics and insurance companies. Is there anything that any government, including the UK, can do in conjunction with these companies to alleviate the situation while the Strait is still blocked?
Well, I think it's really important to understand that this crisis is going to run for a long time. So we are going to have higher prices for longer. That's number one. Number two, the big levers have already been pulled. We've had the stock release of 400 million barrels. That's been signaled. The US has already sort of repealed the Jones Act. We've seen easing of sanctions on Russian oil and on Iranian oil. So the big levers have been pulled. What the government can do, what the UK government can do, is sort of follow suit with its European partners, and that's cutting duty on fuel. That is targeting support for vulnerable families. That's likely, subsidizing public transport. This is a big crisis, and it's going to be around for a long time. So these are only short-term mitigation methods, but there are no long-term methods that the government can really rely upon.
That's quite concerning, Neil. If you stay there for another minute, I just want to update us on some diesel numbers. The UK is heavily dependent on imported diesel, with delivery costs borne by hauliers and delivery drivers. The price of diesel in the UK is now $2.41 per litre, and that's up 53 cents since the start of the war. Now, Neil, can I just also ask you something to do with Donald Trump? He has posted on Truth Social saying that those countries that depend on their oil coming through the Strait of Hormuz should either simply go to Iran and take it or buy it from the US. Now, he's signaling he might be willing to leave this conflict without resolving the Hormuz situation. If that happens, where does it leave countries like the UK and in Europe, in Asia, who do depend on this oil going through?
So it depends. So if that's the case, then the Asian countries, China in particular, may be in a strong position where it can negotiate. We've already seen it negotiate the transit of 3 vessels through Hormuz today. So those with a good relationship, a friendly relationship with Iran, are in a position where they can take advantage of that. Most of the Western countries will not be able to negotiate that or be unwilling to do so. So they are going to be shut out of that deal, shut out of their process. And they cannot simply go to the US. The US cannot make up those supplies. So again, the price of oil is just going to stay up and high for a long time to come.
Nick William, former senior Middle East and North Africa energy advisor, thank you so much for all of your insights. That's it from me, Milena Veselinovic. Now I'll hand you back to Doha, where there'll be more top news about the Middle East and all of the happenings across the world. Thank you.
Milena, thank you very much for that. Excellent. Going to take a short break now. Don't forget our website, aljazeera.com is the address. Up next, we've got Talk to Al Jazeera coming up with the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. And that website, all the comment and analysis that we are covering and all the main stories that we're covering right there. Aljazeera.com is the address. We'll see you soon. Bye for now.
Always. Secretary Rubio, thank you for talking to Al Jazeera. Let me start by asking you this. Have formal talks begun with Iran, or are they still in direct communications, exploring common ground?
Well, there's messages and some direct talks going on between some inside of Iran and the United States, primarily through intermediaries, but there's been some conversation. And I think the president always prefers diplomacy, always prefers an outcome. And we could have done this before. I mean, imagine an Iranian regime who, instead of spending billions of dollars supporting terrorist groups and building up all these weapons, had invested that money into Iran for the people of Iran. So they wouldn't have water shortages. So their economies would provide opportunities for an incredible people. The people of Iran are incredible people, very resourceful, very entrepreneurial, but it's their regime that's been a problem. And instead, they've chosen to spend the wealth of their country to support Hezbollah and Hamas and Shia militias inside of Iraq, and to try to destabilize Syria when Assad was there, and all over the world to sponsor terrorist plots and build these drones and build these weapons to threaten their neighbors unnecessarily. So we would always welcome a scenario in which Iran was led by people that had a different view of the future and had a different view. And if that opportunity presents itself, we're going to take it.
What are your main demands for Iran at this particular stage of the war?
Iran can never, the Iranian regime can never have nuclear weapons, and they need to stop sponsoring terrorism, and they need to stop building weapons that can threaten their neighbors. These short-range missiles that they're launching, they only have one purpose, and that is to attack Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Qatar and Kuwait and Bahrain. That is the range of these weapons, and they have thousands of them. They've built extraordinary numbers of them, and not to mention, you know, their desire to have this nuclear weapon to threaten and blackmail the world with. That will never be allowed to happen. It's too great a risk.
What would you consider to be the minimum concession from Tehran to bring this conflict to an end?
I think they have to take demonstrable steps towards ending any ambition of having nuclear weapons. If what they want is nuclear energy, there are multiple countries in the region that have or will soon have nuclear energy, and they're going to do it through a well-established mechanism that everyone else has agreed to, and that is that you allow imported fuel you import the fuel, and that fuel is used to power up your power grid and provide energy resources for your people. What they cannot have is a system that allows them to quickly weaponize it. They have to stop making all of these drones and all of these missiles. We saw recently where they've lied. They said they didn't have long-range missiles, and then they fired two that extended well beyond the range of what their own foreign minister just a few days earlier said they didn't have the range to reach. So they have to abandon all these weapon programs and all of their nuclear ambitions. And if they do that, then Iran's future can be bright. But they have to choose that path. And for 47 years, they've refused that path.
Iran said it rejects the US demands and is setting its own conditions, such as the financial compensation and also recognition of its sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. Are those demands acceptable from an American perspective?
Not only is the sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz not acceptable to us, it won't be acceptable to the world. No one in the world can accept it. Number one, it sets an incredible precedent. So this means that nations can now take over international waterways and claim them as their own. The United States could do that now. The Chinese could do it in the South China Sea. No one in the world is going to accept that or should accept that. Now, let me be frank, very little of American energy comes through the Straits of Hormuz in terms of the energy we rely on, but we recognize the impact that it has on global markets and on our neighbors, especially our allies in the region who produce energy and have to get it out to market. So no country in the world should accept it. The regional countries in the world should accept it. The United States will not accept that condition. It's an illegal condition that they're demanding. That's just not going to happen.
As the US-Israeli campaign continues, there's no clear indication that the Strait of Hormuz is secure enough to restart the flow of oil and gas into global markets. Are you consider a plan to ensure full control over the entire strait?
Well, the Strait of Hormuz will be open. When this operation is over, it will be open, and it'll be open one way or another. It will be open because Iran agrees to abide by international law and not block a commercial waterway, or a coalition of nations from around the world and the region, with the participation of the United States, will make sure that it's open. One way or the other, it's going to be open. But we have very clear objectives that we're trying to achieve here. Those objectives are the destruction of their Air Force, which has been achieved, the destruction of their Navy, which has largely been achieved, a significant reduction in the number of missile launchers that they have, which we're well on our way to achieving. And we are going to destroy the factories that make those missiles and those drones that they are using to attack their neighbors and the United States and our presence in the region. We will achieve those objectives. We are well on our way, or ahead of schedule. We will achieve them in weeks, not months. And then we'll be confronted with this issue of the Straits of Hormuz, and it'll be up to Iran to decide. And if they choose to try to block the straits, then they will have to face real consequences, not just from the United States, but from regional countries and from the world.
Your regional allies in the region, the critical energy installations are being bombed, the cities bombed almost on a daily basis, and they're looking for a clear path back to stability. What would be your message to them?
Well, I think the best way to stability, given the people who are in charge in Iran, is to destroy the ability of Iran in the future to launch these missiles and these drones against their infrastructure and civilian populations. If you think about what they've struck in the region, what has Iran gone after? It's been energy infrastructure against countries that were not waging war against them, but yet they went after these countries nonetheless. This is why they built these missiles and drones in the first place. But they've also attacked embassies, diplomatic facilities, which is unheard of. They've attacked airports, which is unheard of. This is what they've done. And this is a weakened Iran. This is an Iran that's weaker than it's been in 10 years. Imagine 5 years from now or 3 years from now, when they had more missiles, more drones, what they would have been willing to do to their neighbors and to us. That was intolerable. That's why this needed to be done now. The United States is committed to finishing the job. We're working very closely with all of our allies, work very closely in defensive. Yes, unfortunately, drones and missiles get through from time to time, but the overwhelming majority of these launches are defeated. They're shot down before they reach their intended target, or the destruction would be far worse. These are strong, stable countries in the region. These are our allies. These are our friends. And we are going to continue to be there and support them as they face this onslaught. And by the way, they're not the ones. Iran is targeting them in retribution, which tells you the nature of the people we're dealing with, unfortunately.
But it seems that the Strait of Hormuz is not going to be the only focal point for you, because with the Houthis stepping in and firing missiles into Israel, Bab el-Mandeb and the Red Sea could become issues that you will have to reconsider.
It could. And look, that's been an ongoing issue. And when they did that, the United States took action against it as well. And many of our regional allies have had to do so in the past. It's the desire, whether it's the Houthis on one side or Iran on the other, to close these international waterways and create a toll road where basically you have to ask for their permission in order to use them and get your products in or out of market. That's unacceptable. It's unacceptable to us, but it should be unacceptable to the world. And I think it's important. And I'm glad to see the effort Bahrain is leading in the United Nations, which we've been very supportive of, to get an international coalition that says we will not accept a world and where either the Iranians on one side or the Houthis on the other get to control international waterways and impede the free flow of goods from nation states. That's just not something we're going to accept. Neither should the world.
Do you have any issues with Mujtaba Khamenei staying in power once this is over, and the IRGC continuing to play the crucial role it plays now?
Well, let me say, first of all, we don't even know if he's in power. I know they say he's in power. No one has seen him. No one has heard from him. It's very opaque right now. It's not quite clear how decisions are being made inside of Iran. But our objectives here from the very beginning had nothing to do with the leadership. But would we love to see a difference? Do we think the people of Iran deserve better leadership than what they've gotten from the clerical regime? 100%. Would we be heartbroken if there was a change in leadership? Absolutely not. If there's something we could do to facilitate that, would we be interested in participating? Of course. But that was not the objective of this operation. The objective of this operation was, which I outline now and the president outlined clearly on the first night, is the destruction of their Air Force, which we've achieved, the destruction of their Navy, which we've largely achieved, the destruction of their factories, which we are well on our way to achieving, meaning factories that make these weapons, and significantly reducing the number of missile launchers that they have so they can't continue to threaten their neighbors and America. Those were our objectives. That's what we're focused on, and that's what we are well on our way towards achieving.
Are you fully aligned with the Israelis when it comes to the objectives and the end game?
Well, they have a different objective in terms of they are focused on the mid-range missiles in the northern part of Iran that target them. And obviously we coordinate and deconflict with them. in terms of our operations. But what they are focused on is different. We're not critical of it. Those things are threats to them. Those mid-range missiles that Iran launches that reach into Israel, those are threats that they're facing. They're also facing a threat from Hezbollah, which they're confronting as well. So they have their own objectives. We deconflict so that our objectives and theirs don't run into each other. But the president, for the United States of America, has established a very clear mission, which we're executing on, and we will achieve our objectives in a matter of weeks.
Do you believe the EU and NATO countries betrayed the US at this crucial moment?
I think it was very disappointing. You have this, and again, look, the president and our country will have to re-examine all of this after this operation is over. But one of the reasons why NATO is beneficial to the United States is it gives us basing rights for contingencies. It allows us to station troops and aircraft and weapons and in parts of the world that we would normally have bases. And that includes in much of Europe. And to see that in a time of need, the United States has identified a grave risk to our national security and our national interests, and we needed to conduct this operation. And we have countries like Spain, a NATO member, that we are pledged to defend, denying us the use of their airspace and bragging about it, denying us the use of their bases. And there are other countries that have done that as well. And so you ask yourself, well, what is in it for the United States? And I've been a big supporter of NATO. And one of the reasons why I've been a supporter of NATO is because I believe that these basing rights give us leverage and give us flexibility and operational capability all over the world. But if NATO is just about us defending Europe if they're attacked, but them denying us basing rights when we need them, that's not a very good arrangement. That's a hard one to stay engaged in and say this is good for the United States. So all of them's going to have to be re-examined. All of it's going to have to be re-examined.
I've recently spent some time in Europe, and basically what they say is that it's the US which is sending confusing messages to us. It's the US which is planning
wow.
to
Thank you
disengage
for
from
the
Europe.
super
It's the
chats
US,
coming in.
which doesn't
Please
seem to
support
be
independent
really
media
willing
like
to team
Morning
up
Mic
with
Drop
NATO when
on
it
Truth
comes to
Talks
move
Live,
forward in Europe.
where your
And this
voice
explains
matters.
the reason why we have been very cautious dealing with the Americans when it comes to
Thank you
the
to all
Strait
our
of
super
Hormuz
fans
in
for your
particular.
Cash
Well, if
App and
that's what
Super
someone
Chat
in Europe
support.
told you, that person
We
is very
salute you.
disingenuous, because the United States has tens of thousands of troops stationed throughout that region, billions of dollars of weaponry staged throughout Europe, all of it there to defend Europe, not to defend America, to defend Europe from attack, okay, all over. The United States is, without the United States, there is no NATO. I mean, everyone recognizes that, including NATO. If we decided tomorrow that we were going to remove our troops from Europe, that would be the end of NATO. So they know that. And that commitment, that we haven't moved troops out of NATO. So anyone who said that's not being honest or is not, I think they're playing games. At the end of the day, it's very simple. NATO is an alliance, and an alliance means has to be mutually beneficial. It cannot be a one-way street. Let's hope we can fix it. We'll have time to address it after. Right now, we're focused on this operation.
Let's move on to something else. I would like to talk to you about Venezuela after the capture of President Nicolas Maduro. Could you tell us more about your plans for Venezuela in the future?
I think it's moving along very well. We said it from the very first day after that operation happened. I said our hope is, number one, to stabilize the country. We didn't want to see civil war. We didn't want to see systemic collapse. We didn't want to see a mass migration event. You've seen none of these things. What you've seen is that for the first time in decades, Venezuela is now selling their oil in the global market at full market price, and the money is coming back to Venezuela and being spent for the benefit of the Venezuelan people. It's being spent to buy medical goods and equipment. It's being spent to cover the salaries of teachers and police officers and civil servants and people that sanitation workers and things of this nature. So it's a very important part. The second phase, after the stabilization occurs, or concurrent with the stabilization, is a period of recovery in which you try to recover the elements of the country that allow it to prosper and grow. And that is attracting businesses back, creating the kind of stability that bring businesses back. We're seeing that begin to happen. But you're also seeing civil life come back to life. Independent media is now allowed to operate. Political prisoners have been released. Political parties are forming again. People are speaking and participating in public life. And finally, you want to see a full transition, because in order for Venezuela to fulfill its economic potential, it has to have a stable democratic government that people are willing to invest in that economy because they know that they're protected by laws and courts and legitimacy. So we are well on our way to achieving this. A lot of credit goes to the interim authorities who have assumed this responsibility. We've reopened our embassy. We enter in dialogue with them every single day. We feel very positive about it.
Many assume Washington will focus on Cuba next once the war is over in the Middle East. What kind of decisions or policy would you like to see in place for potential regime change?
Yeah, look, we don't need anything from Cuba, to be honest with you. I mean, Cuba needs from us. We don't need from Cuba. What I mean by Cuba, I mean it's their regime. The problem Cuba has, it's a very fundamental problem, and they need to understand it. And we've tried to explain it to anyone who will listen. Their system doesn't work. Their system of economics, I can't even describe it, but it's completely dysfunctional. It's just not a real system. And you can't change it unless you change the government. As an example, a week ago, they said, well, Cuban Americans can now invest on the island. Invest in what? Invest in a country that has arbitrary laws, no established system of courts and justice. Who's going to invest in something like that? You also can't have economic prosperity without some significant level of political freedom. If I'm going to participate in the economic life of a country and I don't like the regulations or the rules that government is putting in place that are hampering me, I have to have the ability to complain about that. And in that country, you can't complain about that or you'll be put in jail. So I think Cuba needs to make, and if Cuba really wants to emerge from the hole they've put themselves in, meaning the regime has put them in, they really need to undertake very serious reforms of both their government and of their economy. And if they're willing to do so, we're going to help them. We've done nothing punitive against the Cuban regime. They claim we have, but we haven't. The only thing that's changed for the Cuban regime is they're not getting free Venezuelan oil anymore. They're not getting subsidies anymore. That's the only thing that's changed. These blackouts that are occurring that I see people reporting have nothing to do with us. They were having blackouts last year. They're having blackouts because they have equipment from the 1950s in their grid that they've never maintained and never upgraded because they're incompetent. That's why they're having blackouts.
So, Adil, my last question, if you don't mind. Do you have
Thank you to
any
all our
sense of
super fans
clarity
for your
about
Cash
when
App
the
and
war
Super
is going
Chat
to be
support.
over
We salute you.
in the Middle East?
The operation in Iran, as soon as we achieve our objectives, as I've outlined them repeatedly, and that is we've destroyed their Navy, we've destroyed their Air Force, we are well on our way to destroying the majority of their arms factories, and we're well on our way to significantly degrading their missile launchers. When those objectives are achieved, we will have achieved the purpose of this operation, and that's something that's not going to take months. That's a matter of weeks. I'm not going to tell you exactly how many weeks, but a matter of weeks, not months.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
We appreciate your subscription. This broadcast is shifting to our horizontal feed only and no longer in shorts. You can still watch on your phones anywhere in the world, but tap the notification bell now. Otherwise, you might miss us when we go live with the truth.
Oil and gas supply. Countries are scrambling for alternatives. Many are moving to expand coal output. Others are turning to nuclear power and renewables. But will governments be able to make up for the energy shortfall? Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.
We're not CNN, MSNBC or Fox News. We are your morning mic drop on at Truth Talks Live, where all voices matter.
Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
And good morning. It's the top of the hour on Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like and subscribe now.
It's the top of the hour, and you are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Alive. We're FACT at it. And now, breaking news.
Hello there, you're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the United States, Israel, and Iran. I'm Nick Clark. Coming up.
If Iran is wise, they will cut a deal. President Trump doesn't bluff, and he does not back down.
Negotiating with bombs. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the U.S. prefers a deal with Iran, while warning that the coming days will be decisive. Iran continues its retaliatory strikes in Israel. At least 9 people have been injured in Tel Aviv.
Sooner we get to the negotiation table, the better it is for all the peoples of the region.
Yes, Gulf states call for de-escalation while Iran launches more attacks on the region.
A cycle of coercive displacement is unfolding.
A stark warning from the United Nations after Israel says all homes along the border with Lebanon will be destroyed and its 600,000 residents will be barred from returning.
We're incredibly grateful for every single one of our subscribers. Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you, and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the Cash App symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.